Echelon. Synopsis. In a galaxy of mechs and superpowers, of planetary corporations, and of celestial wonders, how will a farmer boy with a not-so-normal past fare as he's thrown into the depths of chaotic space? And what trouble might he get into as he meets others with not-so-normal backgrounds? Follow Issac as he meets aliens, gets embroiled with multi-planetary conflicts, and discovers just how profound the power of the Echelon can become. Chapter 1, Suit. Dad, you needed me. Yes. Come here. Within a rural house, a young man called out to his father. The father waved his son over, handing him a list. I need you to go to the market and get these things for me. Oh, all right. The son answered dully, not unhappy but not excited to have to run an errand. I'll go now then. Thanks. The son nodded as he turned. After grabbing a few things, he left the house and hopped into a vehicle. The vehicle was a red truck, but it had dirt and mud all over it. It had clearly seen better days, but other than the dirt, it looked to be in good shape. Thankfully, the inside was much nicer than the outside. The young man hopped into the clean interior and planted his bottom onto the brown leather seat. He started the engine and the truck let out a low roar. Shifting into gear, he sped off away from the house and onto a dirt trail. After crossing a few dozen miles at nearly 100 miles an hour, he rolled up to a city. The city had tall buildings and covered an extremely large area. The buildings were neat and orderly, but there was a sense of disorder brought about by all the bustling people and wires being run to and from each building. The outskirts of the city were more like a town than a city. As he pulled up and hopped out of his car, the young man immediately contrasted against the surrounding populace. He looked to be in the prime of his life, a sculpted and lean body with a handsome face and wavy medium-length void black hair. His black shorts were opposite to his white shirt that had a few small holes in them. His hands were also calloused, showing the obvious signs of a hard-working man. The only defining features on this young man were white strips through his darker-than-black hair, along with his almost pitch-black eyes that occasionally flashed with ribbons of color. Normally, such a young man would come off as a bit more elegant and refined, but this boy clearly wasn't such a person. He seemed like the most ordinary of people. After jumping out of his car, the boy looked around before he heard a rustling behind him. One of the truck doors opened up and something came jumping out. It was a cat. This cat wasn't an actual animal though, instead built from mechanical devices. Its body was comprised of black metal plating with some gaps that exposed its intricate internals. It had ears, a tail, whiskers, claws, and eyes that glowed blue. This mechanical cat was the size of a normal feline, if not a bit smaller. After jumping out of the car, the cat shook its body, the metal plates on its body shifting around before settling in place. Contrary to the boy's rugged look, this cat's body was sleek and refined like a piece of artwork. Let's go, Nifty. Meow. After the boy waved, the cat let out a cute sound before taking a few steps and jumping. It landed on his shoulder with perfect balance and agility. He scratched its head before walking off. The boy took to the streets of the city, jumping between various shops that he already knew the names and faces of. When he stopped by, he would always wave to the owners who smiled back at him with familiarity. Issac, how's your father doing? He hasn't stopped by in ages. Hello, Issac. The usual. Issac, you still have yet to pay me back for that sandwich. And hello, Nifty. The boy whose name was Issac would hear his name ring out as he strutted down the streets. The route he took was routine, obviously not the first time he had run errands for his father. After about an hour, Issac had several bags hooked on his arms, and even Nifty the cat was carrying one. Checking to make sure he had everything his father wanted, he walked back to his car. While he was returning though, he was suddenly waved down by an old lady from a shop. Smiling, Issac changed course and took large strides toward the lady. Miss Mary. Oh, sweet Issac, you look like you're getting bigger every day. How's work on the farm? The old lady, Miss Mary, was a short little granny with wrinkles that scrunched up whenever she smiled. Issac smiled at her sweet compliment. It's just harvesting and maintenance. Gotta make sure the silos and machines are always working. Oh, what a strong man. Well, Issac, I truly hate to ask, but I've been having some machine problems myself recently. Could I ask you to take a look sometime? Of course, I'll be sure to get you plenty of candies for your services. Of course. Have you made those caramel ones? You know I always have some for you. Sweet. I'll take a look right now. Lead the way. With a clap, Issac followed Miss Mary into her shop. The shop was actually a candy shop that was a bit larger than most, and it was manned by Miss Mary's 2 grandsons. After walking into the back, Miss Mary pointed to one of the heating machines that melted candies, currently shut down and not producing anything. It's been offline for 2 days and for some reason it won't channel heat properly. At first it would just take longer to melt candies, but it would soon just not melt anything at all. Interesting. Let me have a crack at it. Saying that, Issac went over to the machine. There was a screen panel and after powering it on, Issac went on to run diagnostics and tests. His hands were skilled and his eyes sharp as he rapidly opened up core components of the software. Eventually, he found several error codes. Taking out his own device, Issac searched the internet for the error codes and quickly discovered what was wrong. Something's wrong with your heat dissipation. In order to keep from melting components, the machine has stopped heating after the heat went somewhere it wasn't supposed to. The internal temperature would spike whenever you flipped it on. I'll have to open it up. Go ahead and do whatever you need. As long as I can get that back up and running without buying a new one, then I'm happy. Sure. I'll grab my tools then. Nifty, jack in and see if you can't narrow down the problem more. Meow. Issac spoke to his cat as he grabbed all the grocery bags. The black mechanical cat jumped off his shoulder before strutting over to the machine and jacking in with its tail. The tail's end transformed into hundreds of thin threads as it tapped into a plug. Nifty's body then glowed, processing information. Nodding, Issac turned and left the shop. After going back to his truck, he threw in the groceries before grabbing a black bag. He slung the bag over his shoulder before leaving, returning to the shop. All right, let's see if I can't find this problem. Popping his knuckles, Issac took a drill and began tearing down the machine as if he already knew how it worked. Within a few minutes, dozens of internal components were exposed and Issac sifted through all of them. While he worked, Miss Mary would bring in little bags full of caramel candy that Issac snacked on. Finally, half an hour later, Issac retreated from the machine, his hands and forearms black from the oils in the machine. All right, good news and bad news. Good news first. Miss Mary's eyes lit up as Issac scratched his chin. Good news is that you won't need to buy a new machine. It can be fixed. And the bad news? Despite the machine's best efforts, some parts have melted. I can replace and repair things and get the machine working again, but you'll need to buy the ruined parts. Luckily, all the parts are pretty easy to buy and it won't cost you much. Thank the heavens. That's all I needed to hear. Issac, you've helped me tons. It's no problem. Buy the parts on this list and then call me when they arrive. I'll come back and fix up your machine then. Saying that, Issac sent Miss Mary a digital message containing the list of parts and where to buy them. This wasn't the first time Issac had helped Miss Mary with things, so they had each other's contact info. Will do, Issac. I truly appreciate it. Only God knows how much I'd need to pay if it weren't for you. It's no problem, really. I like this kind of stuff anyway. All right, then I'll be off. Oh, don't forget your candies. As Issac prepared to leave, Miss Mary hurried over and dropped a big bag of candy in his hand. Giggling with glee, Issac waved as he walked with his robot cat out of the store. Man and cat walked side by side. After getting back to the truck, Issac jumped into the passenger seat with his tools while Nifty the cat jumped into the driver's seat. Jacking into a plug on the center console, the truck suddenly turned on and drove out of the city. Like this, the cat drove home while Issac laid back and ate candy. Took you long enough? I was helping Miss Mary. Upon arriving back at the house, Issac was greeted with the shout of his father. He shouted back while grabbing the groceries, walking into the house. Issac's house was a large 4-story house that covered a decently large area, almost like a mansion. However, this mansion was out in the middle of nowhere. All around the house were fields of trees, bushes, and other fruitful plants. This was farmland dotted with silos and subject to an almost constant groaning of automated machinery that drove up and down the fields. Issac walked into his house and set all the groceries in the kitchen. Then his father came from who knows where. Issac's father looked similar to Issac himself. The man was lean, tall, and handsome with a rough disposition and sharp eye. If it weren't for the dirt smeared on his face, he would almost look noble. He was a more mature version of Issac who still had the disposition of a young and adventurous kid. In actuality, Issac was 22 years old while his father was almost 50. Still, the father looked much younger than he actually was. The father's name was Max, short for Maximus, and he sighed as he met Issac in the kitchen. So what did that old lady break this time? Trying to push her candy equipment to its limit. She also hasn't replaced it in almost a decade. Everything's falling apart. Go figure. Max let out a breath as he grabbed some water and downed it. As Issac put groceries away, his father turned to him. Your presence is requested at the lab. Really? Your mother needs help, I guess. With what? I have no idea. Okay. I'll head over. Issac nodded, a bit of excitement in his voice. Max smirked seeing that. After quickly taking care of things, Isaac and his cat rushed out of the kitchen toward a staircase that led downward into a basement. Stepping down, Isaac came upon a large metal door that looked like a vault. Seeing this door, Isaac's cat, Nifty, glowed a bit before shooting a laser out of its eyes toward the digital door lock. In a second, the door was unlocked and the two burst through. "Boot it up, Nifty." Isaac gave an order. At the same time, the inside of the vault lit up. What greeted Isaac was a pure white room. In this room, there was a single item, a portal. This portal was built on a black metal platform and was shaped like a large ring. Next to it was a console, and Nifty leapt up onto this console, using its tail to jack into one of the plugs. Isaac watched as the portal began glowing. Its center rapidly swirled with an invisible vortex, distorting space. Then another image was revealed. It was a different area. The space that Isaac could see through the portal was the lab, or more like a room within the lab complex. When a green light flashed, Nifty unplugged and jumped onto Isaac's shoulder. Then Isaac walked through. He felt a slight fluctuation that distorted his mind for a second before appearing in the room. As he had done this countless times, Isaac didn't even need to shake off the feeling of distortion. Behind him, the portal shut down. Isaac looked next to him at a coat rack with a white coat hung on it. There was also a table with a single bracelet on it. He walked over and threw the white coat on. He then slipped the bracelet over his wrist. The metal band shrunk to his wrist size before pricking his skin with a needle. It flashed green, signifying that his identity had been verified. With this, Isaac walked through another pair of doors, entering the actual lab. He could immediately hear the sounds of conversation and see a few dozen people walking to and fro in white lab coats like his. When these people saw him, a few waved with a smile. Isaac waved back. "Come to Lab 87. Suddenly, Isaac heard a voice in his head. This was his mother's voice, and it was transmitted through the bracelet. Isaac turned and headed through a few sets of doors. His shoes tapped down brightly lit hallways built entirely from marble-like stone. At each door, Isaac's identity was verified. Even Nifty had a piece of hardware inside of it that verified its identity. From this, one could easily see how locked down and secure this facility was. After going through several hallways, Isaac found a pair of thick metal doors with the sign 87 foot over them. Upon approach, Isaac's entire body was scanned by a camera before he was allowed through. The doors slowly opened with mechanical clicks, allowing him to enter. After walking through, Isaac saw some more people who were either clicking away on computers or leaned over tables with various pieces of machinery. They were all working intently, and the items they worked on were exceptionally high-tech. These lifeless pieces of metal seemed to come to life in their hands. "Mom! Over here!" Isaac shouted before receiving a response. Turning a corner, he found his mother working with a group of people in another isolated room. He strolled in. Isaac smiled as he saw his mother. Her name was Victoria. She was a small woman, her black hair tied in a ponytail and glasses on her face that flashed with various displays. She was directing the people around her to carry out various tests. And the thing that they were working on caused Isaac to smile even wider. It was a suit. This suit was a foot taller than Isaac himself, who was 6'3". Its body was currently comprised of thousands of mechanical strands that occasionally activated under the stimulation of the people around it. There were metal joints, flowing black liquids, and an uncountable number of cutting-edge pieces of tech. This was a personal suit, and its intended user was actually Isaac himself. "If you don't mind, sweetie, we need to run a few tests. Go ahead and jack in." "You too, Nifty." Pulling her head away from her work, Victoria gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before pressing a few buttons on a computer. As Isaac walked over to the suit, it glowed to life and opened up to receive him. The hundreds of mechanical components shifted away and exposed its interior. Isaac then stepped in and laid himself inside. Once his limbs were in place, the suit closed over him, shifting a bit before fitting to his figure perfectly. At the same time, within the suit, a device extended a pitch-black metal prong behind Isaac's head. This prong poked between his hair before splitting into hundreds of fine strands. These strands made contact with an inconspicuous pitch-black metal port at the base of his skull, plugging in. After that, power flowed. Isaac felt his brain and nervous system receive data from the entire suit within a mere few moments. As he had done this before, though, he instantly adapted and understood the state of the suit. It was like it became an extension of his body as he suddenly stood from the platform. The black metal strands of the suit shifted like muscles as he stretched his body. On his head, a blue visor glowed, taking in information from the surroundings. From the new height of over 7 feet tall, Isaac looked at his mother and all the workers. They weren't looking at him though, instead focused on the displays in front of them. Alright honey, go ahead and boot up the conversion core. Let's see if we didn't reconcile your power rejection. Alright. Isaac's voice echoed from the suit. The next moment, the entire thing glowed a level brighter. Strands all over the suit lit up blue while a disc-shaped object on the back of the suit whirred to life. It revolved with intense power and sparks began to fly. Isaac looked down at his hand where these blue sparks jumped between the fine metal fibers. Core accumulation at 80%. Throttle it there and draw on your power. Understood. Isaac nodded. He stopped filling the core on his back and lifted his hand. Even more sparks extended out like lightning as his hand began to draw something in the air. These sparks congealed and formed a solid structure above his hands. This structure glowed blue as it grew and formed into the shape of a staff. After the staff was created, Isaac grabbed the body, raising it and swinging it around with trained movements. Conversion capacity at 87%. Success! How does it feel, Isaac? The mother cheered with a clap as she looked at her son. After feeling the movements and ability to channel power through his suit, he felt a small surge of euphoria. He felt powerful. This feels great. Although the power guidance could use some tweaking. There are some small irregularities in the core accumulation too. Other than that, the suit works great. Yes, we saw that. Have Nifty help you with those tweaks and adjust to your own parameters. After that you can step out. This thing should actually be ready for an independent test by tomorrow. Okay? Isaac giggled a bit before bending down and scooping up Nifty, cuddling him. After that, he laid back on the platform while Nifty jacked into the suit. The two worked on adjusting certain settings in the suit before Isaac felt comfortable with everything. He then shut down, stepping out of the suit. A small feeling of weakness came over him as he reverted back to nothing but a fleshly body. That suit truly did make him feel powerful beyond words. As he jumped from the suit, his mother came over and reached up, ruffling his hair. Congratulations. Your suit is finally coming together. You've worked hard this past year. Well, thanks to this lab I was actually able to start the project. Please, you've paid your fair share. Don't let it get to your head, but you've inherited your mother's smarts plus whatever dregs of intelligence your father retained. The result was a brighter son than I ever could have hoped for. Isaac's mother combed back his hair as she smiled lovingly. Isaac smiled at the praise. He had indeed contributed a lot and made his own way, eventually earning the right to start this project. While his mother helped a lot, it was his own intelligence that built the suit from the ground up. This marvelous piece of tech was built almost entirely by his own hand. Compared to that, some broken-down candy melter was nothing more than junkyard crap. Chapter 2, Shadow Clone. Isaac continued to work on his suit for a while alongside his trusty assistant and adorable pet, Nifty. Occasionally he gave out orders to the other assistants in the room, running tests of all sorts and refining whatever he could. At some point, though, he was interrupted. As Isaac sat on a chair staring at his suit, he got a message on his own device, his terminal. Reading it, his eyes lit up a bit and he quickly left the room. Leaving through the giant mechanical door, he made his way through a few hallways before arriving at an area within the lab that served as a restaurant. Looking around, he spotted a table with a single person at it. The person who waved Isaac down was another young man like himself. Isaac. Anthony. With a smile, Isaac jogged over. The boy named Anthony stood up and the two met with a smack of the hands and back-patting hug. Anthony was Isaac's longtime childhood friend. He was only a year older than Isaac. Anthony was several inches shorter than Isaac, standing at 5 foot 10 inches, though in terms of his strength, he was a level greater. His biceps bulged under his sleeves and his chest was wide. While Isaac still had the tone, Anthony had the size. And contrary to Isaac's black hair that was swept to one side, Anthony had long and thick brown hair that he loosely tied behind his head in a small ponytail, giving off a free and untamed feeling. What's up, my guy? You haven't visited me here for quite a while. I had some time, so I thought, why not? After separating, Anthony smacked Isaac's shoulder before they both sat down. At the table was already a few appetizers and some drinks, which Isaac didn't hesitate to dig into. After chewing some bread, Anthony spoke. So tell me, how's farm life treating you? It couldn't be more boring. This lab is my only escape. Hey, go figure. You're lucky though. You're free as a bird out there. Anthony let out a small sigh as he said that. Isaac could only nod. Anthony was a part of a large family of several brothers. And his father was someone with extraordinarily high status. He was an admiral. It was a position that stood beyond the confines of this world, and Anthony, being deeply entrenched in his father's line of business, didn't have the freedom that Isaac did. He was always working, always under close scrutiny, and always competing with his brothers. This meant that he and Isaac never saw much of each other, especially now as they got older. And Isaac worked in a totally peaceful business without hardly any pressure. The most Isaac ever had to do was ensure the machines that maintained the farm were working properly. And with his expertise, doing that was easy if not only a bit tedious. The difference could be imagined. It'd be a lie to say that I'm not a bit envious of you, Isaac. But at the same time, being the son of the Admiral has its perks. Just yesterday I was firing off a new experimental artillery shell. Hoo-hoo, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but I could have sworn that caused a tectonic shift. We got reports of earthquakes over 600 miles away. Are you serious? Dude, I wish I was you. Isaac gawked at the insane story. As the top brass of the human military, Anthony's father was obviously keen on developing new technologies, and Anthony got to test a lot of the new weaponry. Ever so occasionally would something massive come out and the result was a story like now. Isaac was always jealous of that. Anthony could only scoff a bit at the jealousy though. You wish? Dude, you already develop weapons. That suit you're working on could enable someone to wreak the same devastation personally. That's far more impressive than some dinky artillery shell. Oh, and that reminds me. Anthony took a sip of water before looking Isaac in the eye. My father. He's requesting you again. Our R&D team finally got the green light to retrofit our standard issue mech suits. We're looking at a foundational shift here, top to bottom. He says he wants our mech divisions to have their combat potential doubled at minimum. Oh. Isaac was surprised. Such a thing was incredibly difficult to accomplish and would take massive investment. However, it also indicated something big was happening. Isaac turned a bit serious as his thoughts traveled over his bracelet and straight into Anthony's mind. Did you find something? Yes. A black iron celestial deposit. Only my father and his recon division know about it. He's looking to lock it down and launch a full-scale industrial offensive when he's ready. That's high risk. It is. But if my father didn't have ambitions, he wouldn't have made it to his position. He's looking to solidify his influence with a massive influx of wealth. And if I'm being honest, you're a big part of his plans. I'm pretty sure that at this very moment he's talking with your father about the same thing. Isaac nodded before going quiet. This was out of the blue and it was a massive proposition. The only thing that could top this was a declaration of war. Black iron. It was perhaps the most valuable resource in the galaxy. In this galaxy, there were a few dominant civilizations that spanned hundreds of thousands of stars and even more planets. The human race was one of them, and the planet Isaac was on was only one of the many planets the human race controlled. As for Anthony, his father held militarized dominion over a cluster of stars. He was an unfathomably influential man. And as for black iron, it was what enabled such power to be held. Black iron was a mystical material composed of dark matter. This dark matter was usually found and extracted from normal iron. It also appeared void black, not reflecting any light at all. These two factors earned it its name, black iron. Then there was dark energy, an invisible energy that enabled the existence of the supernatural. This dark energy permeated the entire galaxy. By itself, it didn't do anything worth noticing, only sitting around the void. However, when it came into contact with living beings, that changed. It was said that when a person was born, their soul established contact with dark energy. If the soul was accepting, the dark energy would fill them and they would be blessed with an ability. Each ability enabled the person's soul to tap into the laws of the universe and manifest energetic effects in the physical world. However, the effects were limited if the person used their ability by themselves. This was where black iron came in. Black iron could contain and isolate dark energy, moving it out of a person's body and into special technology also composed of dark matter. This allowed one to channel their abilities in special ways that usually enabled vast destructive power. Thus, black iron became the most sought resource in the galaxy as the only one that could interact with and contain dark energy. As science advanced, the applications for black iron became more systematic. Anything that was developed using black iron was called dark tech. And one of the biggest pieces of dark tech was mechs. Through mechs, people with abilities could channel their power and inject it into machinery aimed toward combat. And Isaac's suit, though not a mech suit, was a pilot suit. With this pilot suit, he could jump into any mech and operate it. Everyone who wanted to operate a mech needed a pilot suit to assist them, acting as an intermediary. Naturally, anyone who could develop dark tech was not only extraordinarily smart, but also extremely valuable. Isaac's mother was one such person, and Isaac himself was another. While he may not have the sheer knowledge and experience of his mother, he was nonetheless an accomplished dark technician. Anthony knew this, of course. His father and Isaac's father were good friends, and Anthony had been raised alongside Isaac since they were kids. There was little they didn't know about each other. That also meant that, as a dark technician who was also good friends with Anthony, Isaac got called on occasionally to lend his smarts. Only, this proposition was much bigger than anything Isaac had been a part of before. As the most valuable resource, black iron deposits were heavily contested over. If one was discovered, it wasn't uncommon for major battles to be fought over it. Since Anthony's father had discovered one and was able to keep it a secret, he planned to use this opportunity to invest, expand, and hopefully dominate this deposit. This was an opportunity to increase his standing and power. While it came with great risk, there were also incalculable rewards to be had. Anthony watched Isaac as he deliberated for a bit. This decision wasn't small. If things went wrong, he could be in trouble. There was risk for everyone involved. What kind of retrofits are you looking for? Suddenly, Isaac opened his mouth. Anthony slightly smiled. This statement meant he was at least open to the idea. We'll get you the details. Still, take some time to think about this. And there's no avoiding it, so discuss it with your parents. I'm sure you'll be talking to my father as well, so look forward to that. Sure. I'm definitely interested. I like this line of work, so it's a good opportunity for me. And I trust you. I appreciate that. Anthony smiled a bit more while Isaac hummed. Now, how about you go and grab your pilot suit so I can look at it? I know you brought it. You already know. It's waiting in one of the other rooms. You have no shame. Isaac chuckled. The two stood. With a wide smile, Anthony left with Isaac to another lab room. I'm home. After night had already overtaken the sky, Isaac exited the basement portal room and walked into his house with Nifty on his shoulder. Hearing no response to his entrance, he shrugged and walked upstairs. He stopped on the third floor of the house. It was here he opened a metal door and entered a large room. This room was almost the size of the entire third floor. It was Isaac's room, and it served as both a personal lab as well as his bedroom. On one side of the room was a bed with some regular bedroom furniture. On the other side was a complex arrangement of computers with a few tables holding various devices. The workspace didn't look clean at first glance, but everything had its place. Isaac walked straight to this workspace. He plopped down onto a chair while Nifty jumped off his shoulder, trotting onto the desk where it laid down on a little bed. Its tail jacked into the computer as well, and all the black displays lit up. Beep. After the computer turned on, Isaac glanced at a pending message. He opened it and saw it was from Anthony. It held various files on the standard issue mech suits and the theorized improvements. While there weren't any directions attached, Isaac didn't need any. Isaac hadn't accepted the proposition, but even if he worked on it a bit out of boredom, that casual work would be worth a lot to Anthony. Smirking, Isaac offloaded the files onto Nifty. A picture of a cute cat appeared on the computer display as the files transferred, making Isaac smile. After that, he leaned back and stretched his arms. Letting out a deep breath, his head turned to his side. Beside the chair he was in, there was yet another chair for seemingly nobody. But it wasn't for nobody. Isaac closed his eyes, and suddenly his body seemed to fluctuate. His hair turned pure white, and from his body, a black figure stood up. This figure had no defining features. Its bodily shape was identical to Isaac's, but the body radiated no light, making it appear like a window to the void. Depending on the angle, this thing could barely be made out to be humanoid. This black figure rose from the seat and moved over, taking a seat in the second chair. With that, Isaac's eyes opened. His irises were now a very bright blue, almost making them look white like his hair. The black figure was known to Isaac as a shadow clone, and it was one of his powers granted by dark energy. With the creation of this shadow clone, Isaac felt his consciousness separate in two. This didn't hurt. If anything, it felt good. This power to create a shadow clone was actually one of Isaac's secrets, one that even his best friend Anthony didn't know about. Only Isaac's parents knew of this power. The reason it was a secret was because even among all the abilities that existed in the vast galaxy, this one was a special one. The separation of the shadow clone from his body was actually only a small part of the ability. In actuality, this shadow clone could be thought of as a dark replica of himself. It had its own consciousness and everything. When Isaac desired, he could form the shadow clone and double his consciousness, gaining the experiences of both his forms. It was two bodies and two minds, both capable of independent thought yet inextricably tied together. This was why this power was a secret, and also why Isaac didn't separate these two forms often. It was why, even at only 22 years old, Issac could become an accomplished dark tech developer. He could learn at over double the speed of others and had the creativity of two separate people. Technically, just in terms of the duration of experiences he's had, he was much older than 22. He could combine and separate the two at will. He could also openly show one or the other while in a single form. Right now he opted for the former, resulting in the current scene. The two looked at two different sets of computers and both went to work. Issac's normal body searched the internet for various interesting topics while the shadow clone looked through some files. Both worked seemingly independently of each other, neither set of thoughts conflicting and confusing the other. And in truth, they could be thought of as two separate people and one person at the same time. Not even Issac had a totally solid grasp on how his power worked. At some point, Issac reclined in his seat while staring at an article on his computer. His shadow continued to work as he relaxed a bit. Issac brought up his hand. Looking closely, his hand wasn't normal. The back showed no abnormalities, but the palm was covered in metal nodes and strands. The metal nodes were little black discs that dotted places like his fingertips and joints. The black metal strands also went between these nodes, making the palm look like some kind of circuit board. These modifications were actually made of black iron, and they were responsible for channeling Issac's second power. Suddenly, the nodes on his hand sparked with blue arcs that jumped between the metal nodes and through the metal strands. After a moment, the sparks multiplied before congealing above his palm into a blue coin. This coin looked like it was made of glass that held his flowing blue power within. This was Issac's main ability that others knew about. It was called Hardlight, and it allowed Issac to control light to construct solid objects. The only limiting factor to this power was how much energy he could bring forth, the light around him that he could pull in, and the large calculative ability required to form the shapes of the objects. With his two consciousnesses, the third problem was taken care of rather easily. Thus, the only limiter was the energy he could summon and the light he could control around him. A byproduct of this power, though, were those electric sparks. Light, or photons, were responsible for the electromagnetic force. Since Issac could control light, he could also control electricity and magnetism to a certain extent. In fact, Issac had learned to take advantage of this fact when using his power. His power required him to attribute his dark energy with electromagnetism of some kind, allowing it to manifest as an energy when brought into the open world. Issac usually used light as the attributing force, so his power manifested as light. With a bit of manipulation, he could seemingly solidify this light, turning it into an object that could interact with other physical objects. This was hard light. However, through the principles of electromagnetism, Issac didn't only have to use light. If there was electricity or any form of a magnetic field around him, he could tap into that for his attributing force. The magnetic fields didn't even have to be strong. The magnetic field produced by the very planet Issac was on was enough to utilize as he wished. Thus, Issac manipulated the forces ever present around him from his Hardlight. It was a complicated process, but after many years of practice from his childhood until now, he could casually form little objects like coins with no effort. The process had become intuitive, like using a limb. Even further, Issac knew that positive and negative charges existed in all things, like atoms. Several times he had experimented with using pure matter as the basis for his power, and he had come out with success using it as an attributing force. After attributing his dark energy, though, he was stumped. Unlike when using the electromagnetic force and forming Hardlight, using pure matter didn't create anything like sparks or light. Issac was never able to realize just what it did or how this power manifested. The only thing he noticed was how whenever he manifested his power and directed it at something like a metal, it became cold. Nothing else happened. He concluded that it was a trash ability, so he stuck to using light as the basis for his power. That discovery came when he was several years younger, and from then on he had only really focused on dark tech development. Issac remained at his workplace for a while, flipping the blue coin between his fingers while his shadow clone toiled away with analysis and research. At some point, though, Nifty perked up, rising from his bed on the desk. Issac also turned around. There was a request to enter his room. "Open." He spoke, and the door to his room slid open. Issac's mother Victoria came walking in. Issac turned on his seat while his shadow kept working. "Hi. So did Anthony talk to you about what I think he did?" "Yes. I figured. Come here then." His mother waved. Knowing the serious topic, Issac's shadow retracted into his body. His hair and eyes regained their black color as he stood and walked out of his room. Chapter 3: Plans. Victoria led Issac from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. This wasn't his parents' bedroom, but an extra space the family used as a storage area. It had all kinds of items from children's clothes to pieces of artwork. When the two walked in, they found Max already there. Issac saw his father leaning on a metal table, staring off into space. He glanced at them when they entered. Victoria nodded. Then, when the door to the floor shut, Max hit a button on the table. There was a buzzer sound, and Issac watched as sheets of metal covered the walls, ceiling, and windows, sealing this room from the outside world. Issac wasn't surprised seeing this. His parents had shown him this function before. It was a kind of emergency security feature they would use in the case of something like a natural disaster. However, it had yet to ever be used. Now, it was being activated after many years. Issac couldn't help but wonder what was going on. When the security measures were entirely activated, the table Max leaned on lit up. There was now a single blue dot that hovered in the air above the center of the table. It was a hologram, a piece of technology Issac didn't see very often aside from inside the laboratory where he worked. "Issac, how much do you know about what your father used to do?" Victoria suddenly spoke. Issac pondered for a second. He used to be a soldier, one who fought in a mech. "I know he fought for Anthony's dad, but I'm not sure about the details." You're right about most of that. Only your father didn't fight for the general. He fought alongside him." Victoria corrected the seemingly inconsequential detail. She then looked toward her husband, who stared at the blue dot above the table. He let out a light breath. "I was a soldier who fought for the Syndicated Star Command of Humanity, otherwise known as the SSC. It was while I was fighting in the human military that I met Anthony's father, Cornelius Hale. He used to be a mere officer, but he rose to become an admiral of the SSC, taking control of his own fleet and becoming the governing military power of several colonies. I also rose along with him." "Issac, I don't believe I've ever told you about Echelon rankings, have I?" "No." "Then listen close." Suddenly, Max tapped the floating blue light. It flashed before bringing up a myriad of displays with all kinds of information on it. After tapping a few displays, a list was brought up. "You know how there are many who have powers? Well, the SSC developed certain levels that powers are classified by. They're called echelons. There are 3 main echelon types. The first is catastrophe types, and anyone in this echelon has a power that is destructive in nature. The second is support types, and these levels contain everyone whose power can support others. The last is auxiliary, and these powers don't support or destroy, instead granting more unique utility abilities. For now, I'll just tell you the most prominent echelons, the catastrophe types. From the least catastrophic to greatest, the echelons are personal, tactical, and strategic. There are 4 divisions in each echelon that further divide based on power. Cornelius had an actual power of a strategic echelon division 4, meaning he's at the low end of the strategic echelon. That's also just about his full potential. As for me, I'm also a strategic echelon, only I'm division 2. He's got the brains though, so he was the leader I fought with for a long time. Max sighed a bit as a feeling of nostalgia overcame him. He then sharpened up, tapping the displays again. A picture of the Milky Way galaxy appeared. "I'm sure Anthony told you, but Cornelius has just recently discovered a massive planetary deposit of dark matter, rich veins of black iron present in just the initial scans. Technically, he's still an admiral of the SSC, so he should be reporting this to the fleet admiral. After that, the finding would be discussed and verified before the SSC tasked special industrial teams to secure and begin extraction on the planet. However, the SSC has many moving and independent parts. If Cornelius went the official way, another admiral or corporation might get wind and try to snatch the extraction rights from under his nose. So, he's planning on taking it upon himself to secure and lock down the planet. Only after he has full control over it will he pass this information over. By then, though, they'll have no choice but to let him have full dominion over the planet's extraction and security. The end result is massive profits. He receives all commission for extraction, and nobody would be able to wrestle away a piece of the pie. With that money, he'll expand his fleets and armies, becoming a more powerful force for the SSC and thus ensuring nobody can threaten his position. The plan is solid, but the risk lies in the time it takes for him to lock down the planet. Since he doesn't have the power to totally control it yet, he needs a quick and thorough boost in combat strength. This is where you come in, Issac. Max turned to his son, a solemn light in his eye. Issac had also turned serious. Cornelius wants a trustworthy dark technician who will retrofit his entire mech division. Other than your mother, there's nobody better he knows than you who is best friends with his son. You also don't have any kind of renown, and your young age would make you inconspicuous. While he won't pay you a fortune, you will have absolutely no problems with money after this job. After all, he's planning to invest most of what he has into this operation of his. The problem comes with what you're being pulled into. If you agree to this, you're going to be drawn into a planetary-level military operation. I don't believe that Cornelius will be able to keep things secret for long, so there will be much conflict between him and other interested parties. And in such military operations, dark technicians are the ones with the biggest targets on their backs. Take out the technician and you cripple an army's mech force. I'm sure you understand this logic. Yes. Issac nodded. Suddenly, the entire situation was becoming quite a bit more dangerous than he thought it would be. All this information was creating a grand outline for Issac, but the only thing filling it was danger and risk. The most adventurous thing Issac had ever done was fight for the right to start his own projects in the lab and maybe explore the city as well. This was far beyond anything he knew. After a few seconds of silence, Victoria suddenly stepped in. Issac, we're telling you this because we want you to know exactly what's being offered to you. However, to your father who used to be a soldier and to me who used to be his technician, we understand that at some point you'll need to grow. Honestly, we believe that this operation is an opportunity for you. But we're also not stupid and we know that you're nowhere near ready to enter such a world. Sure, you're a fine dark technician, but you also have the ability to wield great power. If you want to enter that world, you'll need to grow into that potential of yours. So, we have a proposal of our own for you. Victoria tapped the displays. After typing in a name and some numbers, the view of the galaxy zoomed in and stopped on a certain planet. This planet was lush with green land and blue oceans, a few massive structures pointing off its surface. This place is called the Mantle, and the entire planet is dedicated to the training and production of dark technicians, mech pilots, echelons, powerful administrators, generals, scientists, and the best of our galactic human race. However, there's a certain special detail about this planet. Humanity's main governing body is called the Galactic Earth Dominion, or the GED, and it holds jurisdiction over all human-controlled star systems. But I'm sure you've heard of two of the other galactic civilizations, the Atrix and the Xandron. Issac nodded. Alongside humanity, the Atrix were a humanoid species that had spread among the stars. The Xandron were the same. These three races were known as the three galactic civilizations that dominated the galaxy just about equally, each holding the other in check. While the power of each race was widely debated, that was the current state of the galaxy. Victoria continued. Well, the Mantle is actually jointly funded and operated by the GED, Atrix Coalescence, and Xandron Initiative. It is a nexus containing the best among each race and easily the most competitive learning institution in the entire galaxy. Each race fights to be the smartest and strongest there, and it is a hub for massive technological development. Not even the military academy on Earth, the capital planet of the entire human race, can match the competitive environment there. I would know. After all, I went to both. Victoria spoke that last part with a proud smile. Issac was surprised. You went there? Yes. Your father is a strategic echelon, so how else would I have become his technician? You were his technician? How does that work? Issac asked curiously. Victoria and Max looked at each other. Max smirked a bit. Mechs have to be upgraded and maintained as the pilot becomes more powerful. This takes increasingly smart and even powerful dark technicians, and there are extremely few mech pilots who are also technicians, so they go to others. Once upon a time, I was barely able to snatch a ticket to go to the Mantle, and it was there where I met your mother. It was only when she transferred from the military academy on Earth to the Mantle that we found each other. In the later years in the Mantle, she had been my technician a few times, and when we both transferred back to Earth to enlist in the SSC, she became my personal technician since only she could keep up with my growth. We went through many battlefields together. Gosh, I almost miss those days. Almost? Victoria let out a melancholic breath as she and Max looked at each other. They both seemed to reminisce their many years together fighting through peril and adversity. Issac just stood there, looking between them both with a raised eyebrow. Eventually, Victoria snapped out of her nostalgia. Anyway, Issac, we believe that this would be a good place for you. You're a talented dark technician and have a powerful ability. You're fit to be both your own technician and a pilot. It's a very rare combination that takes lots of hard work to develop. And you can't grow very much more on this desolate farmland anyway. You're at the age where you're only just beginning to blossom. We had planned to send you here eventually, but it looks like you might be going earlier than scheduled. So, how about it? Issac was silent under the gaze of his mother. The Mantle, a place of cutthroat competition and fierce opposition. It contained the young elites of the entire 3 civilizations. For Isaac to go from this farmland in the middle of nowhere to such a high-profile place was nothing short of shocking. But that begged another question. Why were Isaac's parents, 2 highly successful and powerful people, running this farm in the first place? He was curious, so he asked, "Mom, why are you guys here?" "You mean why are we running some farm on a backwater planet?" "Actually, you're the reason, sweetie. We had you while we were still working for the SSC. Even after having you, we still fought for around a year. After that, well, let's just say something happened and along with Cornelius, we got out. Cornelius set us up on this planet where we decided to focus on raising you and keep a low head. Neither of us wanted to go back, so we've been content with where we are." "Oh." Isaac nodded at the vague explanation. Victoria swiped at the planet display in front of her, making it spin. "Yay. Anyway, think about it. If you want to help Cornelius, then the prerequisite is that you go here first. Even if you went straight to him, it will be a long while until he actually makes his move. You have the time to go to the Mantle and still help him even while you're there. We talked to Cornelius about this and he said that if you went, then he would also send Anthony with you. Anthony isn't a technician, but he's an impressive pilot with high potential. If he wants to take his father's position in the future, he has much growing to do as well." Isaac hummed. At the same time, Victoria shut down the display and hit a button on the table. All the security measures were suddenly lifted and Victoria ruffled her son's hair. "Another thing. Remember that you don't speak of sensitive information out loud, only over secure channels. Think about everything and send us a message if you have any questions. Now go get some rest." "All right." With that, Isaac bid his parents good night. After he went to his bedroom, Victoria and Max looked at each other, speaking over their own personal connection. "What are we going to say about his ability?" "Same as we always have. He can't expose that shadow of his. As for Hardlight, well, for now he can't know its true nature. If he exposed that he not only has 2 abilities, but a potentially beyond strategic echelon, there's no telling what the SSC and other galactic militaries would do. Thankfully, Hardlight isn't so easily seen through and his shadow hasn't recovered enough to see its full potential. If his potential grows alongside his actual power, then that may very well save him. For now, we can only trust his tight lip." Max pinched his nose, not feeling fantastic about this predicament. Victoria was also frowning. She eventually closed her eyes. "I'll talk to him when he decides. And when he does go, it'll also be time for us to leave this damned farmland. Talk to Cornelius in a few days and tell him to prepare a starship. I'll start scrapping the lab. It's about time we return to our stomping grounds." "Hee, of course." Max chuckled with a smile. With that, the night ended as big plans were made. Chapter 4, Crash Land. Isaac spent the subsequent 2 days thinking about various topics and spending time with Anthony, who didn't plan on leaving immediately. These 2 friends would hang around the lab but also explore the city. On the second day after the big proposition, Isaac and Anthony hopped into the truck with Nifty right behind. Isaac sped off, his truck reaching high speeds as it roared down a long dirt road. The suspension on the wheels was only able to mitigate a bit of the turbulence as they sped over slightly uneven dirt at over 100 miles an hour. "God, you're going to get me ejected. Slow down," Anthony shouted as he braced himself against the car. Meanwhile, Isaac wasn't even strapped in, casually driving at such speeds as he had done many times before. "What's your problem? You literally know how to fly a mech." "I don't bounce around inside the mech while flying it. It's also meant to go fast, unlike this garbage heap. Actually, this can go much faster. I've throttled the air intake of the engine." "Huh? By how much?" "About 3/4. "What the hell?" Anthony couldn't help but cry out. Isaac just chuckled as they pulled up to the city. Thankfully, Anthony was no stranger to crazy rides. After getting out of the car, he only had to calm his stomach for a few minutes before recovering. Isaac stretched a bit as Nifty jumped onto his shoulder. "Come on. We're going to Miss Mary's." "Huh? Who's Miss Mary?" "A lady who runs a candy shop. She makes fantastic caramels." "The hell?" Anthony was a bit baffled as he stood and walked with Isaac. The 2 strolled down a few streets, Isaac being greeted like usual. It wasn't long before they walked into the candy shop. Isaac called out before a small old lady came waddling out of the shop. "Isaac, I'm so glad to see you." "Hi, Miss Mary. Go ahead and show me those parts. I don't want to keep your machine waiting much longer." Of course. Right back here." Miss Mary smiled before hurrying to the back of the shop. Anthony followed Isaac with a weird gaze as they were led to the broken machine. Seeing the machine and the boxes of parts next to it, Isaac nodded before going straight to work. Anthony watched as Nifty jacked into the terminal and Isaac tore apart the machine, removing melted and ruined mechanical parts. "This is a candy machine?" Anthony asked as he walked around the decade-old, partially rusted machine. Isaac nodded. "Yup. You're telling me that a dark technician, someone who can handle the most advanced technology in the galaxy, is helping to repair a candy machine? It's for Miss Mary. And Nifty, an extremely advanced piece of quantum hardware and software that can act as the processing mechanism for a mech suit, is currently editing the system files of a candy machine? Again, for Miss Mary. And what the hell are you getting paid for this?" "She gives me caramels." Isaac spoke as he grabbed a piece of candy from a bag Miss Mary gave him. Anthony was dumbfounded as he watched. There were many people in Isaac's lab that understood how smart he was. However, Anthony was one of the few people who understood just how advanced Nifty was. Nifty seemed like some random mechanical cat Isaac kept around as a pet. And that wasn't false. But what they didn't know was that inside Nifty was a powerful quantum computer along with some hardware that made use of nanotechnology, such as its tail that could plug into any port. Nifty was Isaac's software support when he was working with dark tech, and the cat even had black iron within it, allowing it to interface directly with Isaac. There were also several other secrets on Nifty that even Anthony didn't know about. And such an advanced piece of technology was now being used by Isaac to tackle the software behind a candy melting machine. Anthony wasn't sure how to react to this. It was the equivalent of using a starship to drive to the market for some groceries. It was the most overkill thing he had ever seen. And because it was so overkill, it didn't take long for Isaac to finish. After screwing back on the outer plates of the machine, Nifty booted it up and ran it through several tests. Isaac packed up the few tools he had brought along after finishing the job. "Oh, Isaac, you've truly helped me greatly. Now my candy shop is saved." Miss Mary came walking over with praise when she saw the candy machine working normally again. Isaac smiled. "It was nothing much." "Oh, nonsense. Here, take these candies. And if you come by in a couple more days, I'll have another batch ready for you." "Thank you, Miss Mary. Unfortunately, I'm actually going to be leaving soon." "Are you really? Let me guess, you're going out to the islands off the coast? I heard the weather there is tropical year-round." "Well, something like that." Isaac scratched his head. Deciding that there was no reason to explain everything, he just sighed. "Anyway, I'll be gone and likely won't be back for a long time. I'm sorry to say that I won't be able to help anymore." "Really? Well, you go and do what you need to do, Isaac. You're a growing man. If you ever have time, do stop by. I'll always have candies waiting for you." "Sure. Thank you, Miss Mary." With that, Isaac bid the little old lady goodbye. He and Anthony left the shop, likely never to return again. "Well, that was a little melancholic." Anthony spoke as they walked back to the car. Isaac shrugged. "I can't stay here forever." "So you really have decided to go to the Mantle?" "Yeah. I mean, how am I supposed to reject? If I don't go, then I'll just stay and rot on this farmland. Or maybe open a candy shop." While running a shop like Miss Mary's sounds fun, going to the Mantle is a bit more interesting. Plus, it also looks a bit fun too. I wouldn't say fun. More like backbreakingly stressful with freaks around every corner. Anthony scowled as he recalled what he knew about the Mantle. It was the most competitive planet in the galaxy. How is a place like that fun? Let's just head home. Even my dad is already making preparations for me to go. Wait, hang on. What's that? Isaac nodded before suddenly spotting something in the corner of his eye. He stopped walking and nudged Anthony, both their gazes turning up to the sky. Up in the atmosphere, both of them could see a bright streak draw a fiery line through the air. It looked like a ship. Is that a starship? What the hell is it doing breaching the atmosphere like that? Anthony was confused as he watched this ship streak toward the ground. When he saw the black plumes of smoke behind it though, he realized what was happening. A crash land? Hey, that's going to crash awfully close to us. Yeah. Wait, did you see that? See what? You've got much better vision than I do. Anthony was curious. As someone who could control light, Isaac had much better vision than him. Meanwhile, as the ship crash landed, Isaac could see a small object shoot out of it. It looked like a pod, and Isaac figured it was an escape pod. Something came off the ship. Off it? Whatever, I'll call my dad. There's no way response forces won't be on that thing's ass. Yeah, you do that. I'm gonna go. Go? Where? For a walk. Just stay here. Hey. Isaac waved as he ran off to his truck. Anthony was left behind as he called his father. Nifty was right behind Isaac as the two jumped into the truck. After roaring to life, the truck sped off and left the city. Nifty, calculate that thing's position. Meow. As they drove, Nifty's eyes flashed before projecting an image onto the windshield of the truck. Issac saw as the pod's trajectory was plotted and a map was made. In only a second, Issac had a definite landing position. It was about 25 miles away in the middle of a desolate farm field, one that his family happened to own. Seeing this, Issac smiled before veering off the road he was on. The truck immediately rumbled as it hit uneven terrain, but that didn't stop him from flooring it. His speed rapidly approached 150 miles an hour. He would arrive in less than 15 minutes. The truck's exterior was caked with dirt as it kicked up a dust storm. Thankfully, the suspension was decent and Issac could maintain the high speed while not flipping the thing. Like that, he quickly arrived at the crash site. Meanwhile, several minutes after the pod crashed into the ground, a door was blasted open. A single person came stumbling out coughing. Ack! Damn ship! An actual pile of garbage. Can I not jump through a few star systems without fighting for my life? That would be greatly appreciated. This person kicked a few scrap pieces of metal before huffing and sitting on top of a boulder. Their clothes were messy from the crash and were now dirty due to the small fit of rage. After calming down, the person took out a small device, tapping it a few times before hearing a sound in their ear. Hey, Admiral? Yes, I was wondering if you could give me an escort. No, I'm not on the home planet. Look, I'll send you the planetary coordinates. I'm on some backwater human farming colony. And do me a favor. Don't tell anyone about this. I've gotten enough crap from my brother and aunt, and for a damn day, I need things to not backfire on me. Yes, I can keep myself safe. And no, don't send the damn armada. Just send a starship that works. Thanks. With a sigh, the sound from the device cut out. The person rubbed their head, exhausted by the recent happenings. At that moment, though, there was a roaring in the distance. The person turned their head, seeing a single-barreling vehicle that left behind a cloud of dust in their wake. Fantastic. A hillbilly farmer coming to check things out. I thought the pod was cloaked. Whatever. They shook their head. The next second, a red truck came to a skidding halt. Half of the truck was covered in mud, looking even worse than the pod that recently crash-landed. Then, a person jumped out. It was Issac, and he waved away some of the dust that blew in his face as he walked forward. Unlike normally, though, his hair was white, indicating that he had activated his shadow clone. The shadow was hidden, though, and only he knew where. Hello? Is everybody all right? Issac shouted as he approached. In his hand was a box with a medical sign on it. He was expecting whoever crash-landed to be hurt, and he luckily had some spare supplies in his truck. Granted, it had been sitting there for years, so how good the stuff inside was, he didn't really know. When he laid eyes on this mysterious person, though, he was stunned. This person sat on one of the rocks with a casual but noble demeanor. It was a female, but not a human female. She had light red skin. Her hair that grew down to her shoulders was made of fine crystalline thread and refracted the sunlight coming from above, making it shine white like snowy ice. Her facial features were unexpectedly similar to a human's, with a small nose and full lips. Her eyes were a bit different from humans, her pupils being large and her eyes a deep purple. Other than the red skin, crystal hair, and fuller eyes, this girl was exactly like a human female with a full chest and everything. Issac was surprised. He quickly recognized this girl's race. She was an Atrix, a member of the second of the galaxy's 3 civilizations. The Atrix were known for their red skin and crystal hair, and also their surprisingly human appearance. Despite looking similar, though, they were very much a different species. On the inside, their bodies were genetically very different. Still, although Issac had seen many Atrix while surfing the galactic net, this one in front of him was easily one of the most beautiful. He was slightly stunned by her appearance. And Issac wasn't the only one. The Atrix girl sitting on the rock was a bit surprised by Issac. His height, lean body, white hair, bright blue eyes, and handsome appearance that couldn't be hidden by his rugged clothes. Issac was by no means an ugly man. He could even be called pretty. To this girl who was expecting some trashy farmer, she was pleased. Her eyebrows raised and the two stared at each other. After several moments of silence, Issac summoned the courage to speak. He had never spoken to another alien race before, so this was totally new to him. Can you understand me? If you speak the galactic language, then yes. The girl responded with a smile. Issac sighed in relief. He wouldn't know what to do if there was a language barrier. Oh, good. I got a box here. That sounds exciting. Yes? It's got medical supplies. Are you hurt? Emotionally or physically? Anything that can be treated with alcohol. Then yes. The girl giggled, revealing a bright smile. Isaac also smiled giddily as he walked over to the rock she sat on. He laid the medical case down and popped it open, squatting down next to her. So, which wounds should we treat first? And just for warning you, I am not a licensed therapist. Hoo-hoo, I think I'll start with the cut that keeps pouring blood onto my eye. The girl spoke as she dabbed her forehead with her fingers. Looking over, Isaac saw some red streaks streaming down from a cut above her eyebrow. Her blood was also red like her skin, and he didn't see it at first due to the matching colors. He grabbed a towel before taking a small bottle of pure alcohol and wetting it. He looked at the girl. May I? Go ahead. She smiled and nodded. Isaac then pressed the towel onto the wound, causing her to wince as the alcohol stung the cut. Sorry. I'll be quick. He softly spoke as he wiped the blood from her face, cleaning her up. It wasn't long before the cut was exposed. Dabbing it, he cleaned it up before grabbing some gauze and other bandages. Thankfully, everything was still fresh despite the years of sitting around. Placing some healing ointment onto the cut, he covered it with gauze before placing down an adhesive bandage. As he did so, he noticed markings on her face. There were a few white lines that traced elegant designs near her eyes and forehead, traveling symmetrically upward along the curves of her face. It didn't take away from her beauty at all, only adding to the exotic feeling Isaac got when looking at her. After several seconds, Isaac finished. The result was a big white square just above the girl's eyebrow. She felt the bandage when he was finished. Why, thank you. How'd I look? Like you just came off a battlefield. Ha! I wish it was that great a story. The girl couldn't help but smile as she stood up. Isaac closed up the medical case as he rose from the ground. All right, so now that your physical wounds are healed, let's talk stories. What was the miraculous chain of events that led to you crash landing on this planet? Oh, it's not much of a story. I was heading to school, only I decided that I didn't want my obnoxious brother to take me, so I snatched one of the old ships that had been sitting in my backyard for years and used it to leave. Turns out, though, starships have expiration dates. The girl spoke as she walked back into her pod and grabbed a bag. She walked out as she finished, looking at the pod with a gaze of disappointment. A few shuttles and the fracture drive failed. I was ejected at this star system and was thankfully near to this planet. So I steered into it. I'm sure you know the rest. Yay? Isaac nodded a bit absent-mindedly. Fracture drives were devices that allowed starships to jump across star systems, reaching across the galaxy. They're easily the most important transportation technology ever built. The jumping process was called shuttling, since one would shuttle through a subdimension to achieve faster than light speeds. Only Isaac was dumbfounded by the fact that this girl could so easily get her hands on a starship with such technology. She obviously wasn't some nobody. Isaac spoke. Anyway, I'm not sure what your plans are. I have someone coming to get me. By ship? Yes. I told him to pick me up at wherever I happen to be. Only it'll be a day before he gets here. I see. What about your ship? It's actual garbage. I never want to see it again. The girl spoke with a small surge of anger. Isaac tactfully didn't push the topic. Right? So you have until tomorrow and know where to go. Yup. This is where you offer me some help. Why? I have a house. Really? You don't sound too sure. She tilted her head, glancing from Isaac to the truck in the background. I promise I do. And no, it's not my truck. Hee, that's a relief. Come with me then. Isaac scratched his head as he turned and walked. The girl followed behind, the two approaching the truck. Sorry, Nifty, you get the dashboard this time. Nifty? The girl tilted her head as she opened the passenger door to the truck. When she did, she immediately saw a black mechanical cat sitting in the passenger seat. It was Nifty, and the cat looked at her with its glowing blue eyes. Oh? A cat. You built this? Yes. He's called Nifty. He's my partner. Well, your partner is very cute. The girl spoke as she tapped Nifty's nose. Nifty didn't shy away, instead moving to get out of the girl's way. With that, she jumped into the car. Wow. To be honest, I've actually never ridden in a land vehicle. Huh? Like, never? Nope. Where I come from, we only ride in flying cars. Much faster and more convenient. Oh. Well, allow me to indulge you in some good old-fashioned land transportation. So, we're about 30 miles away from my house. How fast do you want to get there? As fast as possible. The girl symbolically rubbed her chin before spitting out her answer, a bit of an adventurous spirit radiating from her. Isaac only smiled though. So be it. A friendly reminder, the seatbelts in my truck work. They were just recently tested. I'm not sure if that's reassuring or not. Hee, well, here we go. With a mischievous grin, Isaac started the car. Then he floored the gas pedal. The tires spun a few rounds before the truck jolted forward, blasting through the desert. Chapter 5, Drive. Haha. Oh my god. Two shouts were heard alongside an echoing roar. Isaac and his new friend both had wild expressions on their faces as they gained air for a short second. Thud. Ah. The girl in the passenger seat let out a small scream as they hit the floor, her hands grasping tightly to any grabbable surface. Meanwhile, Isaac wasn't even strapped in, just going with the truck like he was one with it. At some point though, the truck rolled onto paved road. Feeling this change, the girl grabbed Isaac's arm and shook it. Hey, pull over. For just a second. Sure. Isaac chuckled a bit as he hit the brake. The back of the truck spun around, forming a donut before screeching to a halt. The girl burst from the passenger door the next moment, steadying herself as she touched the floor. Oh god! She let out a small groan as she settled her stomach. This was a repeat of the scene with Anthony, causing Isaac to find it humorous. I gotta say, for someone who has never been in a car, you handled yourself well. That was more dangerous than flying that stupid starship. The girl mumbled as she stood straight, her eyes closed as she concentrated on settling her body. Isaac smiled sheepishly. Sorry. I guess I overdid it a little. No, I asked for it. But I will not make the same mistake twice. You let me drive. Opening her eyes, the girl focused her gaze on Isaac. He was surprised. You drive? Do you even know how to? For the sake of my stomach, I will learn. Okay. Hop into the driver's seat. With an excited clap, Isaac ushered the girl behind the wheel before jumping into the passenger seat. When the doors were closed, he gave a simple rundown. Alright, there are three main aspects to driving a car. The wheel is to steer, the pedal by your foot on the right is to accelerate, and the pedal next to it on the left is the brake. Seems simple enough. Then go ahead and lightly press the dash. Vroom. Before he could finish speaking, the car suddenly jolted forward. Isaac braced himself as his body shifted. Whoa, this thing is touchy, the girl exclaimed. Isaac nodded as he quickly strapped himself in. Yes. This truck has a very powerful engine. Honestly, I should probably throttle it more. No. I got this. I just gotta tap and go. The girl pressed into the gas pedal more. The car shot forward, causing Isaac to recoil. When he then saw them drift toward the right side of the road, he reached over. Hey, steer it over. Got it. Screech. With a twist of the wheel, the truck yanked itself to the left. Isaac's body slammed into the door as they veered straight off the road. Ah! The girl let out a thrilling scream as the truck jumped onto the uneven dirt. She then slammed on the brakes, bringing the truck to a skidding halt. Isaac was silent as his entire body pushed itself into the seat. The girl looked over, seeing his odd pose and slightly terrified face. Wahaha. Oh, you were too much. Ha ha. The girl laughed uncontrollably as Isaac slowly sat straight. Fixing his clothes, he sighed. I'm going to throttle the engine. No. I got this. Here, I'll take baby steps this time. Please. The girl smiled widely as she pleaded with Isaac. Seeing her puppy eyes and unbearably cute appearance, Isaac could only scratch his cheek. Fine. Baby steps. Yay. All right, now first get this thing on the road. Slowly. Of course. The girl assented before grabbing the wheel again. Then she slowly applied pressure to the gas pedal, moving the truck forward with a moderate pace. Isaac smiled. Good. Now get used to the steering. It doesn't require that much turning. I think I got it. The girl spoke as she played with the wheel, feeling its sensitivity. Like that, the truck gradually made its way back onto flat road. Very nice. Now, my house is only several miles away down this road. All you have to do is drive straight. Okay. Can I go faster? So long as it doesn't end with us flipping over. Sweet. She cheered. The next moment, the truck gradually accelerated, speeding down the road at increasingly high speeds. The girl maintained control, simply following the straight road without turning the wheel much. Despite that though, Isaac wasn't totally assured. He still held onto one of the safety handles. Like that, the two made their way to the house. They passed by fields of trees and green, and the drive eventually turned smooth. At some point, the girl glanced over at Isaac. You know, I never got your name. Oh, right? My name is Isaac. Isaac Exos. Well, nice to meet you, Isaac Exos. My name is Asphodel Vanitas. Say that again? Isaac asked with a peculiar face. Asphodel. Asphodel. No. Asphodel. Asphodel. Pfft. Isaac couldn't help but chuckle as the girl snapped at him with a smile. She also laughed a bit. Asphodel. Asphodel. Ash. You know, I might just stick with that. Ash. Yay. Your name is too long. You should shorten it like mine. Isaac is easy. No, too simple. It's got no flair. Asphodel is elegant. The girl, Asphodel, flicked her crystalline hair with a bit of sass as she said that. Isaac's eyebrow raised. Oh? Well, Isaac can be elegant too. I can also flick my hair. Haha, give it another foot of length and you just might be able to. Asphodel laughed as Isaac flicked some non-existent hair. At that moment though, Isaac suddenly spotted the road to his house. It was a passage through some corn stalks that wasn't very noticeable. Oh, that road right there. Stop. Where? Screech. The car jolted as Asphodel slammed the brakes. At the same time, she turned the wheel and directed the truck into the field of corn stalks. Ah, wait. Just reverse. I don't know how. Wait, I think I see the road. Sorry, plants. Ack. Isaac braced himself once more as Asphodel jerked the car toward the faint outline of a road. After a long trail of corn stalks were flattened, they poked onto the road again. Only Asphodel couldn't correct herself in time, so she crossed the road straight into more corn stalks. They disappeared into plants once more, Asphodel turning erratically to get back to the road. The car roared as she eventually found her way onto the road. Not long after, though, she entered a clearing. It was then that the two saw the large house. Asphodel was barreling right toward it. Isaac's eyes widened. Brakes! Braking! She shouted as her foot slammed the brake pedal. Isaac's body was thrown forward into the seatbelt. For 3 seconds, the car slid forward. When it came to a stop right in front of one of the house's walls, it jolted back. Isaac and Asphodel fell back into their seats. After a second, the two turned and looked at each other. They then burst out in another fit of laughter. Hee, that was close. Haha, yeah. Nifty, please take control of the car. Ah. Asphodel pouted as Nifty jacked into the car. Then the car backed out and drove itself into a parking spot. When it shut down, the two opened the doors, jumping out onto solid ground. Hey, I think I did pretty good for my first time. We almost died. PSH no. It was a fun experience. I've never felt more afraid for my life. Bleg, you dork. Isaac. As the two were playfully bantering, Isaac suddenly heard his name. Looking over, he saw his father, Max. The man was looking at the two with quite a bit of confusion. Oh, Dad. Yes, I'm your father. First I get word of a foreign starship barreling through the atmosphere, and then I see my son come back home with an Atrix. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that these two events are related. Ah, yeah. Heh. Max smirked a bit as Isaac shied away. His gaze turned to Asphodel. I must say, you're a far way from Atrix space. I don't think I've ever heard of one of you getting stranded in a human farming colony. It's a long story, but yes, this is a very rare occurrence. Am I not welcome? Oh no, by all means. I don't believe the humans and Atrix have hostile relations, and I myself have a good impression. Then I'll thank you for the hospitality. Asphodel nodded her head. Despite her messy appearance, she still carried a certain elegance and charm. Max responded similarly before looking back at his son. So, mind explaining things? Her starship broke down and she has to wait a day until she gets picked up. I offered the house until then. You leave for an hour and come back with a girl. Very well. Not that we don't have plenty of space. But you've got work to do, so don't think you'll be playing around all day. Max smirked a bit as he walked into the house. Isaac followed him and Asphodel followed Isaac. What work? Isaac questioned as they walked. Max glanced back at him. Well, you've made your decision, right? Your mother is scrapping the lab. You need to head down there and pack everything, 'cause you're taking everything with you. Same thing with all the crap in your room. By the end of the day, you need to have everything ready to move. Oh, right? I can start on that. Do so. I'll take care of your friend here. It looks like she's seen better days, so I'm sure she wouldn't mind an opportunity to clean up. Asphodel smiled, agreeing with Max's evaluation. I thank you in advance. With that, Isaac nodded. Before heading down to the portal room though, he turned to Asphodel. I guess I'll see you later today then. Your work sounds important, so take your time. I'm not going anywhere. Isaac found himself smiling. With that, he and Nifty took large strides to the portal room, heading into the lab. Max rolled his eyes at his son before glancing at Asphodel. I'll show you to the bath. Thank you. I'm Asphodel, by the way. Maximus. You have a nice name, Asphodel. From what I know of the Atrix, it's very traditional. It is. I tried to tell your son that, but he couldn't even pronounce it right. Asphodel spoke with a playful huff. Maximus just smirked. He can be a bit slow at times. then surely driving his car is what he excels at most. Haha. Indeed. Maximus couldn't help but laugh. As Asphodel cleaned up, Issac was moving about the lab. The entire structure was being cleaned out and effectively decommissioned, so anything left behind would just get buried with the lab. Right now he was in room 87, the area containing his suit. After arriving, Nifty jacked into several terminals and made copies of every possible file, storing it onto itself. As for the suit, Issac was doing last-minute preparations. The suit had been basically finished and could now operate independently, so he planned to move it personally back to the house where it would wait to be transported. Under Nifty's control, the suit opened up. Issac stepped into it, quickly being covered up. Then the black suit glowed blue. The thousands of black iron threads throughout the suit shone with Issac's blue Hardlight. Several components shifted as the entire thing powered up. Then the visor glowed. This was an independent startup and Issac was happy as it succeeded. At the same time, threads of black iron plugged into a device on the back of Issac's head at the base of his skull. When that happened, Issac could feel his senses extend through the entire suit. The device on the back of Issac's head was called a neural interface or a neural implant. It was a device constructed from black iron that Issac received at birth. Over time, the device released nanowires that grew throughout Issac's nervous system. Now, the device was present throughout his entire body, connected to every single one of his nerves. This was for a special purpose. Powers, or the dark energy that enabled powers, traveled through the nervous system. However, this was harmful in large amounts, so to enable greater power output, these neural implants were installed. The black iron the implants were made of withstood a great amount of the burden of powers since the dark energy could be channeled by it. Not only that, but these implants enabled one to directly link to mech suits, such as the one Issac was in. This was why Issac felt so incredibly powerful while inside the mech suit. After the connection was established, the suit's core on his back swirled with his blue power. Issac could feel every minute change in the suit, his brain now directly linked with all the suit's systems. After the core was filled, Issac moved, his body standing from the platform the suit rested on. His now 7-foot-tall body stood high and mighty, the black synthetic muscles of his suit moving alongside him. Oh yo, this feels fantastic. Did I build this thing? I'm a genius. And I'm probably going to be using it soon. I really can't wait. Now eject. With a word, the suit suddenly opened up. Issac disconnected from it before jumping out. He turned as the suit closed. Go ahead and send this thing to the house, Nifty. Put it in my room. Meow. Nifty let out a cute sound as it unplugged from one of the computers and jumped onto the shoulder of the mech suit. After that, the suit started walking itself to the portal, taking itself home under Nifty's control. With that, Issac quickly went to work on packing myriads of other items. The suit wasn't the only thing he worked on, and there were many small devices he experimented with over the years. While some were trash, others were valuable, so he planned to take them with him. This cleanup lasted several hours. By the time night had fallen, Issac had moved around 7 boxes into the portal room under his house. All of them were filled with random gadgets, and compiling everything had taken its toll on him. He let out a deep breath as he set down the last box. I think that's it. I at least have the essentials. Not like I can't rebuild anything I need. And where the hell did Nifty go? He just up and left me, stupid cat. I let your AI evolve over the course of 8 years, and this is how you repay me. Issac grumbled as he went up the stairs, leaving the portal room. After re-entering his house, he was quick to find his parents sitting at the dinner table. There were also 3 other people with them. The first was Asphodel, who had already cleaned up. Issac was surprised to find her wearing one of his old shirts. The 2 others were Anthony and his father, Cornelius. Cornelius was a large and overbearing man with a bit of a valiant look to him. He definitely had the aura of a battle-hardened leader. He was actually a bit taller than Issac, standing at 6 foot 5 inches. Quite unfortunately for Anthony, he didn't inherit that height. As Issac walked in, everyone seemed to be talking with Asphodel, especially Cornelius. However, when everyone noticed his presence, they went quiet. Issac walked over awkwardly, all eyes on him. Did something happen? Oh, nothing much. Asphodel was just telling us about how she. Max spoke. Only when he saw Asphodel slightly shake her head, he hesitated for a moment. Crash landed. Yeah, she was telling Cornelius about her crash landing. Okay. Hey, come sit over here, friend. After Issac walked over, Anthony motioned to him with some evil eyes. Issac chuckled as he sat down next to him. Oh yeah, sorry about leaving you. You better be. I had to walk 3 miles before getting picked up by an APC. Do you know how smelly those things are with all those soldiers sweating inside of them every day? Hey, you were the one who wanted to make a call. Shut up. You owe me. Fine, I'll maintain your mech suit for the next month. 2 months, you lucky bastard. All right, settle down. After Anthony snickered, Cornelius stepped in with his deep voice. He looked at Asphodel the next moment. Asphodel, you said there are people coming to pick you up? I'll be sure to open the airspace for them. They'll have no trouble passing. Thank you, Admiral Hale. It's no problem. Cornelius smiled as Asphodel thanked him. Issac also smiled. It seemed everyone was getting along. After a bout of silence, Victoria looked at Issac. Issac, did you pack up your stuff? Yes. My lab is empty. Good. Tomorrow a ship is going to be stopping by. All our items are going into it. This house will be barren by the end of tomorrow night. All right. Issac nodded as he put a slice of meat into his mouth. After dinner was concluded, Cornelius brought Anthony out of the house and left. Anthony also needed to make preparations to leave as he would be going with Issac. With that, it was just Issac, his parents, and Asphodel at the table. Max looked at his wife before looking at Issac. So Issac, Asphodel told us that she is also a dark technician. Really? Hearing this, Issac was surprised, looking at Asphodel with wide eyes. She smiled. Yes. My family has some dark technicians in it, so I was raised around that stuff. I've been officially training as one for a few years now. Though I was more surprised to hear that you were also one. My mom is a technician, so I guess I was also raised around it. Issac glanced at his mother as he spoke. The next moment, he thought of something. Hey, I've got some tech up in my room. How proficient are you? I told you I pilot mechs, right? Well, I also maintain them. And dark energy theory? I don't believe there's anyone smarter than me in my age group. Ho-ho? Challenge accepted. Come on, let's see if you're just blowing smoke. You're on. Asphodel and Issac smiled at each other as they stood from the table and left for the stairs. Seeing this, Victoria was about to call them out, but Max stopped her with a hand. After the two disappeared, she sighed. We're just letting some girl go into our son's room? Please, I thought you'd be happy about that. And usually it's the girl people would be more worried about. Just let them be. Our son isn't a child anymore. I get that, but still. This kind of thing affects more than just his feelings. If he slips up and says something. He won't. Time to start trusting our son, Victoria. He may be a bit happy-go-lucky, but he's the farthest thing from stupid. Let him live a little, and for your sake, stop stressing so much. I can't help it. It's my job to worry, isn't it? Victoria let out a small breath. Max just smiled a bit, taking a sip of the drink in his hand. Chapter 6, Academic. Issac led Asphodel through the metal door to his room, the two stepping into the quiet area. Do you have lights? Asphodel asked as she stared at the dark room. Lights? Oh, I don't usually turn them on. Why not? I have better vision than normal, so dark places aren't that dark for me. Oh, if that's the case, you don't need to turn them on. I also have better than normal vision. Asphodel spoke as she walked further in. Issac shrugged before walking over to his workplace. All right, Miss Ash. I've got some cool stuff that you may or may not understand. You mean that suit? I must say, it's an impressive piece of equipment. You saw it. Your dad let me in here to steal some clothes. Mine were dirty. So I took a few looks at the suit that walked in here of its own accord. That's when I found out that you were also a dark technician. She spoke as she walked over to the suit, stroking one of its arms and feeling the cold metal. A Type 3 conversion core. I assume your power has high energy densities. It does. And it's light-based? Yes. How did you know? I saw the optical equipment. She smiled as she walked around the suit. Suddenly, she turned toward Issac and took a few steps toward him. He was surprised as she brought her body close to his. Issac stiffened up a bit as he saw her glowing purple eyes look into his. She smiled as her hand made its way behind his neck and under some of his hair, touching upon a metal device that protruded from his skin. I thought so. A neural interface composed of surprisingly high-purity dark iron. If all this tech was indeed created by you, then you're an extremely accomplished dark technician for your young age. But that also begs several questions about why a person like you would be found in a rural farming colony. And that's not even asking about your personal relationship with an admiral of the syndicated Star Command of Humanity. I must say, you're an interesting person. Hey. After being silent for a second, Issac let out a small chuckle. His eyes sharpened a bit, those blue orbs staring back into Asphodel's purple iris. And what about you? Able to casually snatch a starship for your personal use, and a large one at that. Only starships that can hold over 100 people are fitted with escape pods, and you used one. Not only that, but you were able to casually call someone who can come and pick you up on some backwater planet. You don't even want your starship back. It could be sold for a massive sum, broken or otherwise. Don't you also have quite the interesting background? Hoo-hoo, it's actually not as amazing as you might think. Still, I think you're a bit more impressive than me. I was trained as a dark technician by some very qualified people. You on the other hand had some random lab and toys to play around with. I'm not sure if I could have come out with that mech suit over there in the same situation. Or anyone for that matter. That hunk of metal took a year to build. Only a year? Also impressive. Asphodel nodded her head with a raised eyebrow. Seeing as how they were still so close together though, Issac motioned over to the workspace. Go ahead and sit. Okay. But why do you just have 2 chairs at your desk? Oh, one of them is for Nifty. Well, isn't that just adorable? She giggled a bit as she sauntered over into one of the chairs. Issac took the other one. After he sat, Nifty actually got off his docking station and climbed into Asphodel's lap, curling up like a cat. Issac gawked. So that's where you've been. You unfaithful cat, I needed your help in the lab. He was playing with me instead of working his poor back off for you. By the way, this is yet another amazing piece of tech. A quantum computer, right? Asphodel asked as she stroked Nifty's head. Issac nodded. Yes. How many qubits? 87. That little. I went for error correction over sheer power. I was able to get a high efficiency level with the right modifications. That also allowed me to cut the power costs. That's smart. I know. Issac cheekily remarked, causing Asphodel to grin. The next moment, she crossed her arms. All right, so you doubt my expertise? Come then. Ask me your most mind-numbing questions. Okay. Here's one I've been stuck on recently. When dark energy is loaded into a conversion core via dark iron, it makes the scalar fields of the core's superconductors act all wacky. It pokes holes in the self-containment field and reduces my power manifestation efficiency. I was looking for a way to reconcile that without resorting to increasing the purity of the dark iron. Asphodel went into thought. Issac was quiet as they looked at each other. What's the shape of your self-containment field? Currently a Mobius strip. So you've got a good foundation. Have you accounted for the superconductors and their flux fields? Yes. And what about your power? Your power is light-based, so what if those channels of light create disturbances in the electrical charges of the superconductors? I hadn't thought of that. Issac's eyes widened as he suddenly started to ponder. My currents of light would increase the charge strength and I would need to compensate with something to guide the electrical fields. That's if you're trying to harness every bit of energy. Otherwise, you could just put a bit of resistance in there to eat that electrical charge, preventing it from interfering with other electrical fields. That would be a good remedy until I solved the problem properly. Nice. I like it. Issac felt a bit of excitement come over him as dots rapidly connected in his mind. He then looked at Asphodel with a smile. You're good. I know. She flicked her hair at the praise, though she couldn't conceal a bright smile. Rubbing her chin, she suddenly thought of her own question. All right, your turn. I was having a problem with dark energy emission concepts. Specifically, when channeling the dark energy through your nervous system, how would you go about creating an artificial field? Only with a field can you extract dark energy from your body and bind it with whatever scientific concept your power utilizes. Otherwise, you need the assistance of a mech suit and your neural implant to stream it into external emission systems. So, how would I go about that? Oh, that's pretty simple actually. Do enlighten me then. Asphodel leaned forward, hand under chin, as she bore into Issac's eyes. He spoke. In a mech suit, your conversion core handles the manifestation of your dark energy, then funneling it into emission weapons. And in the weapon, there's a system of multiple pseudo-cores that build energy between them using a few quantum field principles in order to extract energy from the dark iron and emit the energy. If you want to copy that personally, then you need to follow the same principles. That's easier said than done. True. Fortunately, I have a real-world solution. Look. Issac suddenly raised his hand, facing his palm toward Asphodel. She looked closely, seeing all the metal nodes, circuits, and strings on his palms and fingers. Dark iron? You modified your hand? Yes. Besides, through my neural interface, it was the only way for me to extract my power safely, otherwise I would obliterate my hand. Is your power volatile? Yes and no. It's just its nature. Watch. Saying that, Issac's hand suddenly sparked with blue lightning. Asphodel was surprised as the arcs of electricity congealed into a blue object above his hand. It was a coin. This is my ability. I can construct objects out of light. Of course, it's more complicated than that, but that's the gist. It's called Hardlight. Ping. Issac flicked the coin as he said that. The coin flipped in midair before landing in Asphodel's outstretched hand. She held it and looked at it. The coin was cold to the touch and had texture to it. She looked at Issac weirdly. Are you sure you should be showing me this? What, are you going to tell my arch-nemesis about it? I don't really see a reason to keep everything a secret. Consider it thanks for helping me solve a problem. Very well. Asphodel nodded as she flicked the coin back to Issac. He spoke as he caught it. Anyway, the basic principle is to use the concepts behind quantum mechanics. Don't think of dark energy as only existing where you guide it. Dark energy is everywhere, distributed across all of space. The cosmological constant. Right? Now, all you need to do is channel your energy with that logic. It's hard to describe the feeling of creating an artificial field, but if I had to put it in words, it's like you just believe the dark energy you channel can be brought out simply because it's the same as all the dark energy around you. If there's no difference, then why can't your dark energy be outside of your body instead of inside? That's an interesting take. It's like quantum superposition. Yeah, just with your dark energy. Of course, even with all my practice, I still ended up getting modified to enable that process. Now though, I don't have any trouble manifesting my power around my hands. With my mech suit, the effects are even more exaggerated. Right? In your defense though, with the pure energetic power that you wield, you really would destroy your hands if you channeled it through your skin. I'm surprised that you still have hands considering you would have experimented in the past. Asphodel reached out, taking Issac's hand and feeling the dark iron nodes on his skin. When she did this though, she found some odd formations on his skin. They were scars. She looked back up at Issac. Wait, you learned this the hard way, didn't you? Yeah. As I was trying to solve the very question you asked me, I ended up successfully channeling my power out of my hands. Only the energy flash boiled the liquids in my blood and flesh. After my hands basically exploded, my parents had to get them repaired. Only I wasn't able to feel anything after that. Fortunately, after doing some research, I was able to figure out how to compound off of my neural interface and augment my hands with dark iron, using it as an artificial nerve network. After extensive surgeries, I was finally able to feel again, and I was also able to safely channel my power out of my hands. Asphodel was quiet as Issac explained. She couldn't imagine just playing with her power when such a horrifying occurrence happened out of nowhere. The pain and panic must have been unbearable, not to mention the inability to feel anything through one's hands. If something like that happened, she didn't know if she would ever wield her power again just out of fear. When did that happen? I believe I was 13 years old. Actually, that little event is what got me into dark tech. When did you get the augmentations? A few years later, when I was 16. My parents actually didn't want me to get them for fear of tampering with my neural interface. But after I brought up enough convincing material, they approved. Your mother is an accomplished dark technician as well. How could she not have allowed this? Because this isn't only dark technology. It's biology and cybernetics. Regardless, I think it ended with a good result. I'm more capable than I was back then. Issac shrugged as Asphodel continued observing his hands. The nodes and strings made of dark iron were completely pitch black. Pure dark iron didn't radiate any light, so while Issac's dark iron wasn't totally pure, it was still exceptionally dark. At some point, she poked at one of the metal nodes on his palm. So you can feel that? Yes. That's pretty amazing. And here. Yup. Is your grip affected? Not really. Are you interested in augmentations? I am, although the fact earns me a lot of scorn from those around me. The Atrix aren't big fans of anything other than a pure body. Cybernetic augmentations are thus frowned upon. I never really cared though. It was still interesting to me since it could do amazing things, like in this case. Right? Why is that though? I only know that the Atrix are famous for how aesthetically pleasing they are. Oh? Are you calling me pretty? Hearing him, Asphodel suddenly raised her head with a cheeky smile. Issac was stunned for a second before scratching his head. Maybe I am. In fact, you're so pretty that your crystal hair reflects the damn sun into my eyes, blinding me while I'm driving. Hey, that is so not my fault. Maybe if you didn't drive like you were flying a mech, you wouldn't have to worry about a bit of glare. Glare? I could handle myself better with a flashlight pointed right into my eyeballs. With you there, I occasionally see rainbows since your hair acts like a prism. Shush your face. My hair is perfectly fine. Asphodel pulled away and stroked her hair, letting out a cute huff. Issac laughed a bit before focusing his gaze on that fine crystalline hair of hers. He was actually very curious about it. After all, it was so different from human hair. Seeing his gaze, Asphodel thought for a second before leaning forward. Have you ever felt Atrix's hair? No, I haven't. I only ever heard that it was crystalline. It's not totally. Here. Spinning around, Asphodel turned her body and faced her back toward Issac. She flicked out her hair that went down to her shoulder blades. Realizing what she was offering, Issac's curiosity got the best of him. He reached out his hands, running his fingers down her hair. When he did, he was a bit mesmerized. The hair was truly fine, sliding across his fingers like silk. Only they were a bit rigid at the same time, a bit unlike human hair that would freely bend however it wished. Not only that, but the texture felt a bit like glass. It was an exotic feeling. Atrix's hair is actually not that different from human hair. The main difference is that there really is a crystalline material inside. If I'm not mistaken, it's bismuth that gives it the crystalline look and feel. It's also a bit more rigid, but it can still be bent around without breaking. The reflectivity and iridescence also comes from the bismuth, giving it that shiny, rainbow reflectiveness that you apparently love. Heck yeah. Still, your hair is rather amazing. I've only ever seen Atrix's hair in pictures. This has got to be the most interesting though. Totally white and reflective. You also have white hair. That comes from your power, right? I'm pretty sure. Issac half answered as he continued playing with Asphodel's hair. He combed it, lifted it, bent it around, and almost put it in a knot. Feeling his mischievous actions though, Asphodel shook her hair away. All right, no tying up my hair. It's a pain to undo knots. Hee, I'm sure. You dork. She snorted a bit as she spun on her chair, turning back around. After that, she reclined back into her seat, looking at Issac like some kind of queen. Okay, let's steer back to a more academic discussion. So we've established that you have a rather powerful ability. I'm also pretty sure humans have developed a set of standard cultivation methods depending on your type of power. Which one do you practice? I don't practice any cultivation method. Ha! Asphodel looked at Issac as if he were stupid. How can you not cultivate? How have you developed your power? I haven't? I've heard a lot about cultivation methods, but my parents have never introduced me to one. Issac shrugged his shoulders, not thinking much of this fact. Cultivation methods were techniques that allowed one to exercise the soul, increasing its strength and its ability to store more dark energy. There was a long list of benefits to cultivating, but everyone had a limit that was usually determined by their power. As Issac's father pointed out, there were several echelons that people were classified by. Naturally, the higher the echelon, the fewer the people. This was due to the limitations of the soul and its ability to store dark energy. But for those with high potential, cultivation methods were used to grow toward their maximum strength. Issac had never been taught one by his parents, but because he naturally became more powerful over time, he didn't really care about it. Asphodel was dumbfounded though. Issac's ability was already powerful, yet he had never cultivated before. She quickly reevaluated his talent. After thinking for a second, she reached into one of her pockets, pulling out a small object the size of her palm. It was a totally black crystal looking like dark iron. I have this thing here. It has to do with cultivation methods. Over the course of tonight, if I think we've had a productive discussion about all things dark technology, then I'll lend it to you. Really? Really? Asphodel nodded, totally serious. Issac's eyebrow raised before he also nodded. Okay. Deal. Then let's start. Tell me what you think about various conversion core architectures. Well? Issac smiled, proceeding to go on a long splurge of information. Asphodel listened intently. As she had found through their conversation, Issac had a unique understanding of dark technology. He was more than qualified to hold a discussion about it, and she wanted to hear everything he had to say. Chapter 7, Euphoria. Throughout the night, Issac and Asphodel held a non-stop discussion. They bounced between all kinds of scientific concepts, both bringing a unique standing to the table and then comparing. They also brought up many real-world problems they had, attempting to help the other solve their dilemma. Occasionally there would be thoughtful exclamations followed by bouts of laughter as they came to many understandings. Even as they dropped by the kitchen to get a late-night snack and drink, they were still discussing anything that popped into their heads. At some point, Issac also booted up his computer to do some actual mathematical analysis, running numbers, and even drawing up blueprints. Through the use of his neural interface that could connect directly to the computer, he could display any thoughts of his, and Nifty would validate any queries. Turns out Asphodel also had a neural interface, so she also jacked in, the two diving into a small session of hard research. For several hours this went on, neither noticing the passage of time. They were too busy talking with each other, indulging in the exchange of ideas between two brilliant and creative minds. Like Isaac, Asphodel loved the study and development of dark technology, so neither got bored. Like this, they talked all the way until the sun came up. When they noticed that morning had come though, they only laughed before continuing. Finally, when afternoon came around, both of them finally tore their eyes away from the computer screen. On it was an entire functioning blueprint for a mech suit conversion core. Taking the core in Isaac's nearby suit as the foundation, they had revamped several systems and upgraded its overall function. The result was a core around 3 times more powerful than the one in the suit. Usually, such a design would take weeks or even months to construct. Also, this design utilized both human and Atrix technology. There were pieces from both sides that were actually confidential, but neither hesitated to input them, only wanting to make the best piece of tech they could. And the result was this. Even for these two young geniuses, this was a work of art. A harmonic system constructed from the distant perspectives of the human and Atrix. They both stood side by side, looking at the simulated 3D image on the screen. Nifty had already gone through and run hundreds of simulations, resulting in a theoretically functional piece of tech. Did we really do it? Asphodel scratched her head, her eyes a bit bloodshot. Isaac was the same, and he felt similar doubt. He was both confident in his work yet unsure of the results. I think we did. This conversion core, it easily surpassed the one I have in my own mech suit. Same. It's compatible with both human and Atrix systems too, thanks to the junction we created. I would say that its maximum power handling is realistically around Division 2 of Echelon Tactical. That's far higher than our current power levels. Yay. Hee, it's good. Asphodel couldn't help but clap with excitement. The night had gone from scientific discussion to an actual session of experimental design. And they came out with a working blueprint. Isaac was a bit dumbfounded. A single night with this girl he met just yesterday resulted in him surpassing the suit he had spent a year creating. Asphodel was also a bit shocked though. She never would have imagined that this random farmer boy could not only keep up with her, but push the limits of what she knew about dark tech. Isaac glanced at Asphodel, scratching his cheek. So, I don't think I doubt your expertise anymore. Why, thank you. I also don't doubt your knowledge. Hee, thanks. Isaac smiled. The next moment though, Asphodel became serious. We made a really good thing here. Only there's a good amount of technological design from both of us that shouldn't be here. Let's agree not to go waving it around. If you build it, do so under wraps. Obviously. It'll be our little secret. She nudged him with her shoulder as she said that. He smiled and nudged her back, causing her to laugh. Suddenly, he remembered the black crystal object she promised to give him. Looking at the pocket it was in, he dove forward. Ah! What are you, hey? Haha, you said I could have it. I said I would give it to you, not that you could snatch it, you little thief. Give it here. Come get it. Isaac sidestepped as Asphodel dove at him. She smiled, her canines flashing with ferocity. The two entered a standoff before she lunged forward and grabbed his arm. The two wrestled as she attempted to pry it from his grip. Haha. Unhand my crystal. It's mine. No. Nifty, come help me. I gave you a data crystal. You fed my cat? The two shouted as they spun around. Their laughs became louder as their bodies felt an odd weakness come over them. They both seemed to fight with all their might, Isaac maintaining his grip and Asphodel trying to pull it open. Eventually, the two stopped. They faced each other with their hands grabbing onto the other. Their breaths were a bit labored, but their smiles were still wide. They looked into each other's eyes for a while. Despite being bloodshot, both their iris glowed with radiant color. Hey, I dash. Rumble. Just as Asphodel started to speak, the two felt a small earthquake. They grabbed each other's arms to steady themselves. Feeling this quake, Asphodel suddenly frowned. Isaac could also guess what it was. His grip loosened as he planned to surrender the crystal, but hers actually tightened. Her hands pushed the crystal back into his palm, closing his fingers around it. I meant what I said. The crystal is yours. It's more valuable to you than it is to me. All right, but on one condition. Isaac grabbed her retreating hand, squeezing it a bit. You'll come find me again to take it back. You said you would lend it to me, so you'll have to come back to collect the debt. Perhaps then I can repay you with another productive night like this. Oh? I think I like that idea. Okay then. Don't lose this or you'll owe me big time. Never. Hee. Also, I'll be taking those files with me if you don't mind. Of course not. Nifty, get her those files. Turning, Isaac spoke to the cat that lazily lay on the desk. Raising its head, its eyes momentarily flashed. Asphodel felt a ring on the device in her pocket, taking it out and seeing that the files were sent. Wow. Since when did you hack my stuff? I didn't do anything. Blame the cat. Haha, sure. She chuckled as she put the device away. After that she sighed, facing Isaac. Well, it was a fun night. Definitely not what I expected after crash landing on a farming colony. Never expected someone would actually come to this planet anyway, let alone an Atrix. A very pretty Atrix at that. I would agree, but I keep getting blinded by glare. Haha, shut up. Asphodel punched out, hitting Isaac's chest. He shrunk back a bit, but the next moment she grabbed his shirt. His eyebrow raised, looking at her face that showed a bit of hesitation. Damn, I had fun. She cursed, causing Isaac to tilt his head. Right after that though, she rose on her toes and pulled him in, wrapping her arms around him. He was surprised before happily returning the hug. The two remained there for a while. Unfortunately, there was a knock on the door to interrupt. After hearing the knock, they remained together for a few more seconds before separating reluctantly. Well, that's me. I'll walk you out. With a bit of oncoming sorrow, Isaac nodded. After that, the two hurriedly cleaned themselves up a little. After having Nifty save files and hide away the recent research, Isaac shut down the computers. They then walked out of the bedroom. Unfortunately, the effects of staying up all night couldn't be easily hidden. Seeing their bloodshot eyes and fatigued faces, Max, who was outside the door, could only shake his head. Asphodel, your ride is here. Yes. And here's your dress. Oh, thank you. Seeing the freshly cleaned dress, Asphodel suddenly remembered that she did indeed have other clothes. However, she didn't change, just grabbing it before smiling at Isaac. I hope you don't mind. Only if I get it back later. It'll be a trade then. With a hum, Asphodel spun on her heel, continuing down to the bottom floor. Isaac and his father looked at each other before shrugging and following. After getting to the ground floor of the house, the three were greeted with the sight of two conversing men. One of them was Cornelius, while the other was a tall Atrix man. His deep red skin and dark green crystalline hair made him stand out. Hello, Admiral Hale? Admiral Caston. Asphodel. The two men, both admirals, nodded back to Asphodel. The Atrix man, Admiral Caston, was surprised when he saw her clothes. Asphodel didn't give him a chance to ask questions though. Taking control of the situation, she clapped. All right, let's leave quickly. I'm supposed to be a good many light years away and on a planet that isn't a farm colony within the next 2 days. If I get chewed out upon arrival, I will not be happy. Admiral Caston. Right this way. Admiral Hale, I thank you for the hospitality. It was no problem. Cornelius shook the Atrix Admiral's hand. There was no hostility between them, but also not much friendliness. As two of the highest level commanders for humanity and Atrix, this meeting was actually a massive deal. It would raise several questions among the top brass of each military. Thankfully, neither wanted to escalate a small issue, so this was happening off the books. The two simply maintained their professional attitudes as they made this exchange. Without much suspense, everyone walked out of the house. When they did, they were greeted with the sight of a large ship parked right next to the house. Its size far surpassed the house itself. More than that, upon looking at the sky, everyone could see an even larger starship parked in orbit around the planet with a small armada surrounding it. Isaac gawked at the sheer scale before looking at Asphodel. Who was she that she could just call upon an entire armada to pick her up? Sensing his gaze, Asphodel turned her head toward him. With a wink, she walked off, heading for the ship. The Admiral followed behind her, and after boarding, the ramp to the ship closed. The engines fired up the next moment, frying patches of plants under it. Within a few seconds, it rose to the sky, taking off toward the ship in the planet's orbit. After the ship took off, Isaac watched it disappear before turning around. Contrary to the bright smile he just recently sported, he now looked to be in a downcast mood. It was like all the fatigue from pulling an all-nighter set in all at once. He sighed. Wow, it looks like he just sent his wife off to war. I'm going to sleep. Hearing his father's teasing voice, Isaac couldn't bother, just heading back for the house. He felt like he could collapse at any moment. Before he got far though, his mother stepped in front of him. She looked at his tired face before combing his hair with a smile. Don't worry. Sometimes the universe has its own way of doing things. Just give it time and focus on yourself for a bit. Who knows, you might be met with a surprise in the future. Wow, you really are tired. Alright, go and knock out. Come night, we're boarding the starship. This'll be your last several hours at this house. Okay. With a weak nod, Isaac walked back to the house. His parents couldn't help but smile at him. After going up the stairs, Isaac entered his bedroom. Seeing the scattered devices across his desk that reminded him of only several minutes earlier, he felt a tinge of longing. It was only one night, and it truly felt like a dream. He rubbed his head. Before he could collapse on his bed though, Nifty came over and rubbed its head on Issac's leg. "What, you got something for me?" He spoke as he picked up the cat, bringing it over to the computer. After setting Nifty down, its tail jacked into one of the ports. Issac watched as the computer booted up and two files were displayed. The first was a picture. It was of the night before, an image taken from Nifty's perspective. It showed Asphodel and Issac as they sat near the computers. Asphodel sat on the desk, her foot on the edge and resting her chin on her knee as she hugged her leg. She gazed at Issac, who sat reclined on a chair with a crossed leg and wide arms. He was also looking at her, the two staring at each other with small smiles. It was a cute picture that seemed to highlight the essence of the night. It caused Issac to smile and recall the previous hours. He wished that night would never end. After looking at that picture for a long while, he tore his eyes away and looked at the second file. It was a white document with a long series of numbers on it that came from the data crystal Asphodel gave Nifty. Issac recognized the numbers on the document. It was a personal contact number. With this, Issac could contact Asphodel specifically no matter where she was in the galaxy. Each of these numbers was very special because they were tied to a unique person. No other person had the same number among the trillions upon trillions in the galaxy, so it would never be confused with someone else. Such numbers weren't so easily given away. This caused him to smile even more. He scratched Nifty's head. "Good cat. Hey, send the picture to her. Maybe she'll like it." He spoke softly. After that, Issac closed the files before trudging over to his bed, collapsing into the sheets. Meanwhile, after she boarded the ship, Asphodel's smile quickly turned to a frown. She said nothing as the ship docked inside the flagship in the atmosphere. Walking over to a window, she watched as the ship pulled away from the planet below. Even after the ship activated its fracture drive and began its shuttling sequence, she remained standing there, deep in thought. The Admiral walked beside her. "We'll be at the planet in 40 galactic hours. Are you okay, Miss Vanitas?" "I'm fine," Asphodel bluntly spoke as she turned on her heel, walking away from the window and down a metal hallway. The Admiral was surprised by her obviously poor attitude and followed. "I took the liberty of grabbing a dress for you on our way here. It's in your quarters." "Sure. Did those people displease you in any way, Miss Vanitas?" "No, they didn't. And you will leave them alone. I don't need you taking liberties and bothering them in any way. In fact, make sure that no records of us visiting this place exist before we arrive at our destination." Asphodel spoke with narrowed eyes, boring into the Admiral. He shrunk back, a bit surprised at this seemingly random hostility. "I understand." "Good. Sigh, I can't believe I have to go back to slogging away with a bunch of bootlickers and arrogant assholes. If he were there with me, who knows how much progress I would make. Maybe I should have offered to bring him along." "Sorry. Nothing. I'm going to my quarters. Don't disturb me until we're there." After mumbling, Asphodel waved and stomped off. The Admiral was left behind, unsure of what to say. Like that, Asphodel entered her temporary quarters. It was a large space fit with an entire bed and amenities. When she saw the bed, all her fatigue bore down on her. She walked over and collapsed on the cool sheets. After doing that though, the device in her pocket suddenly rang. She pulled it out with half-shut eyes. Seeing the received file, she opened it and the picture that Issac had sent was displayed. "Ha!" Her eyes fully opened, looking at the scene from last night. She looked between herself and Issac, a smile blooming on her face. Realizing what perspective the picture was taken from, she chuckled a bit. "What a good cat. Maybe I should make a trusty companion too. Then when I go back, Nifty can have a friend." Asphodel mumbled, her eyes still staring at the picture. As she recalled the euphoric memories, she didn't even realize when she fell asleep, the device falling out of her hand. Chapter 8, Levels. "Alright kid, it's time to go." After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Issac was shaken awake by his mother. As his eyes opened, he found that his room was totally empty, leaving behind discoloration on the floor and walls that indicated something had once been there. There were also bright lights coming from his window despite it being night. "All right." Knowing that this was coming, he pulled himself out of bed. Walking out of his room and down to the ground floor, he found that everything was gone. Pictures on the walls, tables, couches, decorations, cabinets. Nothing remained of the house Issac had known for all his life. It was an odd sight, giving him weird feelings. Then, the two walked outside. Parked in front of the house was a ship. It was a bit smaller than the one Asphodel was picked up in and was constructed with an obviously different design. Still, the thing easily eclipsed the house in size. Several men were loading cargo into this ship. It was all the stuff from the house and lab. After Isaac walked out, these men loaded up the last of the items. Isaac, are you ready? Suddenly, Anthony came from the ship, jogging over to Isaac with a wide smile. Isaac shrugged his shoulders. While this was an exciting endeavor, the feeling of melancholy from the night before still lingered in his mind. It greatly dampened how thrilled he should be. Hey, poke-up guy. What, have you already fallen for that girl? Shut up. Let's go already. Haha, sure. Chuckling, Anthony pat Isaac's shoulder, the two walking up the ramp into the ship. After everything was packed and everyone had double-checked their belongings, the ship closed up and activated its engines. Flames billowed from the thrusters, scorching the farm underneath it. Before long, it had risen into the sky, shooting off toward outer space. Isaac stood by a window as they rose from the ground. He watched as the house he had grown up in disappeared from view. Soon, he couldn't even see the city nearby. The planet gradually came into view, showing off its splendor of green, brown, and blue. Outside the planet was another small fleet. This fleet wasn't as enormous as the fleet that came to pick up Asphodel, but it was still impressive. Isaac's ship was quick to dock in one of the larger carrier ships. After docking, Isaac walked into the carrier with his parents, Cornelius, and Anthony. It was here that they walked past dozens of soldiers, all of them saluting Cornelius as he walked by. Crossing several hallways, they walked into a command room. There was a large table in this room, and above it was a display of a planet. It wasn't the planet they had just come from, but the Mantle, their destination. All right, chart a course. Fire up the fracture drive. Roger. After Cornelius gave the order, several other officers moved to carry them out. At the same time, the display above the table changed. It zoomed out to show the galaxy with 2 dots and a path between them. The galaxy was generally divided into 3 territories. The human race occupied the western portion of the galaxy, their territory extending down into the southern and northern portions. It was almost a third of the entire galaxy. Then there was the Atrix, who occupied the galaxy in the east, going from humanity's territory in the south all the way up toward the eastern half. Then the Xandran occupied the northern portion of the galaxy between them. Like this, the 3 main civilizations of the galaxy controlled a relatively even territory of 3/3. As for the planet Isaac had grown up on his entire life, it was located in the southern section of the human territories, not far from the borders of Atrix territory and halfway between the edge and center of the galaxy. Then there was the Mantle. In order to put it in a place where all 3 civilizations could get to it without encroaching on each other's territory much, it was placed near the center of the galaxy, right in the middle of the human territories. That way, even though the Atrix and Xandran had to enter the human territories, they wouldn't enter their depths. From the outskirts of the human territories in the south to the middle of human territory near the center of the galaxy. This was the path plotted for the ship. To get there, the fracture drive in the carrier would shuttle between hundreds of stars in order to cross the distance. The total trip time was a few days. With that, the ship began its shuttle sequence. Through a window, Isaac could see the front of the ship. Out of nowhere, space began to crack and shatter, a black abyss being exposed from between the cracks. Then the cracks warped in on themselves, forming something like a wormhole. With a burst of power, the ship flew in. Isaac felt a light distortion in his mind, not unlike when he used the portal to get to his laboratory. After that, the distortion gradually faded as the view outside the ship window turned to a blur of black and gray streaks. We'll be shuttling for the next 75 galactic hours or 3 galactic days. After that, we'll be placed right outside the Mantle. Get comfortable, everyone, Cornelius announced to everyone in the room. With that, several people left to do their own thing. Isaac remained standing where he was, continuing to stare out the window that showed the colorless void flying past them. After a few seconds, though, he heard a voice. Isaac, come with me for a bit. It was Victoria, Isaac's mother. Pulling his eyes away from the view, Isaac followed his waving mother out of the command room and down a few hallways, coming upon one of the rooms in the ship for its inhabitants. Entering the room, Isaac found that while it wasn't large, it was comfortable enough. Victoria took a seat on one of the chairs while Isaac leaned on one of the walls near her. All right, son, you're going to be entering perhaps the most prestigious school in the entire galaxy. Luckily, you're by no means unprepared. Only, there's some common knowledge native to this particular environment that you should know. Victoria got comfortable in her seat. Seeing how this was going to be a small lecture, Isaac also took a seat on one of the beds. She continued. The first thing I need to speak with you about is your ability. All your life we've told you to hide your powers. This especially goes for your shadow clone. As for Hardlight, that can be exposed. Anyway, the reason for that is because in this universe, there is no such thing as having two powers. All power users, otherwise known as echelons, always have a single power. Although that one power may give them multiple abilities, they still only have a single power. You, on the other hand, have two. I can't say that I've ever seen a live case of someone having two powers in my life, only rumors. Thus, your case is very unique. You understand this, right? Victoria seriously gazed at her son. After processing her words for a bit, Issac nodded. Good. So, you can never expose your shadow clone. This is especially so at the place you're going to. Every single person at the Mantle is under careful scrutiny, the most attention going to the most powerful and talented people. Everyone will always attempt to get a grasp on your abilities, and attempting to hide something is close to impossible when you use it. Thankfully, your shadow clone is at least discreet when activated. As long as nobody sees it and connects it to you, you'll be okay. Just err on the side of caution. Anyway, putting powers aside, I want to talk to you about dark tech. You've been under my tutelage ever since you showed talent for it. I believe it was just after we repaired your hands that you got into it. I've taught you many things since then, giving you as much as you could take. However, upon entering the Mantle, you'll be exposed to a certain classification system for dark tech. You need to categorize the knowledge in your brain according to these levels. Saying that, Victoria suddenly took out a device, pulling up a screen. It had a few lines on it. There are 4 levels of technology that are generally known by the public. They are levels 1 through 4, and each level is respectively classified as unrestricted, confidential, secret, and top secret. This leveling system applies to both standard technology and dark technology alike. For instance, the knowledge behind the workings of the fracture drive in this carrier ship is level 4 tech, top secret. This logic is similarly applied when classifying dark technology, only it is usually determined by the scale of power the tech handles. For instance, if you're a personal echelon, then the technology in your mech suit is level 1, unrestricted. However, if you're a strategic echelon, then the technology in your mech suit would be top secret. Tactical echelons usually use either level 2 or 3 dark tech. This is the kind of classification you'll see when working with different pieces of dark technology. The stronger the tech, the higher the level. By that logic, dark technicians are also classified according to the level of tech they can both understand and construct. A level 4 dark technician would be able to construct a carrier-class fracture drive and strategic echelon mech equipment. A level 2 dark technician would be able to construct tactical echelon-level mech equipment and things like quantum computers or some smaller, basic ships. So what level have I reached? After his mother finished, Issac asked curiously. However, he actually had an idea as to what level he was at. Issac had already long understood quantum computers. Not only that, he had constructed a mech conversion core at the tactical echelon with Asphodel only the night before. According to his mother's words, he would be at least a level 2 dark technician, maybe even level 3. Victoria quickly answered. According to the knowledge I've given you, your understanding, and your applied knowledge in the form of your mech suit and Nifty, I would say you're just barely below a level 3 dark technician. Given the knowledge to study, you could easily become a level 3 technician. Only there are some problems with me giving that kind of information to you. This is also a reason you need to go to the Mantle. They don't just hand out secret information. Exactly. If you entered the Mantle and immediately displayed level 3 skill and knowledge, then several problems would crop up. However, I have given you the theoretical foundation for being a level 3 technician. That's why, with just a little nudge, you'll easily advance. At least in terms of pure theoretical knowledge. There is still a lot of level 2 knowledge that you don't know but could easily comprehend. For instance, you understand how a nuclear reactor works. Yes. And you could construct one given the materials? I believe so, although it would take time to design every mechanism. Then you're already a level 2 technician. Plus, you've already installed the quantum computer inside Nifty, arming it with a basic AI as well. That stuff alone would make you a level 2 technician. Victoria smiled at Issac. He also nodded. He was beginning to understand where he was in this intellectual hierarchy. Anyway, being a dark technician is easily the most competitive thing you can do at the Mantle. It's why that place is a massive hub for technological innovation. Once you go there, you'll also be cleared to start learning level 3 tech. However, you'll need to pledge your allegiance to the human race before you can do that. Pledge my allegiance? Issac tilted his head. Victoria nodded. Yes. The humans, Atrix, and Xandron form the 3 galactic civilizations, and they are extremely competitive and on guard with each other. As a human, you will naturally be someone who sides with the human race. Thus, before you can be taught level 3 information and above, you need to provide the SSC with enough assurance that you won't go leaking secret tech to our rivals. Right now you'll only need to symbolically side with them. In the future though, if you want to learn pieces of technology, you'll need to earn the right to do so by building up prestige. That can be done by taking on assignments and contributing to the already vast knowledge pool of the SSC. Of course, you can also develop the tech yourself and bypass all of that, but that's probably the hardest route to take. Issac crossed his arms. Committing oneself to anything or anyone was never an easy decision to make. And when it came to this, siding with one side meant putting yourself against the others. To Issac, who had a rather amazing first impression with an Atrix, he preferred not to put himself against them. Victoria could guess these thoughts of his too, so she spoke to reassure him. Don't worry too much about this. The only people I have any problems with are the Xandran. Honestly, if it had been one of them instead of that Atrix girl, then I guarantee neither me nor Cornelius would have treated them so nicely. As for the Atrix, I have no problems with them, and standing with the SSC won't make you an enemy of the Atrix because the SSC isn't opposed to the Atrix. However, I hope you don't ever plan on giving away knowledge. If it's found that you have, there will be hell to pay. Knowledge is everything in this galaxy. Not even handing a rival a weapon would be as bad as handing them blueprints. To be sure to get this point into your head. Why are you against the Xandran? Not directly answering her, Issac changed the topic. Victoria didn't press it and answered. The Xandran are incredibly militaristic, easily the most aggressive civilization of the three. They're a very hostile species, even to each other. Strength reigns supreme there. Anyway, the humans have had no shortage of battles and even a galactic war with the Xandran. Your father and I have personally fought many battles against the Xandran, and many good people have been lost because of them. While one might try to sympathize with them, I can guarantee you that if not for our own strength, they would have no problems wiping us from the galaxy. We seem to be natural enemies in this galaxy. You'll understand this after entering the Mantle. If you have an encounter with any Xandran, don't show any mercy or weakness because they won't show it to you. I understand. Issac nodded surprisedly. He didn't expect the Xandran to have such great conflicts with humans. He made a mental note to be at least on guard against them in the future. Anyway, for being a dark technician, that's the main stuff you need to know. You'll rapidly advance after entering the Mantle, pushing your skills to another level while acquiring tech along the way. However, this technological acquisition is the second most important aspect of the Mantle. This is because you'll be handling mechs. If you were just a dark technician like me, then there would be no need for you to do anything other than study. After going to the Mantle, you would spend a lot of your time working on other people's mechs as well. However, you have your own pilot suit and you'll be getting a mech as well. Thus, you'll have to work both sides of the coin. What's a pilot suit? It's the suit you made. It's formally called a pilot suit, not a mech suit, and the people who drive mechs are called pilots. Victoria explained, clearing up things for Issac. He pondered as she continued. Despite having a power, building a pilot suit, and even being a dark technician, you haven't had much exposure to actually flying mechs. Thankfully, it's not something you can't learn. Pilots aren't actually rated because the power of a pilot is usually determined by their Echelon ranking. With your neural implant, you can link with your pilot suit and control it as if it were your body. So with a bit of adaptation, anybody can skillfully pilot their mechs. While there are skill gaps, it's incredibly difficult to cross a power gap with skill. The only thing that can allow someone to reliably fight above their power level is high-quality equipment. Anyway, just remember that you'll be getting a mech of your own. In fact, you'll be building many pieces of equipment yourself. This will save you lots of money despite needing extra work, and it'll help you greatly. As both a dark technician and a pilot, you handle everything about your mech. It's a great combination if handled correctly. So, when we get to the Mantle, you'll need to do lots of studying in order to build your mech. All this information will help you with that. Do you understand? Yes. Issac nodded. He wasn't overwhelmed by the information, just that there was a lot. Victoria smiled at him before standing up. Don't worry. You'll adapt quickly. And here? This is for you. Victoria handed him a small device. It fit into the palm of his hand and was flat with a screen in it. It's a galactic terminal. With this, you can send and receive messages from any planet that has an interplanetary transmitter on it to anywhere else in the galaxy. It also has a unique galactic number. Don't give that to just anybody. Oh, and be careful if you integrate it with Nifty, please. Those things aren't common. Sure. Thanks. Issac smiled as he took the device. Asphodel had a similar galactic terminal. Until now, Isaac didn't need one, but now that he was being let out into the wider galaxy, it was about time he received one. This was a nice present. He was also very eager to now integrate this into Nifty's systems. Well, get some rest now. These 3 days are probably going to be the last of the peaceful days you have for a long while. After you arrive, things are going to be constantly moving. There won't be much time to rest, unlike the years of slow life you've had until now. Sure. Hopefully it'll at least be fun. It's fun in its own way. The fun part is having your hard work pay off. My advice, just keep looking to the future if you ever feel down. Anyway, I'm going to go find your father. To be sure to talk to Anthony sometime. You both will be each other's support in that unfamiliar environment. Okay. With that, Victoria left, leaving Isaac to himself. After pondering for a bit, he quickly left his room and found the cargo bay where all his items were located. After tearing some things out and setting up a makeshift workstation, he got to work on integrating the galactic terminal into Nifty. This new present was a good way to get his mind off of his lingering melancholy. Chapter 9, Cultivation. 3 days passed within the starship. During this time, Isaac worked quickly to integrate the new galactic terminal into Nifty. This was finished by the second day, and when he was done, Isaac took a look at the cat. Nifty had a great many gadgets within him. Isaac had a lot of spare time over his years on the farm, and Nifty was the main focus of much of it. Thus, everything that comprised Nifty's body was refined to the utmost, perfected in every way it could be. The only thing that would make Nifty better was more advanced technology. Now, there was also the terminal. Isaac had taken apart the terminal and grabbed its core components, using the nanite tech within Nifty's tail to attach the terminal processor and transmitters to Nifty's core systems. Once the hardware was in place, Isaac had Nifty do several diagnostic tests and security wipes in order to make sure the software on the terminal wouldn't corrupt Nifty's own data. Until now, Nifty had been a closed system with no connections to anything. Attaching him to a galactic transmitter was risky business, so Isaac made sure to lock him down with the best quantum security features. He also installed some backup drives and hardware locks, ensuring Isaac could keep Nifty's core programming and file storage safe no matter what software attacks were thrown his way. With that, Isaac had no more worries about things like hacking. Afterward, he had Nifty boot everything up. As that happened, Isaac put on a pair of glasses. The glasses lens flashed, a long line of system dialogue flashing across Isaac's eyes. Then the software booted. Isaac was quick to see the home screen of the terminal. When Isaac wasn't jacked into a computer, he often used something like these glasses to communicate directly with Nifty, not unlike his mother who did the same with her own computers. Nifty had a direct wireless connection to Isaac's neural implant, and he could have the neural implant connect to other things like these glasses. With this three-way connection, Isaac was able to utilize Nifty's systems and control them with his thoughts. The glasses were merely a display that he could look at and read. Seeing everything work properly, Isaac was happy. Grabbing a chair, he kicked back with a drink in hand, sipping it and messing around with the terminal. Soft lights flashed in his eyes, the display changing rapidly according to his thoughts. The software behind the terminal was quickly changed to Isaac's liking. This thing could also access the galactic net, providing Isaac with a vast source of quick knowledge. Though, while shuttling with the fracture drive, no signals could be sent or received. As he did this though, he was interrupted by Anthony, who came walking over. Anthony saw Isaac, who was in a tank top and reclined in a seat in the midst of tons of cargo. He also saw the makeshift workstation that looked like a chaotic mess. Seeing how Isaac was occupied though, Anthony suddenly had a thought and squatted down. He gradually made his way through the cargo, creeping up behind Isaac. Eventually, he came upon the chair Isaac was in. As he was about to strike with a surprise attack though, Isaac's ear suddenly twitched. Out of nowhere, his hand sparked, and with a flick, a small baton of Hardlight was created. Isaac swung his arm and body around, his eyes sharp. Seeing this attack, Anthony was surprised before raising his arm. The baton whacked his forearms, causing them to sting. The next moment though, he went to grab Isaac's arm. Seeing this attempt at a reversal, Isaac's face was blank as pulled his arm out of the way. Then he skillfully brought up his leg, swinging it with a roundhouse kick. "Hey!" Anthony shouted as he bent his body backward, dodging the leg. Right when Isaac's leg came down though, he kicked right back out, hitting Anthony in the chest and causing him to stagger. Isaac smirked as Anthony crashed into a pile of boxes. Once he steadied himself, Anthony scoffed and took a nearby seat. "You're an ass. You forget that I'm better than you at martial arts." Isaac chuckled as he looked at the display in his eye. Anthony crossed his arms. "No, your senses are just better." And my coordination and reflexes. That's because of your power. Honestly though, I don't understand how your nervous system can handle such high electrical activity all the time. Anthony shook his head. Issac's power controlled light and by extension all things electromagnetic. A byproduct was his neurons being much more electrically potent. This made things like his senses much more sensitive and his mental response times much faster. He was also more coordinated since he had control over every muscle in his body. However, this boost in neural activity and sensitivity also came with its downsides. Because Issac was much more sensitive, things like pain would be felt much more thoroughly. Not only that, but if he wasn't careful, he could fry his neurons due to overactivity. His main way to circumvent this was his neural implant, which could dampen his nerves and take on some of the neural load. For him, the neural implant was an essential part of his body. Of course, Anthony wasn't completely aware of all this. After sighing, he gazed at Nifty, who was curled up on a box next to Issac. So are you ready for school? I think I am. Apparently, I have a rather solid foundation already. Of course you do. You've been taught by a level 4 dark technician since you were a teenager. While you don't even have the sheer knowledge of a normal level 2 technician, you've got the intelligence of a level 3 at least. You're already ahead of the game, ahead of even people who have been learning dark tech since they were children. What makes you think that? Issac turned his head curiously. Anthony shrugged. You forget that I have much more practical galactic knowledge than you do. I've long known about the Mantle and have done some studying on it since I had a feeling my father would send me there. At that place, the people who have the greatest technician talent are usually those with level 3 knowledge around the age of 20, and those are people who study from the time they're like 5 years old. That makes up the small minority though, and normally people at that age can only comprehend level 2 knowledge. Is level 2 knowledge really that hard to comprehend? Of course. You think anyone can just understand all that crap? I haven't the slightest idea about how quantum mechanics works, while you seem to know all about it, at least enough to develop your own quantum computer and quantum algorithms or whatever they're called. That's why I stick to flying mechs and increasing my power. I leave that technical stuff to people like you. Huh. Interesting. Yay. You're a scientific freak. Anthony chuckled for a second while Issac pondered. Anyway, that actually brings me to something I wanted to ask. I want you to be my technician when we're at the Mantle. You're the only one I trust with my suit and mech. Of course, you're going to be paid well for your services. Oh. All right. Sweet. Believe me, getting a trustworthy and reliable technician on your side isn't easy. I'm lucky you're here. Also, my father wanted me to tell you that there's no rush to work on those mechs of his. He wants you to gain experience and knowledge since that would help you meet his standard. Even if it takes a few years, he has time. Sure. Hopefully it won't take a few years, but I'll do my best. Issac nodded before his glasses suddenly shut down. I need to talk with my parents. I'll be right back. Issac suddenly mumbled before standing and leaving the cargo bay. Anthony shrugged and hung around, locking eyes with Nifty, who continued to laze around inside a box. Am I supposed to be cultivating? Max's eyebrow raised at the question. Despite not having much of a reaction, his head began to rapidly think. Asphodel talked to you about cultivation? Just a little. She said that she did and was surprised that I didn't. Take a seat. Max motioned over to a table sitting across from Issac. The two faced each other, Max tapping the metal armrest of his chair. Cultivation is a way to grow your soul. Everyone with powers is capable of making their soul stronger, increasing its ability to store and utilize dark energy. Now, the growing period for every soul is between 20 and 25 years. It's usually good to let a soul mature fully before doing anything with it. You're right at the age where you could start cultivating. Okay, but you won't be. Just as Issac was feeling excited about the possibility of cultivating, Max shut him down. Isaac's face dropped. Why not? I'm not gonna lie to you, Issac. There are certain things that happen to you in your childhood. To cultivate requires you to control the dark energy within your soul. Well, let's just say that you're not normal in the soul department. But don't worry. Your mother and I want you to grow, so you'll need to cultivate eventually. But that will happen after you recover. So my soul was hurt? Issac quickly inferred what happened, causing Max to grunt a bit. Sometimes I forget how smart you are. Yes, your soul got hurt. It's been recovering ever since you were a baby. Even now, your power is still increasing, correct? Yes. When that stops, then you can cultivate because your soul will have fully recovered. And please don't ask why your soul was hurt. We can't tell you, and I shouldn't have even told you that much. But I trust you to keep a tight lip about all your secrets. When in doubt, just don't let people know certain bits of information. Keep your cards close to your chest. Your mother is worried about you blabbing about certain things, but I'm not. Can I trust you? Yes. Good. Max nodded, taking a sip of some coffee. It was technically morning for them. We'll be arriving at the Mantle in a few more hours. When you first enter, you'll be completely evaluated. That'll be the time to exercise your acting skills. Also, don't activate your shadow. Pretend as if Hardlight is your only power and as if you're a perfectly normal and ambitious boy. Follow along, answer questions, and we'll handle your placement. All right? All right. Also, just so you know, you're a bit young for this place. You're entering at the end of your generation, so your class will all be older than you and Anthony. They've had more years in the Mantle and to study, but you've got the knowledge under your belt to keep up. Be ready to exercise that brain of yours. Though, because of your younger age, you'll also be one of the more talented ones. Regardless, just keep to yourself and keep your distance from the Hawks. Hawks? You'll know soon enough. Max sighed before taking another sip. With that, nothing more needed to be said. Isaac would have to figure everything out for himself. Since there were only a few more hours left, Isaac went back to his quarters. He had his own room, though it wasn't large. He sat down on his bed, going into thought. Suddenly, he plucked a black crystal from his pocket. It was the one Asphodel gave to him, supposedly something related to cultivating. Silicon? Isaac felt the crystal curiously. Many often talked about dark iron being the most common and valuable material in the universe. It was a kind of dark matter and was the foundation for all dark tech in the universe. But iron was only one of the elements dark matter could form. Technically, all elements could be formed, but their rarities differed. According to what Isaac knew, an element's nuclear stability or its binding energy is what determined its rarity. As iron was the most stable element in the universe, it was the most common dark material. Its uses also ranged wildly, making it extremely valuable. On the other hand, there were a large amount of other materials found as well alongside dark iron deposits. Any element on the periodic table with an atomic number near iron was, while not as common, still prevalent. This crystal was obviously not dark iron, but another dark material. Isaac guessed it was silicon by its feel, but this couldn't be confirmed as dark material didn't radiate light. Only a chemical test would let Isaac know what element the crystal was made from. I wonder what exactly this does. He felt the crystal curiously. While he had never cultivated and was just recently informed that he shouldn't, Isaac was naturally very curious about the soul and cultivation in general. He wondered exactly what this crystal could do to help. Then he suddenly noticed something. The crystal's shape seemed to indicate the ability to plug it into something. Nifty, come here. Isaac mumbled. A couple minutes later, the cat made its way over from the cargo bay, entering Isaac's room. It jumped onto his lap, taking the crystal from his hands. Then, Nifty's tail split in two. One of the tails tapped into the connections on the crystal while the other tail jacked into Isaac's neural interface on the back of his skull. Once the two were connected, Isaac suddenly felt his awareness go foggy. It was like he left his body, the crystal beckoning him out and into space. The surroundings became totally void of sensory information. Isaac lost all his senses and his mind seemed to escape his mortal shackles. This lasted until Isaac began to observe the new place he was in. The space around him now fluctuated with moving energies, flashing tons of different colors and exploding with ribbons of brilliance. It wasn't simply fancy lights. It was unlike anything Isaac had experienced before. An out-of-body experience. He mumbled before looking at himself. He could see every detail of his new body. Or, it wasn't his body, but his soul. He seemed to intuitively understand this as he observed his figure that resembled his physical body. His body was completely white, like it was made of light. Even this white figure showed off the detail of Isaac's body, making him look human yet ethereal. Then he was intrigued. Isaac could see cracks across his soul. They looked pretty bad, almost like cracks in space. They seemed to split open his white soul like lethal wounds. Despite this, the light within him didn't spill out. I guess these are the injuries Dad talked about. But why couldn't I cultivate with these injuries? Am I just not able to? Isaac was curious. Out of nowhere, though, he looked at the space in front of him. Another person had appeared. It wasn't anybody that Isaac personally knew. The big indicator of this was the person's Atrix appearance. The man had crystal hair that flowed with white, like Asphodel's snowy hair. He also had intricate markings across his face and body, standing with an overbearing posture and gazing down upon Isaac like a king. At first, Isaac thought that the person in front of him was actually real. Those eyes flashed with a deep intelligence and wisdom, almost looking through Isaac's soul. But the man didn't speak. Instead, Isaac saw the energy around him fluctuate. It became active and rushed toward his body. The dark energy surrounding the man coalesced within his soul, forming a dense core of dark energy that seemed to become a permanent fixture within his head. The process was complex yet simple. The energy formed a vortex like a black hole that pulled everything into its center. At first the vortex was weak, much of the energy within the soul not following the funnel of force that beckoned it. But over time, the vortex got stronger, and all energy within the soul was pulled into the core of the vortex. From then on, the vortex became permanent and self-sustaining, constantly keeping the core's form. It was then that the man stopped. With that vortex, he could make his power denser and more forceful. In all, the man's dark energy capacity doubled. Isaac was enlightened. This was the purpose of cultivating. To increase one's dark energy storage and give them greater power. After a while though, the man suddenly continued. The power of the vortex increased exponentially and the surrounding dark energy was pulled in. The original core that had formed was vague, barely visible within the soul. But now that core compressed, becoming a tiny black bead. After that, the surrounding dark energy was continually condensed, building upon that black bead. Of course, this required greater vorticular force and it was a slow process. But it happened. At some point, the core went from a bead to a large orb, filling the man's head with pure power and doubling his energy reserves once more. The orb within his head was now completely tangible, like a physical item you could touch. It was a whole other level of power. Finally, the man began to fade away, finished with his demonstration. Isaac now understood what this was. The vision of the man in front of him was meant to display the cultivation method. At first, Isaac only thought he had to copy the cultivation method from what he saw. It didn't seem too difficult. Only he underestimated the crystal that Asphodel gave to him. Suddenly, Isaac felt the dark energy around him move of its own accord. He could feel the power of the crystal and how it began to guide his soul. He felt his own power begin to condense the dark energy within his soul, just as the man did. He could feel all the little details and concepts behind the cultivation method, like information being implanted into his brain. At first, it felt really nice. Just a little bit of energy condensing made Isaac feel like he was increasing his power by leaps and bounds. His soul even seemed eager to condense the energy, forming the vaguest outline of a core in his head. But then Isaac shuddered. The wounds on his soul suddenly flashed, and he was instantly overwhelmed by indescribable pain. Ag! In the real world, Isaac let out a short shout before his body trembled. Then he collapsed, his body involuntarily shuddering. Of course, after immediately sensing something was wrong, Nifty detached the crystal, cutting the connection. Like that, it wasn't more than a second after Isaac's soul reacted that the pain stopped and the guided cultivation ceased. Still, Isaac spasmed a few more times before going still. His heartbeat was erratic, almost threatening to stop. Suddenly, Nifty ate the crystal, the palm-sized object disappearing into its body. Immediately after, the door to Isaac's room was thrown open, Victoria gazing upon her collapsed son. Isaac. Chapter 10, The Mantle. Ugh. When Isaac's eyes opened, he grunted forcefully. An intense pain racked his head. Only it wasn't due to a headache, but his soul. He could still feel the wounds on his soul and how they seemed to eternally stab his mind with invisible knives. Isaac? Can you hear me? Yeah. Isaac barely nodded. After a few seconds, he realized that his body was actually perfectly fine. He could go for a full workout and not agitate the wounds. It was his soul that was wounded and not his body. While it was hard disconnecting the sources of pain, he succeeded a bit. It was enough to face his mother, who looked at him worriedly. Hey, what happened? Did you? I tried to cultivate a bit. I barely moved the dark energy around before I was knocked out with pain. Damn. Victoria didn't seem surprised by the news. Nifty had called Isaac's parents after he passed out and let them know the situation. What she was mad about was the fact that he couldn't cultivate without being hurt. It seemed to confirm one of her fears. I'm so sorry, sweetie. It's fine. Isaac sighed. He knew his father warned him against cultivating for a reason. Only he didn't expect the barrier to be this bad. That pain wasn't something Isaac ever wanted to experience again. That short second of pain felt like days, as if it would never end. So many thoughts of regret and despair had crossed his mind in that short instant, and he genuinely felt like he was going to die. And if that pain had lasted any longer, he would have wished for it. That pain of the soul wasn't something he could ever force himself to bear. So there was only one thing he could do. I just have to wait for my soul to heal, right? Right? Your father and I hope you can heal within the next few years. Souls develop until around 25 years of age. We hope by then the growth of your soul will allow it to heal itself. So 3 years. Issac mumbled, feeling a bit downcast. 3 years was a long time to wait. He wouldn't be able to increase his power at all. While it would increase naturally as he grew, it wouldn't be by much. It definitely wouldn't bring him to the level of that man he saw. He could only wait. There wasn't any way around it. Even Issac knew just how mysterious the soul was. He knew of no galactic organization that ever publicly claimed to be able to affect the soul in a beneficial way. But that begged another question. His father told him that something happened when he was a baby. Issac could only guess that whatever happened led to his soul injury. He had been healing for so long, over 20 years. Just how bad was his soul injury back then? Wait, is this why I always feel pain when I drain my energy? Issac suddenly remembered something else. For as long as he knew, he had been playing with his power, his parents training it to become Hardlight. But he was never able to use a lot of his power, as using enough of it would cause him pain not unlike what he just felt, though many times more watered down. Though Issac found another fallacy in that guess. His mother answered him. That is the reason. Your soul has been healing since you were a baby. Over time, as your soul healed, your power increased simultaneously. Technically, your soul has been both growing and unlocking more of its power. But you've never actually been able to use all of your energy pool due to those injuries. I'd say around 20%. 20% what? You've only ever been able to use 20% of your pool. While that was calculated when you were younger, that shouldn't have increased by much. At most half is what you've been capable of using from our guesses as of recent. Soul injuries are bad, huh? Issac shook his head. He found it amazing how much an injury to the soul could inhibit someone's powers. He found the pain amazing too. It was beyond anything the body could experience. In fact, he had a hard time remembering it, as if his mind had purged those recent memories to protect him. Victoria sighed as Issac collapsed back into his bed. She felt incredibly guilty about the events of so long ago that Issac didn't yet know about. But there was nothing anybody could do. At least now he knew not to cultivate. Wait, what about the mantle? Suddenly, Issac shot back up. He had passed out only a few hours before they were supposed to arrive. Don't worry. You weren't out for that long. We're pulling into Mantle space soon. Really? He was surprised. He thought he would have slept for much longer. Victoria smiled bitterly. Technically, moving your dark energy or cultivating doesn't worsen your wounds, only makes them hurt. The lingering pain you feel can actually be ignored entirely. It's just a reminder from your soul that the wounds are there. The pain doesn't mean anything. So while it hurts more than anything in this universe, it's easy to recover from. Oh. Okay then. Issac could only shrug. Attention. Shuttling sequence disengaging. All hands prepare to enter SDZ space. SDZ? Issac asked curiously as he and his mother walked to the bridge. It's a kind of demilitarized zone. Warships and galactic military aren't allowed to enter within a certain distance of the Mantle. Anything within 100,000 miles is Mantle territory, and only foreign transport ships can move within that space. Of course, any ships, mechs, and equipment with the Mantle tag on them can move about as they wish, armed or otherwise. So the Mantle is its own nation or something? Something like that. You could say that the 3 galactic civilizations have founded a jointly operated federation, one that is separate from yet comprised of the galactic civilization's influence. It's complicated. Issac hummed as a door opened in front of them. They walked onto the bridge. Anthony waved from behind the holographic map. Issac. Look, we're here. I can see that. Issac smiled as he looked out the front window of the bridge. In front of the ship was a large planet, a bit bigger than the farming colony Issac was from. Only, the size of the planet was definitely its least noticeable aspect. This planet had 3 horns on it, massive megastructures that rose from 3 equidistant locations on the planet's equator. The horns curved upward and toward the North Pole, extending into space and acting as a crown. The 3 tips of the horns met far above the North Pole's surface. And in the center of the horns meeting was a small satellite, an orb looking like a moon that rested between the 3. The tips of the 3 horns stopped just before touching the moon, the tiniest gap between them. It was the largest planetary construction Issac had ever seen. While he had seen pictures of it during his research, seeing it through the window of a cruise ship gave him a completely different feeling. He felt like he was standing in the presence of a kingly celestial object. There were some other details, though, that Issac found interesting. For one, the population of the planet was small, only about 2 billion. In the wider galaxy that had been colonized by 3 galactic civilizations, that number was truly tiny. Planets like Earth that acted as a galactic capital had hundreds of billions of residents, with billions coming and going every day. There were trillions across the stars. Throughout the entire galaxy, the total population of all 3 galactic civilizations combined might amount to about 60 trillion. And the Mantle was one of the most prosperous planets in the galaxy. For only 2 billion to be on such an important celestial body was baffling. Then again, not just anybody could even approach this place, let alone reside on it. Issac felt a bit weird, seeing as how he was about to become a student here. Was he really good enough? All right, time to disembark. We'll take the transport ship that all your cargo is on. Cornelius suddenly spoke, snapping Issac out of his reverie. Since galactic militaries couldn't approach the planet, they had to go by transport ship. This was the same ship used to take Issac's family off the farming planet. Since everything was already packed and ready to go, Issac followed his parents onto the transport ship, settling on the bridge. Cornelius and Anthony followed with a few other personnel, officers that would handle any logistics planetside and fly the ship. With that, Issac felt a small rumble as the ship took off. It undocked from the cruise ship and drifted a bit while orienting itself in a particular direction. Issac was confused as it wasn't toward the planet. There are tons of space stations just outside the SDZ. Those things have fracture portals that launch us to the planet. We're going to a human one, Anthony informed Issac as they flew. Sure enough, only a few minutes later they were approaching a huge space station. And it was seriously huge. Issac could see hundreds of thousands of ships constantly leaving and entering the station. Many of these ships were massive, obviously transporting large amounts of cargo. There were also tons of military fleets of both the Mantle and human militaries. This was a checkpoint for everything that was entering or leaving the Mantle. All cargo and persons needed to be checked before entering. And the station was armed to the skin of its teeth, capable of fighting every military fleet present. Issac gawked when he saw railgun platforms the size of carrier ships floating around. The small transport ship was lost in the sea of fleets as it was guided into the checkpoint. They didn't have to wait long before flying into a cylindrical tube that scanned the ship several times over. Cornelius Hale of the syndicated Star Command, welcome to the Mantle. A man's voice suddenly rang out from the terminal of the ship. Cornelius straightened his back. Please state your business, Admiral Hale. I'm here to drop my son and his friend off at school. Understood. We wish you a smooth entrance. Initiating fracture handoff. After the man cut the connection with a chuckle, Issac saw the space in front of the ship warp and crack. The next instant, the ship was launched forward, entering the subdimension. A few seconds later, they exited. Welcome to the Mantle. Max smiled as he looked at the planet. They were now right above the atmosphere, and the transport ship left the station it arrived in. It flew to the base of the Horn megastructure. The 3 horns of the Mantle are each occupied by the 3 galactic civilizations, and they're called the megaliths. But those aren't where you'll be learning or training or competing. The moon at the top is where you'll be doing that. In fact, that's the true Mantle, not the planet below. Cornelius spoke, his words obviously aimed at Issac. Within the megaliths are the residents of the planet. Although the population is 2 billion, only a small fraction of that actually participate and live in the Mantle. You two will be living in the Mantle. The megaliths are for the standard population that make the planet prosperous. Though there are still a great many people who live in the megaliths and once participated in the Mantle. Just forewarning you, almost nobody on this planet is totally normal. Everyone earned their way here through some extraordinary merit. All 2 billion of them. Issac slowly nodded his head. He was sure that those who lived in the megaliths still played an integral part in the prosperity and function of this planet. Without them, the people in the Mantle probably wouldn't be able to focus on their work. Finally, the transport ship landed. It entered the human megalith and docked in a transit hub. All right, you two, listen up. When the docking finished, Cornelius turned around, facing Issac and Anthony with a stern face forged by the military he commanded. Technically, nothing can happen here unless you two first get evaluated and accepted. Issac, if you fail the test, then you're going right back to that backwater farm, your parents possibly not following your sorry ass. Anthony, if you fail, then you can kiss your talented friend goodbye. We didn't bring you here without knowing you could pass, so you better step up and get the job done. After that, you'll get situated where you belong within the Mantle and your first year will begin. Anthony, follow me out first so I can give you a few words. A hatch opened as Cornelius finished, Anthony following him as he left the bridge. Issac was left alone with his parents. He softly asked a question. Are we safe? Yes. Go ahead, sweetie. Victoria smiled. Issac obviously wanted to talk about his secrets. So, can I really not use my shadow during the evaluation? It doubles my mind, which will be useful during this test. That depends. In fact, let's test if you can right now. Max suddenly stepped up, facing his son. Enter the shroud like you did when cultivating. Shroud. That's soul space. It's called the shroud. Cast awareness into your soul and activate your shadow. If you can double your mind without exposing your soul, then go ahead. But if even the slightest hint of your second soul is exposed, then you can't. All right. Issac nodded before closing his eyes. His shadow was his hidden ability. Issac had never been completely sure what it was, but he knew of a few different abilities it had. First, his shadow could double his mind when activated. The shadow was, as Max said, its own soul. So Issac had two minds when it was activated. But because the two souls were also mysteriously connected as one, Issac's shadow was also himself. Same person, two souls, two minds. Additionally, the effects of having two minds that could seamlessly connect with each other was multiplicative of Issac's intellectual ability, not merely summative. Second, his shadow could either split from his body or remained merged with it. Issac would usually double his mind without splitting his shadow off of him. If he did split it, then the shadow could act as an independent body, traveling wherever it wanted and taking in its own sensory information like a normal body. Also, it could vanish whenever Issac wanted, returning to his primary body from anywhere. Third, his shadow couldn't use his Hardlight power. But he could use the shadow as a source of dark energy, supplying his primary soul with it. Issac had never really seen the use of this, but with his recent cultivation trouble, he was finding its value as something like an additional battery. Fourth, anything that happened to one body when separated would happen to the other upon recombination. Issac had discovered this when his shadow got hurt, and upon recombining, the wounds were applied to his primary body. That was a nasty experience. Although Issac called it his shadow, the shadow was actually just another body, another him. While it didn't have any features and only retained the general silhouette of a human, it was still a physical body. Issac had guessed that it was made from dark matter, but he couldn't be sure. Thankfully, because the shadow was him, he could operate it like his normal body when separated. When he was young, there were a great many days when Issac would gallivant around with his shadow while learning in school with his primary body. Unbeknownst to him, this also taught Issac to compartmentalize his thoughts and feelings. He could work hard with his primary body while enjoying himself simultaneously with his shadow, totally ignoring how much he didn't want to do schoolwork. His parents also didn't interfere much. After all, it wasn't normal to have two minds, and they didn't know how to go about controlling such a thing. Knowing all this though, Issac still wasn't sure if his soul doubled when the abilities of his shadow were activated. So he was eager to see the results in the shroud. Within that colorful and mesmerizing space, Issac looked at his soul. He could still see the wounds on his body of light. They were no different from last time. Then, with a thought, Issac's mind doubled. He had done it so many times before, but not while in this state. And nothing was much different. Upon doubling his mind, his hair in the real world turned white, small blue sparks flying between the strands. After that, the shadow appeared beside his body. And in the shroud, a black soul had suddenly appeared, splitting off from Issac's white soul. Right after it appeared, he recombined them. The moment he did, the shadow disappeared from the real world. With that, the two souls were one, and Issac still had his doubled mind. Only there was a faint difference. The wounds on Issac's white soul were filled with black, as if his shadow were sealing them. He found this curious and told his parents about it. Chapter 11, Test. Victoria and Max were curious about their son's description. On one hand, the soul wasn't exactly exposed and the shadow was totally concealed. Just looking at him, other than his white hair, there was nothing that indicated a second soul, body, or power. He looked as he always did, and the white hair could be played off as a result of him activating Hardlight. On the other hand, the shadow soul still had effects on Issac's soul. The wounds on his soul were now filled with black, an exposure of his shadow soul. In that case, it wasn't totally hidden. It shouldn't matter though. Victoria pondered. Max slowly nodded beside her. The point is hiding his shadow. It's not like they can scan his soul and see the wounds or shadow. As far as I'm concerned, his shadow is fully hidden. I sense no other traces of foreign dark energy or power besides Hardlight. If he couldn't combine his souls, then we'd have a problem. But he can. Then we'll assume it's safe. Victoria made the decision, looking at her son. If it's like that, then you can use your double mind. But never activate or deactivate your shadow while in the presence of others. If even the slightest hint of that power leaks, you could be in huge trouble. When in doubt, just don't use it. Am I understood? Yes. Issac nodded. He knew he absolutely couldn't expose his shadow. If he were found to possess two powers, who knew what would happen to him? Victoria stood and hugged her son, giving him a kiss on the forehead. You're entering a new universe now, Issac. We're not disappearing though. You'll be residing in the Mantle, but we'll be here as well in the megalith. Since you're jumping into the wider world, we've decided to step back into it too. We'll be working closely with Cornelius, though he's going to be off-planet with the SSC. Anyway, don't hesitate to talk to us with your terminal or come see us. All right. Issac nodded before standing. Victoria beckoned him out of the ship, the hatch opening and letting them descend. They walked onto the landing platform in the port of the human megalith. Anthony smiled when he saw Issac emerge. Ready? We'll see when I take this test. You'll do fine. You're one of the smartest people I know. Anthony smacked his shoulder while Cornelius let out a deep breath. All right, you too. We can't go with you to the Mantle, but we can take you there. Let's go grab a transit car and head out. We'll be there within the hour. Saying that, the tall man led the group away, the ship waiting on standby. There were thousands of transit depots at the ports, so they easily got a flying car. The destination for the Mantle was set and they flew off at speeds Issac's truck could never compare to. Issac gazed out the window as they flew. From the atmosphere, the megalith just looked like a giant demon horn, and the only special features were the massive energy structures that made it glow with complex lines. Other than that, it was totally encased, not exposing the city within. But inside, the story was completely different. Issac could see out into space despite the closed structure. The megalith was see-through and it seemed to magnify the colors and beauty of the universe around it. The images of nebulae exploding with color, stars raging with light, and comets leaving trails of icy dust in their wake filled the eyes of all observers with cosmic wonder. And below was the massive city expanse. The megalith was curved and odd shape compared to the simply spherical planet. But gravity was always pointed to the ground of the megalith, and the city was built with the tops of spires pointing toward the depths of space. The city spanned the entire megalith, and the buildings under 100 meters in height were the minority. The tallest buildings reached miles into the sky, poking to the limits of the megalith's ceiling. Neon lights and streaks created by flying cars colored the city at all times, the vibrance showing off the prosperity of the hundreds of millions that lived within. Some structures were huge rings that rotated like a Ferris wheel. Others spiraled like a double helix, resembling the structure of DNA. Some actually floated, places Anthony called the floating islands. Issac even saw a huge metal giant whose body contained various factories, the structure standing tall like a valiant warrior. The endless variety made it seem like one could never experience the entirety of the city in their life. The longer they flew, the more interesting things Issac saw. He could pick out tiny details that made him all the more fascinated, like how trash cans used portal technology to transport garbage to an incinerator, or how people could fly through the sky with special suits. Everything was luxurious and innovative, as if every human within needed to display the most eye-catching functions of their tools. The most prosperous planet in the galaxy. It truly deserved this title. Nothing here was cheap or dull. Issac was slightly overwhelmed. He had never felt such wonder as he did now. All his life he had lived on a farm. The most complex machines he ever touched were the gadgets he made for his pilot suit as well as Nifty. Everything else consisted of automated farm equipment, and those were pieces of trash compared to anything he could conjure in his mother's lab. He had never known anything beyond what he had built with his own hands. The sights here made shivers go down his spine. In only a few days, he went from seeing endless swaths of farmland to planetary structures. Everything here was a shock to his system. The images and videos on the galactic net couldn't compare to experiencing a single ride in a flying car. Nobody disturbed Issac as his nose was glued to the window the entire ride. He didn't even notice when they arrived. Anthony had to drag him out. Listen up. Cornelius stepped in front of them, looking between these two friends. Anthony and Issac had been friends since birth. Cornelius had high hopes for this duo. Though Issac couldn't seem to concentrate as he kept gazing back at the vast city beyond. This is the relay to enter the Mantle. Cornelius pointed behind him. There were portals that lined the area, and one was specifically and obviously designated for newcomers who would take the test. Enter that portal and follow their directions. Neither of you is stupid enough to cause unnecessary trouble, and I'm sure you'll handle yourselves fine. They don't make things difficult. However, from here on out you'll be in the presence of all three galactic civilizations. You'll be faced with the Xandran and Atrix. From now on, as a human, you represent your entire race. I'm not saying to take on the role of hero, but keep your heads up, shoulders back, and carry yourselves properly. You don't bow down to anyone, and you'll do your best to become the best you can be. Beyond the portal is the most competitive environment in the galaxy. Nothing but the best is accepted there. So go and prove you're one of them. Anthony nodded with a fiery spirit. His father was his idol, though he didn't show it often. Now more than ever did he want to prove his ability. There was no better place to do so. After a wave, Issac and Anthony stepped away, walking toward the portal. Issac gradually pulled his gaze away from the city behind, instead looking ahead where there were hundreds of others striding to the portal. They followed the crowd, and with a step they vanished within a flash of light. They had entered the Mantle. The duo reappeared not long after. They were placed into a huge plaza with floors of metal and mechanical segments. The walls around them twisted with technological components. The most eye-catching things around them, though, were the people. For the first time, Issac gazed upon a Xandran with his own eyes. The Xandran were humanoid, but that's about where the similarities with a human stopped. They had fleshy skin like humans, but their skin was ash gray as if stained by carbon. In certain places around their body, like their thighs, chest, shoulders, and any other flat surfaces, was hardened skin. This hardened skin looked like dark, polished obsidian, appearing like subdermal plating. These armored areas didn't protrude though, so it gave them a very sleek and natural-looking armor as if the skin had hardened to bone. All of them were naturally large too. They usually stood a head above all other humans in Atrix, their average height being several inches taller. Their muscles all bulged with strength, and their fingernails grew to become sharp claws. Finally, the neck and up were where they most differed. The Xandran's neck had many flaps of skin, the flesh of the flaps acting as sensory organs for smell. The head of the Xandran looked very alien. The front of their faces was flat, having no nose and lips that barely covered their sharp teeth. Their ears were also non-existent, and their chins were hardened with their obsidian-like armor. Their pointed jaws led up to their literally hard heads with no hair. Like the rest of their body with armor, the skin around their skulls was almost completely hardened. The only parts of their heads that weren't hardened were the areas around their eyes and mouth. Their fleshy skin darkened when merging with their natural armor, creating cracks and streaks across their face. Their eyes were also one solid color with no pupils or the like. All of this made them look incredibly ferocious, and the humans around them naturally put up their guard. It was like seeing a wolf in the wild. Compared to the soft and mushy humans, the Xandran were natural-born warriors. Only Issac knew that humans only looked soft and squishy on the outside. Humans had bones of iron, and their endurance was extremely high. Their muscles were also compact, able to exercise strength that wouldn't lose out to the Xandran. Only the skin was easily subject to damage, but even then it made up for that in regeneration. To some extent, humans could regenerate entire limbs. Their organs were efficient and tough, and their immune systems could fight virtually any disease. Even if a human fought a Xandran barehanded, they could fight through that tough armor of theirs with their strong metal bones. It would be painful when the skin broke on their fists, of course, but it could be done. Humans could adapt to any environment, and it was hard to kill one. If a human wasn't killed, they could heal and come back again and again. So while the Xandran were wild, ferocious, and deadly, humans were tenacious. Though Issac had to admit that Xandran still had a natural advantage with that armor of theirs. Above all though, even with their brutish looks, Issac knew that the Xandran were incredibly smart, just like humans. There was a reason they occupied a third of the galaxy and could claim their place in the universe as a galactic civilization. That couldn't be done with sharp nails or skin armor. Then there were the Atrix. Issac immediately thought of Asphodel, but unfortunately he found that these Atrix didn't look even half as beautiful as her. This wasn't to say they were ugly though. Even Anthony was enraptured by their hair that took on various colors like blue, green, red, yellow, purple, black, and more. It was very dynamic compared to humans and their basic black, brown, or blonde hair. Their skin was still the biggest indicator of their race though. That vibrant red and pink captured everyone's eyes unintentionally. Only Issac was curious when he saw their faces. Asphodel had white markings around her eyes and forehead, looking like someone drew on a tribal design of some sort. But none of these Atrix had that. Other than that, as Issac established upon first meeting Asphodel, the main difference between Atrix and humans was the hair and color of their skin. Everything else was almost identical besides the organs and genetics and such. Both Anthony and Issac took a while to observe the people around them. In this time though, the duo saw a drone fly up to them. It was a flying robot ball with a large eye on its front. There were several of these drones scanning the people in the plaza. The drone scanned them, letting out a human yet slightly robotic voice. Anthony, Hale, and Isaac Exos. Your arrival is expected and testing scheduled. Please head to testing area 3 and speak to the clerk for further instructions. All right, Anthony responded, and the robot flew away to scan others. Looking up, there were a couple dozen signs pointing to different testing areas. They easily found area 3 and followed the signs. The place was very straightforward. After a bit of walking, the crowds began to thin. At some point, they walked through a hall and arrived in another small plaza. Here, there was a large desk and several clerks behind it. They were all robots. Anthony and Isaac jumped in the short line, only spending a few minutes before stepping forward. Anthony, Hale. Our records and submission details indicate that you're testing to be a mech pilot. Correct? Very well. Please enter the door on the right. You will undergo the entrance exam after being guided to the testing area. Okay. Good luck. The robot waved him off, and Isaac stepped up next. Isaac Exos. Our records indicate that you're testing to be both a dark technician and mech pilot. Yes. Then please enter the door on the left. You will first be tested as a dark technician before being tested as a mech pilot. All right. Good luck to you. With a nod, Isaac turned and headed to the door on the left. Several others watched as he left. Isaac opened the door and saw the entrance to another portal. He walked through it, quickly appearing in another room. This room contained dozens of capsules arranged as if they were school desks. A robot quickly appeared in front of Isaac. It was another flying ball. Please enter an empty capsule. All tests are standardized regardless of age. Good luck. With that, Isaac found an empty capsule, entering it and shutting the door. He took a seat as a screen in front of him lit up. The capsule automatically detected who he was. Without much suspense, the test started. Being a dark technician wasn't much different from being a standard engineer or scientist. It required a vast knowledge of physics, mathematics, engineering, material science, and more. Of course, high-level technicians were specialized in specific areas. For instance, a technician who could create weapons for mechs might not be able to create a conversion core. As knowledge got more advanced, one usually couldn't study multiple areas. But at Isaac's level, he was required to know certain foundational knowledge about everything. This was a test about all things science, covering everything that had to do with being a dark technician. Although standard science was only a part of the equation. The rest was the unique field of dark physics. Dark physics detailed the properties of dark energy and dark matter. This knowledge was crucial in order to wield the abilities of dark iron and people's powers. When a person became stronger, growing their power to catastrophic levels, more precision and enigmatic configurations of dark material was needed in order to channel that power through technology like mechs. With this precision, one could power devastating weapons of all kinds. In fact, only mechs could bring out the full power of Echelons, the superhumans of the universe. The human body, or any other body, couldn't channel and handle the devastating power brought to them by the soul and dark energy. Isaac was weak and blew up his hands with his power. And there were many others who were far stronger. The flesh was weak. Dark technicians were responsible for applying science to powers, building machines and weapons that could channel those powers. Like quantum mechanics, dark physics was a very unique field of study. Not everyone could even begin to study it. In fact, it was widely understood that those with powers had an advantage when learning dark physics, perhaps because of the dark energy within their soul. Isaac was one of the few who understood both quantum mechanics and dark physics. If anything, he was most proficient in quantum mechanics. It was a field of study that he loved to dive into, and he was always able to understand it deeply. Dark physics was his second favorite. The test he took gave him questions of all types. Every question became endlessly complex, taking several minutes to complete a single one. And with every question, the test only became harder. Luckily, the system at least told him if he got questions wrong. Other than that though, Isaac quickly realized he needed to settle in for a long haul. Before he knew it, an hour passed and he still wasn't done. By this point though, Isaac was immersed in the test. It wasn't like it was enjoyable. Crunching numbers and racking his mind for theoretical knowledge wasn't exactly fun. But due to the place he was in and the high expectations, he put forth his full effort. With the concentration of two separate minds, Isaac completed questions at seemingly slow but actually fast rates. Soon enough, 4 hours had passed. He was actually allowed short breaks to eat or relax, but he never stopped the test, just crunching through every question as if he liked it. The entire time he was biting his tongue, the tip sticking out between his lips in sheer focus. Wait, is that Mom's equation? Suddenly, Isaac's eyes widened. He looked at the question in front of him. There was a long and complicated dark physics equation on it. He immediately recognized it. Victoria had taught Isaac a lot. Her theoretical knowledge was extremely deep, and ever since Isaac became a dark technician in training, his mother had imparted everything she could. At the time that they left, she still hadn't taught him everything. The equation in front of him, though, was one of her pride and joys. She said that she had created the equation herself, and it supposedly paved the way for a new field in dark physics called filtering. Basically, with this equation and the proper materials, one could construct a dark energy filter that made a person's dark energy more docile and smooth to work with in exchange for a bit of chaotic runoff. Isaac had used this equation extensively since his dark energy was dense and could get out of control. This filter calmed it, turning it from a spraying hose to a smooth-flowing river. In turn, this allowed him to flow his energy much faster, emptying his energy pool extremely quickly. And because he was so familiar with it, all questions related to it were completed faster than any others. Finally, 6 hours passed. It was only then that the test ended. When Isaac was notified that the last question had been completed, he was a bit dazed. Ugh, he grunted, sinking back into the chair. He was quite tired. Though, because of his two minds, he still had energy left even after all that. After relaxing for several minutes, Isaac climbed out of the capsule. The flying robot ball drifted over to him at that time. You have completed the test with flying colors. Congratulations! You have been officially admitted to the Mantle as a dark technician. Now, proceed to the mech pilot testing area and undergo your second test. All right. Isaac smiled in happiness, though his dull voice spoke of his tiredness. Chapter 12, Rating. After getting directions from the robot, Isaac made his way to the next testing area. He was placed into a small testing room by himself. In front of him was a large platform, and surprisingly, it held his pilot's suit. My suit. Mech pilots are tested and divided according to one criterion. A voice echoed right as Isaac got curious. In the room appeared another person, a large man who looked like a soldier yet seemed to really not want to be there. When he found that he was shorter than Isaac, though, he straightened up a bit. The most important aspect of a mech pilot is their power. Your power determines your echelon ranking and your ability to influence nature, for good or bad. Here, your power will be tested and classified. Be sure to answer all of my questions honestly. Now, you will first tap into our standard emission gun and inject your power into it. After a few small tests there, you will step into your pilot suit, demonstrate your primary power manifestation, and then do a power dump. First, the emission gun. The man pointed to a table that held a single mounted gun. Isaac walked over to it, sitting in the seat. The man grabbed a black cord hanging off the gun and handed it to him. Insert this into your neural interface. Isaac just hummed and did as he said. The jack connected to the port on the back of his head at the base of his skull. Isaac didn't feel any different, though he could sense another passage to direct his energy into. Now inject your power. The gun will automatically fire. Don't worry about its low power or efficiency. Okay. With a nod, Isaac controlled the dark energy within him. It streamed through his neural interface and into the weapon. The gun glowed with a dull blue color before letting out a beam. The target across from the gun was incinerated by the beam, the metal surface glowing yellow with heat. The man's eyebrow raised. Again. Flash. Again. Flash. Isaac input his power every time he was asked to fire. He did this 5 times. Each time Isaac did it, he needed to control the manifestation of his power. As Isaac had learned over the years, there were 2 states of dark energy. The first state was its pure state, in which it didn't have any special attributes. When dark energy was within a person's body, it existed in this state. After all, if the power manifested within the body, it would kill the hosts. As soon as the dark energy exited the person's body, though, it manifested with the person's power. Only there were 2 different ways one could make their power leave their body. Isaac's power was dense and concentrated, so the power was directed along his nervous system. In this case, the only way he could extract his power was through the neural interface made of dark iron. The dark iron acted as a medium for dark energy to travel along and not manifest with its power. With that interface, Isaac could jack into machines like his pilot suit and this emission gun and stream his power to them. His power would then manifest within the machine, allowing it to be controlled and directed outward. However, there was another way for people to emit their powers. That was through dark fields. A majority of those with powers produced dark fields. These were fields of dark energy that extended one's ability to manifest their power beyond their body, like some kind of aura. This way, those with dark fields didn't need a neural interface to extract their power. They could wield them like magicians. However, those who produced dark fields were actually weaker. The field was created as a result of their power being less dense and concentrated. This meant the power was weaker. On the contrary, those with dense and strong powers couldn't create fields as their dark energy was compressed into their nervous system. So while those born with stronger powers relied on their neural interfaces, it was worth the expenditure. Additionally, only those with no dark field and a neural interface could become mech pilots. Others weren't strong enough to warrant an entire mech. It went without saying that every mech pilot in the Mantle had a neural interface. Those with dense powers represented the pinnacle of potential. As Issac streamed his power into the emission gun, his power would manifest inside what was known as a conversion core. The conversion core was responsible for manifesting dark energy in systematic ways, preventing it from going berserk and destroying the weapon. It was the most important part of any weapon or machine that handled powers. Issac could control how his power manifested inside the conversion core. He usually used Hardlight, but this emission gun didn't allow for that. So he simply created pure beams of light and electricity. His power was controlling anything electromagnetic, which included all photons and their forms. Issac would extract energy from the photons or magnetic fields around him, supplying his manifestation that way. Just shoving dark energy through a tube didn't guarantee its effects, but Issac had great freedom in how he manifested his energy. He could take from heat sources giving off infrared radiation. He could tap into magnetic fields. He could tap into visible light. He could tap into radio waves and X-rays. Any source of electromagnetic radiation could attribute his dark energy and give it special effects. For instance, some of his shots through the emission gun weren't seen, though they had their effects on the target. After firing those 5 shots, Issac stopped. Then, the man had him step into his pilot's suit. "Now, I want you to use your power as you normally would. Show me how you usually manifest it." "Sure." Issac didn't hide anything. With a wave of the hand, sparks flew and formed an object. The object was a small blue statue, and it resembled the mantle that Issac saw when flying here. He handed it to the man, who grabbed it and nodded curiously. He felt the object that was very light and glowed like blue glass. Then he raised his arm, throwing it straight at the floor. Crack! The statue cracked, a few pieces shattering and dispersing into motes of light. Issac didn't mind. This was just testing the properties of his power. Then the man asked all sorts of questions about the power. Issac gave him all the details of Hardlight, performing a few other smaller demonstrations. After he was satisfied, the man directed Issac's attention elsewhere. "Now you will inject all your power into this conversion core. This will be taking a measurement of your sheer destructive potential, otherwise known as your yield. The more power you can inject, the better. This means don't hold back." "Okay." Issac obeyed. In front of him was a large conversion core constructed of high-purity dark materials and connected to all kinds of energy siphoning devices. Issac touched the core and his power streamed into his pilot's suit. It was directly streamed into the core, and his arms began to spark and glow with blue flashes. The man watched as Issac frowned and injected all the dark energy he could muster. The siphoning devices became red-hot as they extracted all the raw energy. Other than that, though, there were no sounds or indications of the chaos inside the conversion core. This lasted a mere minute, after which Issac let out a groan and backed off. His soul stung with pain after using so much of his dark energy. "Are you done?" "Yes." "Oh." The man was stunned for a bit, but just shrugged. He almost looked disappointed in Issac's performance. After sighing, the man grabbed a device. It was a card, and a display flashed on it with lines of data. He didn't read it, instead handing it directly to Issac. Issac ignored the non-physical pain and received it. "Congratulations. You're now a certified mech pilot. Your classified power, along with all your other details like clearance, yield, and level, are all listed on there. That card contains a unique identity tied to you and you alone. Connect it with your neural interface and you'll unlock the results of your tests. After that, the card is yours. Don't lose it." "Thank you. Take off your pilot suit and we'll take care of it. After you leave, you should receive further directions from that card of yours." Issac nodded a bit laboriously, obviously tired from the test and drain of his energy. After he took off the suit, the man let him out and Issac made his way to a wide open plaza. After appearing, he grabbed a small cord on the card and jacked it into his neural interface. Words flashed in his vision and on the card. Profile. Name, Issac Exos. Age, 22. Clearance, confidential. Technician rating, Level 3, Theoretical, 3. Generation 13 ranking, 99. Power, Force type, Electromagnetic Manipulation. Specialty, Hardlight. Description, the ability to congeal light into solid mass. Can form virtually any object depending on imagination and computational ability. Scale depends on sheer power and control. Echelon types, Catastrophe, Auxiliary. Catastrophe rating, Personal, Division 4. Yield, 11,074. Auxiliary rating, Beta. Issac was impressed by all the different details. Just from those tests, they had actually determined that Issac had an ability that could freely manipulate the electromagnetic force. They also accurately described Hardlight, though he was sure it was only a neat trick to them. His clearance was raised to confidential. This was technically a level below his technician rating, which was at level 3-. Though Issac wasn't sure what the minus sign meant or what the theoretical rating meant. Maybe it was just a more specific division. As for his catastrophe rating, Issac wasn't sure what the criteria to hit certain levels were. He also didn't know how good his yield was. That yield represented his fullest power output. He would have to measure against others to find out where he stood. Then there was the auxiliary rating. Issac wasn't sure what this was, so he tapped the card, prompting a definition to appear. Auxiliary rating, a rating of a power's utility disregarding destructive or supportive ability. There are 4 auxiliary classifications. From least to greatest, they are Beta, Alpha, Zeta, Omega. Each subsequent rating is determined by the effort required to contain the power and, by extension, the user who controls the power. Beta means that a power can be easily contained given mild effort by unorganized forces at the same power level. An alpha rating means that large organized effort and a general understanding of the ability are required to contain it. Those with Zeta ratings are those that take the largest scale efforts by those of a higher power level and a deep understanding of the ability in order to contain it. Omega-rated powers cannot be contained except by galactic military efforts. Issac read the definitions and was surprised. The ratings were rather broad, but the concept of containment was interesting. Technically, all powers that were used with utility in mind were auxiliary powers. Issac's Hardlight fell under the lowest auxiliary rating. After all, it wasn't much more special than generating objects. Something like invisibility would likely have a higher rating. Maybe I should try and make myself invisible. I can control light, after all. Issac thought to himself before looking at the final piece of information on his card. Generation 13 ranking. What does 99 mean? Like, the 99th percentile? Man, I thought I did well on the test. Guess I'm stupid when it comes to this place. Issac let out a depressed sigh. He was at the bottom of the barrel in his generation. He wasn't that surprised since he just got here and was younger than the normal age of entry, but he was still hoping to do better. He had thought himself at least somewhat prepared. Well, at least I got in. I can slowly climb from here on out. Beep. At that moment, Issac heard a rapid beeping sound. He looked at his card that had new words on it. In 2 hours, I can proceed to my new residence. I get a house? That's nice. The Omega residential area. Sounds fancy. I guess I can explore until then, huh? Issac looked around while mumbling. Many of those around him were cheering with friends, celebrating their admission. However, the number of people in the plaza was far fewer than the plaza Issac had first appeared in. Obviously, many didn't pass. At first, Issac thought he could message Anthony. On second thought, though, he didn't mind having a bit of alone time. With that, he walked off in a random direction. Issac exited the plaza, entering the true Mantle for the first time. When he looked up, though, he was stunned. An inverted world. The Mantle itself was a moon atop its mother planet. It went without saying that the place was massive. However, Issac did not expect that the Mantle was actually hollow. The buildings on the ground all faced the center of the moon instead of a standard planet where buildings would face outward towards space. When Issac looked above him, he could see the opposite side of the moon, another land filled with massive buildings like the one around him. The place was even more exotic than the megalith, and despite being covered in forests of skyscrapers, there were also natural areas that contained lakes, rivers, mountains, and exotic forests. In the center of the Mantle was a miniature star that shone light on all surfaces of the inverted world at the same time, simultaneously producing a repulsive gravitational field that kept everyone grounded. All the buildings seemed to be competing for who could reach the star in the center, rising up several miles in height. Flying cars and even small spaceships flew around the inverted world. Issac even saw massive mechs flying alongside them, the rocket boosters on their backs creating streaks in the sky. In this place, there was no single place that stood out. That was because they were all so fantastically huge and grand that Issac couldn't differentiate them. Just like when he flew over the megalith, he was overwhelmed. But after looking for a while, he noticed a few places that were just a step above the others. The first was a single large castle. The castle looked both high-tech yet medieval. It was also seriously huge. The top of the castle was 20 miles tall and it covered an area the size of 3 large cities combined. Issac could see ships, flying cars, and mechs buzzing around this castle like flies. That castle was the largest single building in the Mantle, covering a wider area than all others. It was located across the world from him, yet with its grand appearance, he could see it easily. The second eye-catching structure was actually a series of structures. Issac could see a patch of land that was dotted with a few hundred large islands. On these islands that floated a few miles above the surface were mansions, obviously a residential area. These islands were arranged in a spiral staircase pattern, with each subsequent island being higher than the other. There were actually 13 of these spiral island formations and each had 100 islands that spiraled several miles high. Issac sighed in awe. He wished he could live on one of those islands. Compared to his previous farmhouse, it would be a huge upgrade. Other than these 2 places, Issac saw thousands of other large-scale constructions. Everything from factories to research institutions filled the Mantle. This was a place of the greatest innovation and technological competition, so naturally it had the best facilities in the galaxy. And now, Issac was a dark technician and pilot at the Mantle. He spent the next 2 hours wandering around the immediate vicinity. Because he didn't have any money or belongings on him, he couldn't pay a flying car to take him anywhere, not that he had a particular destination. At the same time, Issac pulled out his galactic terminal and surfed the net. He grabbed a map of the place after getting into the official database for the Mantle. With his new card and ID, he could get lots of information with a few clicks of the button. They made it really easy for him. Using this information, he was about to look up where the Omega residential area was, but before he could, he got a call. It was from Anthony. "I'm in." Chapter 13, Island/Storm. Issac recoiled a bit at the loud and exciting voice that came from his terminal. "You're loud. I was admitted into the Mantle." "Of course I'm loud." "Wait, you passed too, right?" "Yes. Both technician and pilot tests." "Awesome." Anthony cheered, causing Issac to smile. It really was a great occasion. Anthony suddenly asked, "Hey, where are you?" "Honestly, no clue." Issac spun around where he stood. He had wandered off for a couple hours and all around him were flying cars and buildings. The place wasn't cramped at all, being a wide open and grand landscape that Issac could freely explore with wonder. Only he had no idea where he was located. "Well, share your location and I'll come pick you up. I've already moved into my new residence. It's really nice." "Sure." Issac tapped his terminal a few times and Anthony immediately saw where he was. "What, did you wander off like a headless chicken?" "Pretty much." Issac shrugged, causing Anthony to snicker. After that, it wasn't long before a flying car slid to a stop beside Issac. The hatch opened and Anthony waved from within. "Get in." Issac jumped into the car and it flew away. As Anthony was heavily experienced with flying mechs, he could handle a flying car with ease. It was like how Issac would wildly drive his truck without any problems. The two were quick to fly toward the floating island mansions. The floating islands gradually rose into the sky, but on the surface underneath them were thousands of other houses and residences. See those floating island spirals? There are 13, one for every generation of people who have come through the Mantle. Each generation is 10 years long, and we're in the 13th generation. Of course, we're just about the youngest in our generation, but there's not much we can do about that. Anthony spoke as he flew to the ground level of the 13th island spiral. There, he parked in front of a large house. All around him were other houses. "Welcome to the Zeta Residences," he introduced as Issac stepped out. The house was large and expansive, though not as massive as the mansions that had their own islands. Anthony strolled into the house with a high chin, smiling broadly the entire time. The house was incredibly modern. Marble constructions with hints of mechanical hardware and power lines that pulsed with glowing energy. The inside of the house was decorated just as a normal house would, with dark wood flooring, a wide living room, an equipped kitchen, and a luxurious master bedroom. It was just a living space. However, Anthony was quick to bring Issac to one special area. "Behold, my mech room." He motioned and entered a large underground chamber. It looked like a bunker, but this bunker was empty. "This is where you can test the functions of your mech." Obviously, there's little space for flying, but there's plenty of space for movement and weapons testing. This is also where modifications and maintenance can be done. Since you're helping me, you'll probably be down here a lot. Anthony smacked Issac on the shoulder, causing him to bob his head. The area was definitely spacious. You just need to get the right tools and I could. That won't be a problem. My father has a fat wallet and I'll be making use of it pretty soon. We'll have all the tools we need. Anyway, where dash? Ring. Anthony's words were suddenly stopped. Both he and Issac took out their terminals. They were receiving calls from their parents. Hello? They picked up, Issac answering the call from his mother. Issac. I'm here. Good. So you passed, huh? I did. Issac answered plainly, but he was obviously stifling his excitement. Victoria chuckled. That's amazing, sweetie. Speaking of, how'd your technician test go? Good. It was long though. How long? 6 hours. My, that is long. Victoria sounded genuinely surprised, though happy. Issac hummed. Yay. By the way, I actually saw your equation pertaining to dark energy filtering. They had a lot of questions about it. Did they? You bringing that up actually helps me a lot. Did you get them all correct? I did. That's my boy. You really do have your mother's smarts. What about your pilot test? It went well. They said that my power is a force type that can manipulate electromagnetism. Issac gave the details that were on his card, causing Victoria to hum. It was why we taught you Hardlight. You should be very proficient with electromagnetic energy now. Just so you know though, your power is one with the highest potential in the galaxy. Force types are extremely rare, though in the Mantle they can be seemingly everywhere. Wow. Issac was surprised. He didn't expect his power to be so great. Though, if manipulating the fundamental force of electromagnetism wasn't great, then he didn't know what would be. Anyway, Victoria drifted off. I'll need to go now, sweetie. Cornelius should be calling Anthony right now. They have their own things to sort out. As for you, we're sending you a sum of money you can use for things in the Mantle. They've already moved all your things to your new residence, so spend some time settling in. Pretty soon, school and classes should be starting up. They're held in that massive castle you should have seen. Don't miss orientation. I won't. Good. After that, mother and son exchanged goodbyes. When Issac hung up, he turned to Anthony, who was already finished with his call. Anthony spoke. I need to go. My father has summoned me. Sure. I'm going to head to my residence too. It should be ready by now. Nice. See you later then. With that, Anthony and Issac left the house. After Issac stepped out and watched Anthony fly away, he tapped his terminal a few times. A few seconds later, a flying car drifted over to him. This was a taxi service with self-driving vehicles. Issac thought he had to pay for it, so he looked around to figure out how. But when he found nothing, he realized something. It's free? That would have been nice to know. Shrugging, he searched for his new address. Let's see. Address. Issac mumbled and tapped his terminal, pulling up a line of code. Omega Residential Area, ranked Island 99. Wait, Island. Issac was confused as the car suddenly took off. It flew straight up and Isaac's eyes widened when it pointed to one of the lowest islands in the spiral. There were 100 islands in each spiral. The car took him to Island 99, second from the bottom. The fact that it took him to an island at all though had Issac baffled. In mere moments, the car opened up and Issac stepped out. Well, it's an island, but where's the house? Looking around, Issac saw nothing but a clearing of dirt in the center of a forest of trees. There definitely should have been a house here, but it was as if they picked it up and flew off with it. It was a very natural place. Most of the islands were much larger than the mansions on them, having all kinds of natural formations. Some had lakes, others small mountains, and some were pure lands of machinery. Isaac's had a forest on it, and he could faintly hear trickling water. Meow. Nifty. After Issac heard a familiar cute sound, he looked over. In the middle of the huge patch of dirt were containers and boxes. A black cat was sitting on top of them, looking at Issac with blue eyes. The cat jumped down at Isaac's call, climbing atop his shoulder and nudging his chin. Haha, good to see you, Nifty. Man, they really left me with nothing but an empty forest, huh? Issac sighed and looked around while petting his cat. There were many sealed-off pipes that had once provided utilities to the previous house, but other than that, there was nothing to work with. Then Issac suddenly walked off in a certain direction. After a bit of scouting with Nifty, he actually found a small river. It wasn't far from the empty plot. Seeing that, Issac rubbed his chin. You know, I wouldn't actually mind building my own house. There are plenty of trees and this river would be nice to work with. If I could tap into those pipes, then I'll have everything I need. Wood from the trees would obviously form the basis for the construction. I'd need to build a foundation. There's also the overall shape. Hey Nifty, jack in and let's map this out. Issac pat the cat's head, causing its tail to plug into his neural interface. Both their eyes flashed, and Issac saw digital lines appear in his vision. Now, time to do a bit of architectural design. Shouldn't be harder than designing quantum chips, right? Saying that, his hands waved. In his vision, lights flashed as three-dimensional objects appeared and arranged themselves. Many looked like logs of wood, while there were also many smaller details like screw joints and load-bearing beams. Without hesitation, Issac dove into a frenzy of design, planning out his ideal house. Back when Issac finished his call with his mother, Victoria hung up her phone. The smile that was on her face when talking with Issac was wiped away, and she gazed deadpan at the men in front of her. Max sat to her side, his eyes closed as if he didn't care. It was like he didn't notice the three other men in the room. Well, now you've heard it. Yes. The man sitting in front of Victoria nodded. He had come here not long after Issac finished his test. He had two reasons for doing so. First was to visit Maximus, a strategic echelon who stood at one of the highest peaks of power. A man like that suddenly appearing out of the blue wasn't something to be taken lightly. The movements of any strategic echelon were supposed to be monitored to some extent. After all, those people could pose a serious threat to entire worlds. The second reason, though, was to question Victoria. Your son showed knowledge of secret clearance and was rated as a level 3 technician. While much of the knowledge was theoretical, we can't overlook the possibility that you taught your son things that shouldn't be taught. This was his concern, and Victoria understood it. Issac was 22 years old, and upon taking his entry test had shown himself capable of understanding secret knowledge. Just learning science was fine, but when it came to certain technologies, there was a gray area that shouldn't be casually tread into. Issac had stepped into this gray area, and his mother was now under suspicion of having given him knowledge she shouldn't have. While it was shocking that he could understand such knowledge at his age, that was of lesser importance than the knowledge itself. Victoria took this in stride, though. She wasn't insulted, but she didn't back down. She kept her chin up as if looking down on the man who questioned her authority. I didn't teach my son anything he couldn't understand. The question isn't if he could, but if he should. I maintain my position. Tell me, what exactly did he show you that has you crawling here like scared little sheep? The avarice equations? Oh. Victoria's brow raised and she showed a little smile. You are familiar with them? Of course. Then you should know that even the low-level equations are secret knowledge. Large-scale applications are top secret. You son should not know them. I can already tell you that this had been a misunderstanding. Victoria smiled wider, causing the man to frown. How so? The avarice equations were developed by Victoria Raylene. Yes. Well, I didn't carry my maiden name into marriage. She smirked at the man, and suddenly he realized the situation. You are Victoria Exos, previously known as Victoria Raylene before I was married to my husband, Maximus Exos. Max opened his eyes at that moment, staring at the man who had quickly dropped his interrogating demeanor. Victoria didn't back off. I am the creator of the avarice equations, and as the creator, I have sole jurisdiction over how I use them. This is guaranteed by the strategic echelon known as my husband. Teaching my son everything about the avarice equations wouldn't violate intellectual law, let alone the shallow dark energy filtering methods he does know. I understand. Do you? Because this matter shouldn't have been handled by an agent such as yourself. She glared at the man, a security agent from the Mantle. Victoria knew that he was in charge of small matters such as detecting cheating in school, or in this case, picking out abnormalities in the testing and admission process for new students. As soon as you saw my son test into the top 100 rankings, you should have reported it to your superior, where it would travel up a few levels before being handled. If you had done that, nobody would have disturbed me because they would have had the intelligence to find reasons for his advanced knowledge and the clearance to see my identity, the source of the advanced knowledge. But you didn't, so you prematurely jumped on the case like a little hound. And so, in exchange for your oversight, you've earned yourself a demotion to work security in the megalith. But I dash. Please leave before I have my husband toss you out himself. Victoria finally looked away, gazing at her nails as if they were more important than entertaining this agent. After seeing Maximus glare at him with an obvious threat, the agent scowled and marched out of the house, leaving the couple alone. When they closed the door behind them, Victoria let out a humph. Max just smiled at her, his previous hostility vanishing. She's back. Shush. I just can't stand these idiots who jump at every opportunity to attack someone. Can't they just let my baby do great things? and to storm into my new house with such arrogance. It's been all of 7 hours. At least give me a day to settle in. Victoria's hands flailed, obviously angry at the disturbance. Max sighed at her words, though. To think he jumped straight to the rankings. Even with your teachings, I didn't think he could do it. He's at the bottom, though, and given a few more years, more will enter. If it had been a year later, he might not make it onto the list. But now that he's here, I know he'll be able to maintain his ranking. Everyone else in Gen 13 is older than him and Anthony. That kid also got highly ranked. He's in a Zeta household. And that's off of his pure power. Well, he is a force type. Gravity can be a deadly weapon with the right tech. Issac is a good technician for him. Victoria fell back into her seat. A few moments later, though, she rose back up. Oh, we need to call that stupid security administrator. You're not actually holding a grudge against that agent, right? Of course not. I just need to make sure they know that Issac isn't to be messed with. So long as they keep their dirty paws off my baby, there will be no problems. Fine, fine. Even in the Mantle you like to wave around that iron hand of yours. Hey, someone has to keep these people in check. These security administrators obviously can't. She shouted and Max dialed a number. With that, a few waves were set off in the administrative sector of the Mantle. The creator of the avarice equations had returned to her stomping grounds. And she had a son taking Generation 13 by storm. Meanwhile, said son had finished designing his dream house. Chapter 14, Construction. In Issac's vision, there was a large and complex construction. The house he designed, due to the primary available resource being wood, was a cabin. The cabin has its primary living areas to the left of the river. There was also a section of the house that rose and extended over the river. Issac had thought it would be cool to give this water source a room of its own, maybe making it a pool room. Everything else he would need was situated to the side, and he even planned an underground area like what Anthony had. The actual design process didn't take that long. What was tedious was the engineering for all the corners, joints, and connections between the wood he would be using. He couldn't have his house falling apart with a gust of wind, so everything would need to be secure. After designing everything and getting an accurate count of the construction items he needed, he actually placed an order for them. Things like screws, nails, metal plating, and more. As for the tools, he could just make his own. Well, better get started. Issac mumbled before changing into a pair of casual clothes. Then he walked to a nearby area of the forest away from his designated construction site. Issac didn't know about different types of wood, but quick galactic net searches by Nifty provided him with easy data. The trees on this island were a kind of softwood that was strong yet lightweight, perfect for wood construction and carpentry. Not only that, but the trees were tall and wide, making the sheer amount of wood available to him abundant. Genetically modified blue atlas cedar trees. A bonsai variant too. A tree with blue-green needle leaves, light brown sapwood, and near-black heartwood. I want the heartwood primarily for construction. Guess that makes things easy. I'll have to calculate the wood I need as I get it since the heartwood concentration can vary between trees. Though it says the taller ones are generally older. I want them instead of the younger ones. Issac lifted his hand as he found a tree deep in the forest. The next moment, electricity sparked along the dark iron modifications in his palms. An axe was created from Hardlight. Issac knew the blade of this axe was extremely sharp, so he didn't need to feel it. Stepping up to the tree, he swung. Chop! The axe buried itself in the side of the tree, cutting through 5 feet before stopping. Issac ripped the axe out before swinging several more times. With the extremely sharp Hardlight that had a blade edge the width of a few atoms, Issac could chop through thick wood so long as he put his back into it. A bit of grunting and chopping eventually created a large divot in the tree. Going to the opposite side, Issac finished the job. With a single chop, the tree began to collapse under its own weight. Issac heard the loud cracks and saw the 40 tall trunk tilt. Timber. Thud. The tree fell among its brethren, hitting the ground with a shockwave that swept up piles of leaves. Issac smiled and clapped. Now I just need to move this wood. I'll do that after chopping some more. Hey Nifty, go grab my pilot suit. Meow. The cat answered with a cute sound, trotting off as Issac moved on to the next tree. When the cat came back a few minutes later with the suit, Issac had cut down a couple more trees. His axe made quick work of the wood. Issac finally stopped after cutting down 10 tall and old trees. After checking them all, he found that they all had large heartwood cores, making them perfect for his construction needs. He had worked up a sweat too. Issac took off his shirt before looking at the pilot suit that Nifty sat on the shoulder of. Hey cat, have that thing start carrying back some of these trunks. I'll carry some too. It'll be my workout. Meow. The cat assented before moving the pilot's suit. Issac conjured some chains and spikes that he handed to the suit. With those chains and spikes for anchors, the suit was able to drag the trees off to the site. Issac chained a trunk too, but when he pulled, he found that the tree was impossible to just drag by himself. I'm stupid. Shaking his head, Issac went and chopped off all the branches. He then divided the trunks into segments that he could drag. Each of these segments were still extremely heavy though, a couple 100 pounds, and Issac had to give full effort to sling a chain over his shoulder and drag one. The cut-down trees were about 250 meters from his planned house site. So Issac had to drag heavy tree segments 250 meters. After a few minutes of dragging, he finally made it, his breathing labored and his shoulders sore. Damn. I'm out of shape. Issac let out a loud shout. Beside him, Nifty was dragging back its third tree trunk. Issac looked over and scowled. Damn it. You know that suit gets energy from me, right? You're not special. Meow. Hey, I still have a soul ache from earlier too. Just let me get my workout in. I'll get 2 trees worth. You get the rest. With that, Issac trudged back off. He dragged back the next segment with just as much difficulty, though he did so faster. Nifty got another 2 trunks in that time, making Issac feel dejected. By the time Nifty had collected 8 of the tree trunks, Issac was able to drag all the segments of a single one over. He then moved on to the second batch of segments. It was an hour later that Issac finally fell to his knees. The last segment had been dragged, placed among the rest of the trees. His body was dripping sweat, his shoulder was bruised, and his hands were tender. Issac had done a lot of manual labor on the farm, so this much wasn't difficult to put himself through. He was still really tired though. That was an entire day's work, what he just did. The day wasn't over though. Issac caught his breath for a bit before raising his head. If I work quickly, me in the suit should be able to at least lay the foundations of this house by the end of the day. Alright, let's keep going. Picking himself up, Issac began doing proper construction. He already had the layout. He had constructed the virtual house of standard-sized pieces of wood, and he had a list of materials he needed to complete the entire thing. And tools he needed like saws, hammers, screwdrivers, or shovels could be conjured by him with Hardlight. Not only that, but his order for construction supplies had come in only an hour after he bought it, delivered specially by a drone. There were boxes of screws, metal joints, glue, and other various tools that were more permanent and couldn't be created by Hardlight. With that, he got to the first order of business. Issac conjured a shovel, giving it to the pilot suit controlled by Nifty. After making his own, he got to digging holes for the foundation posts. The suit was able to dig 3 deep holes before Issac even finished his first. Only after much sweat did he eventually finish. Issac planned to create the main house before doing anything auxiliary like the pool room, so he made 10 holes in a 4x6 rectangle formation. Then he got to cutting the trunks. He cut the trunks to produce a rectangular piece of wood, each one precisely measured by Nifty and cut by Hardlight saw. The foundation posts were made of heartwood and were 8 meters tall. 2 meters would sink beneath the ground in the hole and 6 meters would be above ground. It was only after Issac set the first post that he realized how tall it was. Should I plan for a second floor? You know what, tall ceilings aren't bad either. Shrugging, he continued. With Nifty, Issac quickly planted all 10 posts. When this was done, he looked up, wiping the sweat off his brow. The miniature star in the center of this inverted world had glowed a bright yellow, giving the place natural sunlight. At some point though, it began to change color. Over the course of an hour, the star changed from a bright yellow to a soft blue flame that got progressively darker. This was the transition into nighttime. Issac marveled at the star before continuing. Instead of sweating though, Isaac's body was cooled by the chilled air. For an isolated moon, the Mantle truly had a realistic environment. By the time it got really dark, Issac had not only laid the foundation posts, but built the foundation for the flooring. The beams that intersected between each beam were just as thick as the foundation posts and supported by additional posts in the central areas of the house. Issac didn't want to deal with creaks as he had in his previous farmhouse, so he made everything solid at the expense of a bit more time. At some point, Issac collapsed against a stump he used as a cutting board. While he only did a fraction of the work of Nifty, he did it all personally, pushing his body to the limit. He didn't realize construction could be so difficult. I'll have to come back tomorrow. I'll just sleep at Anthony's house. It had plenty of bedrooms. He pulled his body up as he said that. Nifty called a flying car as he threw his shirt on and they flew to the Zeta residences. By now, Issac had obviously realized that his being on a floating island wasn't normal. 99th place, not percentile. He mumbled as he looked at his card. He didn't know how he was able to jump to 99th place in the entire 13th generation, but it had been done. He had just gone with it, and now he had his own island. Granted, he wasn't happy when he walked up to no house, but he didn't feel so bad about building his own. In fact, he quite liked the work after a while. In this metropolis that had the most advanced technology the galaxy had to offer, building a cabin in the woods was a nice change of pace. Plus, Issac had lived on a farm all his life. He didn't like the bare modern houses with cold marble, though he did like the fancy tech in them. Instead, he liked the more homely feel of the cabin. It would be even better once he fully built it. It would be his own house, built with his own grimy paws and sweaty back. Issac thought of the future as he arrived at Anthony's house. Only he was surprised when Anthony wasn't home. Maybe he's still with his dad. I won't disturb him then, he mumbled as he climbed back into the flying car. There was no way he was breaking into his house, so he could only go back. Back on his island, Issac bought soap and a sleeping bag. Deciding to be exotic, he jumped into the river and washed. He didn't worry about the water since Nifty found that it was all freshwater. There weren't any fish, bugs, or bad bacteria. In fact, the entire forest was devoid of any pests, making the place very comfortable. After washing and getting clean, Issac set himself up on the ground. He laid down a sleeping bag plus some blankets, getting nice and cozy atop the soft dirt. Keep watch, Nifty. Wake me in the morning. Meow. The cat climbed into bed with Issac. At the same time, the pilot's suit stood guard, Nifty obviously connected to it. And because both items were charged with Issac's power, they didn't run out of energy. Like that, Issac went to sleep beside his work in progress. Unbeknownst to the naive farmer boy though, people had been watching the entire time. There was a forum specifically for those in Generation 13. Every 10 years, a new generation was established. This meant that everyone in a generation was both competitor and ally being in the same age group. And naturally, testing straight into the top 100 was huge news. Issac had immediately caused waves within the first couple hours of his admission. The forums had momentarily exploded, everyone wondering which newbie had dethroned a ranker. And they instantly found out. Issac Exo's a 22-year-old kid. Everyone immediately sought out background information on him. Even if this didn't amount to anything, people were naturally curious. And in this galactic age of information, there was very little that couldn't be found out. Issac Exos, a hillbilly farmer boy from a rural human farming colony, has a deep connection with Cornelius Hale, an admiral of the SSC, and has a friend who instantly grabbed a Zeta residence after his pilot test. These details weren't that special. In the Mantle, who didn't have an amazing background. In fact, Issac's was shockingly underwhelming, even disappointing. A farmer testing into the Mantle? And straight into the top 100? The man who was dethroned because of this kid was furious. But there was one detail that caught everyone's attention. Issac's parents were Maximus and Victoria Exos, but little to no information could be found on them. This could only mean they were high-profile, people that couldn't be easily touched. More people got curious about this newcomer, and a new thread was created discussing Issac personally. On top of that, people had gone to watch him on his island. They wanted to see what he was all about. But his subsequent actions shocked them. He actually started building a house. Many on the forums expressed their derision. Videos and pictures went around constantly of him hauling wood and personally hammering down nails. Though what people became more interested in was the pilot's suit and the cat that could control it. AI was nothing new, but not many had seen it be applied in this kind of way. At least, not unless it was the more advanced types of AI. It seemed Issac had his hands on one such advanced AI, making him more formidable than his primitive actions made him out to be. After all, a good AI could make a huge difference when driving a mech. In battle, it could be the deciding factor. Beyond that though, their interest faded. They were more entertained by Issac's unique decision to actually build his own house when he was a ranker. Thankfully, Issac remained blissfully ignorant as he went to sleep, sparing him a small bit of embarrassment. Chapter 15, Reunite. The next morning, Issac woke up naturally with the sunrise. Or, it wasn't the sunrise, but the change in light of the miniature star. Issac remained in his bed for a while before standing and looking out the window of Anthony's guest room. In this inverted moon, he could see the entire world. The massive castle, the other floating islands, the opposing landscapes with forests of steel and machine. The previous day almost felt like a dream. This seemed to confirm the reality for Issac. He was no longer on that little farm in some undeveloped colony. After gazing up at the world for almost half an hour, he pulled himself away. Grabbing a bag full of his things, he pulled out some items to go through his morning ritual. He freshened up before going to the kitchen and eating a breakfast delivered by drone. After that, he made his way back to his island. There, Nifty had already started working again, so Issac joined. Stripping off everything except for boots and shorts, Issac got to laboring. He had set up the foundation for the house and its flooring. Now he needed to get into the nitty-gritty details. He formed the outline for the ceiling after cutting more wood, he and his pilot suit working together to screw things in place. The joints between beam corners were a combination of interlocking with special cuts, gluing, and screws. Issac was sure to make everything high quality as he surely wouldn't be coming back to it later. When the outline for the roof was finally up, Issac then had to account for floors and the input that would go through the ground. It was the same for the walls. Luckily, he had planned everything out beforehand. With a clear goal and outline to fill, Issac just had to act. With the supplies he bought earlier, he headed over to the original plot of land that the previous house was uprooted from. Issac spotted several pipes meant to run utilities to the original house. They were all sealed off so as to not spray everywhere, and in order to tap into them, he would need to extend them and create shutoff valves to control the flow. Once he did that, he could run them through the ground and to his new home. Nifty was in charge of everything besides digging, which Issac got to work on. But since he was slow, Nifty finished before he did and stepped in to help. Hours of work were wiped away with the mechanized power of the pilot suit, and soon enough, the pipes were laid. The two then went to start on the flooring for the house, but after doing back-breaking labor for a while, Issac couldn't help but take a break. Sheesh. When it was a few hours past noon, Issac straightened his back and wiped his sweat. He looked at his house, which still didn't even have walls inside. Building a house is hard. If you weren't here, Nifty, I don't know how long this would take. Issac pet his cat that had trotted over. It could control the pilot suit personally and from a distance with wireless connections, so it usually just sat around watching Issac slave away. Letting out a long breath, Issac walked into the house. They had laid the floors, but now they needed to begin filling in the walls and dividing the rooms. It was a lot of work that made Issac want to just rest and give up for the day, but as he needed a house and didn't mind the productive work, he continued. As the pilot suit cut out more wood from the trunks, Issac began to anchor them to the ground and outline the different rooms. He only had a living space, bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen planned out. The house was built with expansion in mind though, plus what he had right now was really big. It was the same width as his farmhouse and even longer. It was easily 2,500 square feet, more than comfortable for a single man. Whenever Issac would get tired, he would think about the end result of the house. He had it envisioned perfectly in his mind, and he became eager to complete it. He moved at a steady but fast pace, only breaking for eating and drinking. Before dusk came around though, Issac was suddenly interrupted. A flying car entered the airspace above Isaac's island. Instead of passing by though, it stopped, lowering itself and opening its hatch. Issac quickly noticed, turning his head to the unexpected visitor. He expected it to be Anthony, but when he saw the figure that stepped out, his heart jumped out of his chest. Asphodel was pissed. Idiots! Damn! Entering her house, she made her way down to her personal lab and kicked some scattered scrap metal. The lab was filled with all kinds of high-tech machines, and in the center was a large mech several times her size. On one of the walls was also a pilot suit. I asked for a single thing and they can't get it right after an entire day. Do you know what a guarantee means? It means you get the order right. Ugh! She stomped before planting herself into a chair, her white hair fluttering around with her sharp movements. You're very emotional, sister. A voice came from the stairs and another girl entered the lab. She looked very similar to Asphodel, obviously her sister. Only her hair was deep blue, contrasting against her red skin. She was also shorter by a head. I'm not emotional. I just don't like it when people can't forge a damn conversion core. The one you showed them had a completely unique architecture and was capable of handling a yield of 34,000. I'm not surprised they failed given the custom order. Plus, you left out several key components. Because I was going to make the rest myself. So there's no excuse. It's not even that hard. The sister looked at Asphodel, narrowing her eyes before smirking a bit. You've been much angrier than usual. Have not. You met a guy. Did not. Last time you were smitten for a guy, you destroyed your pilot suit after overloading the conversion core. You called it trash even though you spent 2 years working on it. So who is he? I'm not talking to you. Asphodel turned and focused on her workbench, grabbing a gadget and ripping its wires out. At that moment, there was another shout. Asphodel, you have to see this. I know you might not like human guys, but this is gold. Another girl came running down into the lab. When she saw Asphodel's sister though, she froze up. "Oh, I apologize, Barela." "No worries." The sister, Barela, waved with a small smile. Asphodel turned to her friend who came running. "What? It's nothing important, it can wait. Tell me now, please. I have nothing better to do." Asphodel's gaze was dull. The friend just smiled wryly before walking over. She tapped the terminal in her hand at the same time. "So, there's a newbie who tested into the rankings. He went straight to rank 99. His name was Issac, I believe." "Issac? Issac who?" Asphodel suddenly jumped, her gaze bright. Barela's eyebrow also raised, noticing the change. The friend was a bit surprised. Exos, I believe?" "Ah, I'll be back." As if finding hope in the world, Asphodel suddenly ran out of the lab. The friend just stood there as Barela ran with her. Asphodel immediately jumped into a flying car. Barela was right behind her, moving just as agilely, but Asphodel didn't care. She stomped on the pedal, sending the car flying. "Island 99. There." She steered and dove straight down. After passing by several islands, she arrived at the very bottom. She saw the forest of Island 99 and 2 clearings. Seeing what looked like the general outline of a house, she flew into the airspace. She was excited as the car got closer, landing on the ground. The hatch opened at the same time. When she saw a figure working with wood, she smiled. Though she was also stunned. A shirtless Issac stood before her, one covered in sweat and grime that made her heart jump a bit. "Ash?" Issac was likewise stunned upon seeing the Atrix who stepped out of the flying car. Deep down, he thought he'd never see her again, even if he had her number. But here she was. "Issac, it's you." "What?" After shaking her head, Asphodel bounded over. When she realized what Issac was doing though, she stopped. She stood before the skeleton of a house. "Why are you building a house?" "Because the other guy took it." Suddenly, Issac shouted in anger. He didn't plan on building a house, but here he was, slogging away and breaking his back to screw down giant pieces of wood. Asphodel's eyebrow rose. "They took it?" "Yeah. There's a plot of land over there that's totally bare. The previous guy literally grabbed his house and left with it. When I came around, I had no house to move into. Now I'm stuck building my own." Issac kicked a board, releasing bottled-up displeasure. Asphodel suddenly stifled a chuckle, and Issac crossed his arms and glared at her, causing her to break down. "Ha ha ha. Oh God. What is this, ancient times? Ha ha. Oh, I'm sorry, but you're actually building a house. Hey, I'm doing a damn good job. I'm sorry if I'm not a spoiled child who lives in the Mantle." "Wah. I'm so not spoiled. And you literally live here too. I don't see how that's relevant." Issac snorted in slightly playful rebuttal. And just as Asphodel started to laugh again, Issac looked behind her. Another person had emerged from the car, looking at him curiously. "Who's that?" "Ha." Collecting herself, Asphodel turned back and saw her sister. "Oh, that's Barela. My sister." "You have a sister?" "I'm not a spoiled only child like you." "I'm not spoiled. I lived on a farm. Anyway, nice to meet you." Issac stepped down from the house after shouting, extending his hand toward Barela, who walked over. She looked at his dirty hand before smiling and shaking it. "Barela. Nice to meet you. So you're Issac?" "I am. I'm new here. Obviously. You're building a house. I'd say that hasn't been done since the Mantle was first constructed." She smiled a bit and gazed at the work in progress. "I must admit though, for a single man's work, it's nice." "Thank you. My cat helped a lot." "Hey, why can't you compliment me like that?" Issac elbowed Asphodel, causing her to look at him with a raised eyebrow. "Compliment you? What do you want me to say?" "I don't know. My house is looking pretty groovy. It's probably better than yours." "Groovy? Did you just say that?" She looked at Issac with a weird smile. Then she looked at the skeleton house. "You know what? It's the best house ever." "Really?" "Yeah. Maybe a few touch-ups here and there would liven it up a little. Surely once it gets some walls, it could be better than mine." She smiled and pat Issac's shoulder. When she raised her hand again though, she cringed. You're sweaty." "No duh. You want a hug?" "No." "Ah. Come here, cupcake." Issac smiled and lunged forward, prompting Asphodel to dodge with shocking reflexes. Issac laughed when she hid behind Barela. Barela frowned. "Don't bring me into this. Come on. You won't protect me from that sweaty man?" "No. In fact, I'm gonna go home. I've seen all I need to." Barela turned and walked to the car, making Asphodel narrow her eyes. "Do we have to go now?" "You don't have to go anywhere. I just want to go home." "What about me?" "Well, you seem to be having fun. Barela smiled as she sat in the car, snickering a bit at her sister. Spend some more time with your friend. Wah! Asphodel stuttered as the car door closed, immediately flying off elsewhere. When it disappeared, she turned back to Issac. He just stood there, unsure of what to say. Eventually, he pointed back at his house. I was just gonna keep building. You can't be seriously trying to build a house, right? Does this look like something I would do as a joke? No, I guess not. She drifted over, stepping up to the new floor and walking among all the wood beams. Why didn't you just ask for one to be built? You think I have that money? I didn't get that much from my parents. Having a house constructed on the island is free. Really? Issac looked at her dumbfoundedly. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at him. Are you trying to play dumb? I'm not. Nobody told me about this. All I did was take the entrance test and I was thrown onto this island whose previous owner took the house with him. I wasn't about to ask my parents to buy me a brand new house, so I just started making my own. It's not my fault nobody wanted to explain what the hell was going on. Issac kicked a board, obviously frustrated. He was being made out to be an idiot. While building your own house wasn't the first thing one would think of when getting to their island, Issac also didn't plan on being dropped next to a non-existent house, let alone actually get placed onto a ranker's island. He really wanted to punch whoever took their house with them. Who does that? Asphodel sighed, patting his sweaty shoulder again. Hey, it's all right. Nothing to get mad about. I can call a friend and you could have a new house built within the hour. Does that sound okay? Issac was silent. After a few seconds, he shook his head. No thanks. Huh? But you just said. I know. I'm pissed that they took the previous house. But I'm also mad nobody told me anything. So I don't need no stupid fancy house that works. I'll just finish my own. It'll be better anyway. Asphodel went silent as Issac squatted down. She watched as he began screwing in some more wood beams. The orientation that kicks off the first day of school is in 4 days. Oh, good to know. So how can I help? Help? Issac looked up, seeing Asphodel walk over and roll up her sleeves. She smiled at him. What? I may not be a farmer, but I know how to use my hands. How complicated can building a house be? It's not really about complication. But all right. Hey Nifty. Show her the blueprints. Issac waved and the cat bounded over. After it hopped up on Asphodel's shoulder, its tail poked her neural interface, making her heart jump at the sudden intrustion. But then she received a cluster of data and a 3D image was created in her vision. She could see the outline that Issac had been working to fill. Wow. Big house. I've just been filling in what I've already designed. It's laborious, not complicated. If you're okay with getting your pretty hands a bit dirty, then be my guest. All right. She nodded readily, causing Issac to smile. Like that, she followed Issac's lead and helped him divide rooms. After that, he worked with the piping some more while she laid the wall panels. As he said, it was laborious, not complicated. Asphodel quickly broke a sweat. Hey, fetch me one of your shirts. Don't you already have one of mine? Not on me. Hurry up. I feel sticky in this thing. Asphodel writhed uncomfortably. She was wearing clothes not at all suited for working in. He could understand, so he quickly ran over to his boxes and grabbed a shirt. After she stripped her own, Issac was momentarily speechless as he got a glimpse of her lithe figure. He caught himself as she threw his shirt on, going back to work. She smirked at him before continuing herself. With Nifty controlling the pilot suit, the three made great progress before night fell. Chapter 16, Taking Shape. Night fell. When light wasn't so abundant, Issac and Asphodel sat together on a wooden stump drinking water. Both of them were sweating, but the cold night breeze felt amazing on their moist skin. So how long have you been here? Issac suddenly asked. He had only arrived the day prior, and she had left earlier than him from the farming colony. This is my 2nd year. Wait, 2nd year? He was surprised. She looked at him with a tilted head. Yeah. I tested into the Mantle last year. I was 22 years old then. Oh. Nice. You're older than me by a year, huh? Issac tactfully retreated from the subject, not wishing to expose how he was younger. He didn't feel weird about it, only he knew he would get teased. You know, I also tested straight into the rankings. She suddenly smiled at him. Really? What place? 98. That's only one better than me. Still better. I'm higher up now though. I've risen to rank 80. That means within a year you have to catch up. She nudged him with her shoulder, making him chuckle. Oh, don't worry. You just worry about staying ahead. You'll need that head start. Wow, such confidence. I woe the day you surpass me. Shut up. He smiled and pushed back, causing her to laugh. She nudged him again. So what are your plans when school starts? Actually, you probably have no idea what goes on in school, huh? Nope. Then feast your ears. She straightened her back. There are 3 main things we do during school. The first is obviously learning. You can choose any field you'd like to study, and many people specialize in certain areas. For instance, some people specialize in weapons development while others specialize in starship tech. Most dark technicians learn certain fields in dark physics to further their ability and allow them to work on mechs with greater power. After all, having clients is the best way to make money for your own projects or mechs. The stronger the client, the more money they'll make. Oh, then I've got that part settled. Issac thought of Anthony. He had already agreed to be Anthony's technician, so that was almost an exclusive client. It would also be a source of income for Issac to spend on his own mech and pilot suit. Asphodel continued. We're technicians and there is still a lot for us to learn. You especially. You have amazing theoretical knowledge, but you lack the quantity. You need to familiarize yourself with all the different kinds of dark technologies, so when the time comes to build your mech, you'll know what you're doing and how to piece it together. True. At some point though, you'll hit a roadblock. You'll learn all you can for your clearance level. And to learn more, you'll have to increase that clearance level. For you, that involves earning prestige from your human intelligence administrators and spending said prestige to acquire special pieces of knowledge or tech. And there is one primary way of earning prestige. How's that? Taking on missions. Asphodel frowned a bit, seemingly not liking the idea of missions. Missions can come in all types. There are missions to clear out mutant hordes on other planets, perform reconnaissance in uncharted deep space, and even fight against each other. Our civilizations might be peaceful on the surface, but there are many skirmishes that happen on the borders and for mineral planets. There are definitely missions that involve joining certain military groups and fighting off either hostile parties or other races. You seem to not like missions. 'Cause I don't. I just wish I could stay home and do R&D. Unfortunately, the only other viable way to earn prestige is by spending time working technician jobs, and those jobs can take months to years. Taking on combat or mech missions are much faster, but it requires you to leave and travel around. Dealing with idiots is always fun too, especially when your life is in danger. Asphodel grumbled and kicked a rock. It seemed she had bad experiences with missions. Issac nodded softly and pat her shoulder. It'll be all right. Hee thanks. Anyway, taking missions and studying are the 2 main things we do. The only other important things that go on are public and private events. Don't forget that as a generation ranker for humanity, you're a valuable asset. Don't be surprised if you get called on to help with private SSC missions. There's also the public events put on by the Mantle itself. What kind of public events? Well, last year there was a large-scale extermination call. An entire planet was swarmed and overrun by mutant hordes numbering in the billions. They killed the entire resident population numbering almost 800 million. Everyone at the Mantle was called on to avenge the dead planet and wipe out the hordes. My God. Issac was baffled. 800 million people died? And to mutant hordes numbering in the billions? They were numbers he couldn't even fathom. Did they save the planet? No, actually. To this day it still festers with mutants. In fact, there are rumors that we may be going back again. Look forward to it. Hey. Issac let out a hollow chuckle. For a public event, it was pretty dismal. There are other fun public events too. Really? There's the Dark Gala for one. It's an event where dark technicians come and display new or signature products. It's great for advertising. It also doubles as a festive event with shows and such. And at the end of the night, there's a ball for all the rankers of each generation. The event occurs at the end of every galactic year. It's quite fun when you're not being hounded by idiots. You were hounded by idiots? Yes. Asphodel let out a long sigh, rubbing her temple. Issac just snickered. Well, aren't you popular? Must be nice having so many people at your beck and call. If that were all it is, then that'd be great. But they actively seek to insert themselves into everything I do. It's why I lock myself in my lab. It's the only place I can get peace and quiet. Sorry, I wouldn't understand. I'm just a farmer boy from a planet nobody's ever heard of. You know, if you keep associating yourself with a nobody like me, you might just lose your popularity. Oh really? Don't tempt me too much. I might just have to use you and ruin my reputation. Building a wooden house, getting all sweaty and sticky, smelling like I haven't showered in days. That might just be the first step in a long series of bad choices. Asphodel leaned over, making it seem like she was tempting Issac instead. Just as he got a bit flustered, she backed off with a smile. Anyway, I think the day is over. I need to clean up. Do you need to use my shower? I could actually. I mean, Issac glanced over at the house. It looked more complete than the previous night, but it still had a long ways to go. She laughed. It's no problem. I'll call a car. With a few taps on her terminal, Asphodel summoned a flying car. The two boarded after Issac grabbed some items like fresh clothes and they headed to her house. As she was ranked 80, she naturally had the 80th floating island. Upon arriving, he found that her residence was surrounded by a massive field of flowing purple grass. While glancing around him, Issac walked into the large, luxurious house that was comprised of cold metal and white marble. The entire interior was almost barren, hardly any decorations aside from the natural aesthetic. As he saw everything, he nodded inwardly while affirming his decision to build a wood cabin. He really didn't like such cold places. I should add a fireplace into the home design. I'll go shower first. If you really want a shower now, there's a guest bedroom with a shower. Otherwise, you can just wait. Asphodel spoke while walking upstairs, Issac glancing at her side profile as she did so. Which would you prefer I use? Well, mine is more comfortable. She smiled, disappearing up the stairs. Issac smirked and walked around the house, waiting for her to finish. He checked the kitchen, opening up the refrigerator. He found nothing inside. He checked the cabinets too. All of them were empty, as if she had just moved into this house. The entire place just felt empty. For several minutes, Issac wandered aimlessly, his feet being chilled on the cold stone flooring. I'm done. At some point, Asphodel came bouncing down the stairs, her little bare feet tapping on the tiles. Issac saw her dressed in his shirt that she had taken the day she left the farming colony. It was too big on her, dropping below her shorts. What's wrong? She tilted her head, seeing his brooding face. He looked at her with a little complexity. You live alone here? Yeah. Well, the lab has turned into my actual living space, but yes, I'm the sole resident of this house. Too big? The house? Yeah. Issac rubbed his chin, looking at Asphodel's purple eyes that gazed into his. Should I make the cabin smaller? He mumbled as he pat her head, walking past her and up the stairs. She watched as he left to shower, wondering what he meant. After several more minutes, he came walking back down. What greeted him was the rich scent of food and the sight of Asphodel bringing food packages to the table. Oh, perfect timing. Come eat. My treat. She smiled while unpacking large platters of various cuisines. Some were foods that he had never seen before, like one that flowed like slime. Another was purple meat that didn't look appetizing but smelled the richest. But there were also foods Issac recognized, like red meat steaks, pastas, elaborately shaped bread. I got some Atrix and human food. Just don't eat the slime. It would make you vomit. Right? Poisonous? No, just not suited for the human digestive system. The Xandran can digest damn near everything though. She spit out that interesting fact as they both sat down. And as soon as he dug in, Issac didn't speak anymore. The food was lavish and horribly delicious. His hand couldn't stop scooping nor his mouth stop chewing. And it was when he had gone through about half of each main dish that he became full. And when both of them were done, Asphodel simply grabbed everything and tossed it in a trash bin. How wasteful. How much was that food? It tasted expensive. Expensive? She almost scoffed in response. I could buy a machine that can perpetually cultivate enough food for billions, let alone a small meal like this. There's no such thing as expensive food. I suppose. Issac just shrugged. Technology had advanced far. Making food was no longer an issue even for the poorest people in the galaxy. So? Gonna go back and camp out? Asphodel couldn't help the chuckle as Issac flinched. He forgot that he still didn't have a home. But he did have Anthony's house. Just as he was about to say so though, she waved. Just kidding. Go ahead and take my guest room. It's not like I need it. All right. Issac smiled, seeing no need nor want to reject. Like that, he set himself up in her guest bed. It was horribly cold when he pulled back the sheets though. It obviously hadn't been touched in years, or at least the house had been built. Congrats. You're the first one in this bed. Knew it. He smirked, and before long, both of them went to sleep. The following morning, Issac woke up as the sun turned yellow. After taking care of his morning rituals, he left the guest bedroom and found food waiting for him on the table along with a bed-headed but still beautiful Asphodel. His blurry eyes focused on her as she waved. But the two were without words until breakfast finished. It was only then that they headed out. Asphodel was going to help him today too. 3 more days until orientation. Wonder if I can get the bare bones finish on this house before then. Issac mumbled while the flying car touched down on his island. The two didn't daily as they went to work. Issac laid down the last of the support beams, establishing the last of the divisions. Now he could run piping to the right places, stream electrical wire through the house, and put up the walls. Issac was in charge of running pipe, and Nifty handled the wall paneling. The floor of the house was lifted off the ground, allowing him to run the pipes up through the floor. He cut any holes that he needed to, slipping the pipe in and extending it to poke through. And with Asphodel's help, pipe was laid much faster. She sat up top while Issac worked from below. She saved him much effort while guiding the pipe through, making sure it went to the right places. Meanwhile, Nifty worked faster than both of them putting up walls. By the time noon came around, Issac and Asphodel barely finished piping gas, water, and sewage while Nifty had walled the entire place. "Alright, Cat, go ahead and work on the roof. Cut panels for the base and use the shingles I bought for the finisher. We'll do wiring." After taking an afternoon break, Issac handed out the final laborious task. Roofing a house was definitely one of the hardest jobs in all this. He was glad Nifty was there to do all the backbreaking work, though he still got in a good workout. Asphodel was especially worn out. She obviously hadn't done much of this time of work. Her hands became tender, forcing her to wear gloves, and she became self-conscious as sweat poured from her body. They both kept working though. By the end of the day, Issac was able to finalize everything while Nifty also got most of the roofing done. For the first time, the house looked like a house. It was quickly coming together. Nifty is seriously efficient. Asphodel couldn't help but gawk. The cat controlled the pilot suit to its utmost efficiency. It cut the wood panels that it needed and carried them up to the roof with a single bound. It then scattered them around with inhuman strength, screwing them in one by one as if rushing to complete the job. Compared to Issac and Asphodel, who spent minutes trying to hand each other strips of wire, it was scarily fast. Without Nifty and the pilot suit, this house would have taken weeks or months to build, and that was with constant all-day work. Now though, it was only the third day, and it was taking shape. The pieces were being filled in, and Issac happily placed an order for all the things that would fill the house. Insulation, a heating and cooling unit, plus all the different fixtures and furniture that would occupy the space. He needed cabinets and counters for the kitchen, lacquer for the wood flooring, rugs for the living spaces, and more. Without even looking at the price tag, Issac ordered everything he needed. His parents had sent him a large sum of money, and everything he was buying was dirt cheap. Compared to expenses for mech equipment, this was nothing. It was later into the night that everything was delivered. Asphodel watched as a dozen drones dropped off all kinds of supplies, boxes, and furniture pieces off right outside the house. Instead of getting overwhelmed though, she got excited. They were actually filling the house now. She looked forward to it. Chapter 17, Chef. Night came and went. The fourth day of work rolled around, and Issac was back to it bright and early. Asphodel was there with him. Nifty finished off the roof while Issac and Asphodel did the interior. There were several menial tasks like insulating the place that needed to be done, so those two were quick to do so while Nifty handled the hard stuff. The insulation was easy, getting finished in a few hours. And after sealing the walls, they moved on to the flooring. This was where Nifty shone. The cat cut most of the wood while the weak human and Atrix laid the tiles. But it was easy for them since Issac had already planned out every piece of the house virtually. They just needed to fill in the blanks. But the cat was still faster. After cutting all the wood, it moved on to build a front balcony as they finished. After that, it was just hours of tedious and repetitive work. Issac always directed Nifty to help elsewhere while he and Asphodel laid the floor. After finishing even the balcony before they could get done, Nifty installed the heaters and coolers, installed all the accessories of the bathrooms, and furnished where it could. It was at the end of the night that the floor was laid. "Ag! My back!" Asphodel grunted as she lay down. After being bent over for hours on end, her spine was stiff and muscles were cramping. "Here, let me crack your back." "Crack it? It helps with stiff backs. Just stand still." Issac spoke as he came up behind her. After interlocking his arms with hers, he lifted her up, extending and bending her spine. "Crack. Ah! Oh!" She let out a shout before moaning in comfort. Issac put her down with a laugh. "Have you never done that before?" "Not like that. I've gotten massages where they adjust your spine." "Massages? Sounds nice. I've always wanted one." Issac smiled as his thoughts wandered. He had always wanted a nice massage that made him drift into pure relaxation and bliss. Stress could easily pile up, and he knew those could melt his problems away. Asphodel smiled at his dumb face. "I happen to know how to massage, actually." "Really?" My sister likes it when I massage her. I'll give you one sometime. Maybe when we finish this place." She spoke and spun around, looking at the house. The flooring had all been laid and it blended into the walls, making for a dark but cozy place. Issac smiled. All right then. It's a promise. Now, time for dinner. The two split at night to sleep in their own homes since Issac now had one, but come next morning they were right back to work. With most of the basics done, they focused on more decorative activities. Asphodel installed chandeliers and light bulbs in various spots while Issac was in charge of moving the furniture and aligning everything. Windows were installed, curtains were put up, rugs were laid, couches were positioned. Nifty installed a fireplace that was surrounded with brick, something he laid the foundation for the day before. Cabinets were hung and counters were cut. With each new item, Issac was tapping into a structure already laid before. Each thing was another checkmark on his list. The outline was being filled. When Asphodel was done with lights, both of them worked on installing the doors throughout the house. The rooms had already been divided, so now they just needed to be isolated. Large doors that matched the walls were hinged and screwed in place. Issac especially bought a nice pair for the front door, being the first to install. Only after doing the measurements and hanging them, the two quickly noticed problems when they went to shut it. It scraped against the floor. Bad measurement? Issac was surprised and Asphodel backed up for a look. The door was obviously leaning downward, its corner hitting the wood flooring. It needs to be lifted. No duh. Measure it out again. I'll unscrew. Asphodel pulled out a tape measure, taking another measurement of the doorway dimensions. Then she and Issac rang the door, making sure it was perfectly aligned. When they screwed it back in though, they found that it scraped against the side of the doorway. Issac's face dropped. The door is morphing. It's not. Come on. We're dark technicians. This cannot be that difficult. Asphodel scoffed before taking yet another measurement. She was serious this time as they both made sure everything was perfectly aligned and level while screwing it in. When they tested it again though, the door scraped against the top. Did you over-adjust? I didn't. I just compensated for the shift after letting it go. Let's try again then. Just a bit lower. Issac sighed and unscrewed once again. This time, they lowered it just enough to clear the top. Finally, after setting it, Issac pushed it closed. Thud. It hit the top again. As Issac's eye twitched, Asphodel seriously pondered. Maybe the door is morphing. Nifty. No. That's cheating. Come on, we can install a door. I refuse to believe two dark technicians can be beat by a piece of wood. She spoke and began unscrewing. The two went back to adjusting and measuring, using all manner of dimensional calculation until it fit into the door frame properly. Finally, after 3 tries, they almost got it. The corner of the door just barely scraped the bottom. Issac's arms flailed in resignation. Just as he was about to grab his cat, Asphodel grabbed a knife. He was shocked as she directly sliced the corner of the door off. With a swift kick, the door slammed closed, clicking shut. There. She let out a sharp huff, throwing the knife and sticking it in the door. After a few deep breaths, she calmed and turned to Issac with a smile. The door works. Yay. Good job. He chuckled. It took 2 dark technicians an hour to install a single door. Nifty, take care of the rest. Issac pat his cat. If they had to handle another door, they may never finish the house. With that, the rest of the doors were swiftly installed. Come the end of the day, Issac and Asphodel made all the final touch-ups. Small things like bathroom mirrors, setting up the beds, and assembling dressers. They worked well into the night, only stopping when Issac put some utensils in a kitchen drawer. Very nice. He smiled and closed the drawer. Then he walked to the living room. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 large living room, and 1 large kitchen. The house, even with equipment, utilities, and furniture, was more bare than Asphodel's house. But it was cozy. Issac walked out and saw Asphodel standing in the middle of the living room, staring at the rest of the house while zoned out. He walked over. You okay? It's a nice house. She sighed, causing him to smile. It is. It's not done, but thanks for helping me build it. Now I can actually sleep and shower here. He smiled brightly. The house still had a great many signs of still being under construction. Holes in the walls, boxes of building supplies, tools laying around. It very obviously wasn't yet finished. But it had finally transformed into a home. Issac had already tested the heating systems and found that they all worked. He could take a hot shower and sleep in a warm bed. Asphodel glanced at Issac with a small smile. She nudged him with her shoulder. You wouldn't mind if I stole the honor of having the first shower, would you? First shower? Sure, go ahead. Why thank you. In exchange, how about I put you to sleep with a massage? Really? Issac was tempted. A massage so good that he fell asleep? It wouldn't be difficult considering he was already tired, but it still sounded fantastic. Asphodel laughed. Hee, of course. Tomorrow we have orientation, so you gotta get your beauty sleep. What about you? Make me breakfast tomorrow morning. And I mean a full platter. Then we'll be even. Deal. Issac instantly agreed. With that, she went off to shower. Issac waited around, taking care of a few other things before she finished. When she came back out wearing some of his clothes, he went and cleaned up. By the time he came back out, Asphodel had already ordered some dinner. The two filled their stomachs in the silence of the new home. The heating system made the place nice and warm. Finally, the time to go to bed came. Issac had to be pushed into the bedroom when he became surprisingly timid. Asphodel snickered at him as they entered the bedroom. Are you shy? Hey, I've never gotten a massage, let alone one by a girl who wants to put me to sleep with it. Forgive me for not jumping into the weird experience. Who said this was weird? Come on. Take off your shirt, lay face down, and just relax. She waved, prompting him to slip his shirt off and plop face down on the bed. She chuckled and sat beside his body. Issac got goosebumps as she ran her fingers across his shoulder blades. The room was totally silent, darkness pervading the atmosphere. The only thing they could hear was the rustling of fabric and the faint breath of the other. Asphodel whispered softly. Just enjoy it. Don't overthink. Don't feel awkward by the silence. Don't worry about me. I've put my sister to sleep with massages plenty of times, and I know what it looks like when someone falls asleep. I'll do this as long as I need to. So let your stress melt away. Issac let out a light breath as she ran her palms across his spine, applying pressure that seemed to relieve his fatigue. She rubbed his shoulders, neck, lower back, and even his arms. Issac could quickly tell she was experienced with this, seemingly having a certain routine. And for a while, he did everything that she said not to do. His thoughts ran at 1,000,000 miles per hour, self-conscious of every little thing she did and every little movement he made. His muscles were tense. And he knew she could see this, making it even worse. But after a long while passed, Issac's fatigue caught up to him. The dark night and comfortable bed compelled his body to drift into sleepiness. And as he was forced to relax under his mental exhaustion, his body became looser and Asphodel's massage became all the more comfortable. These things worked together to quickly put him to sleep. He didn't even notice when he finally slipped unconscious. 25 minutes. Faster than I thought. When his breathing became light, Asphodel gradually eased up, eventually coming to a stop. She gazed at his sleeping face, the face of an innocent boy who was just recently thrown into this stressful world. She knew he had probably been feeling anxious, even though school hadn't actually started yet. The Mantle wasn't kind to newcomers. Just being here placed immeasurable pressure on the mind. Because the Mantle was truly the most competitive world in the galaxy. Everyone here was an elite at the top of their civilization, and to be placed among them meant more than just being qualified. It meant you had to remain qualified. Issac was now expected to maintain or raise his ranking in the generation. Asphodel remembered when she first arrived. She had also tested right into the generation rankings. Back then, it had been easier. Even then, her first several weeks were more stressful than her entire life prior. One thing after another required her to go out of her comfort zone and take the initiative. She had worked tirelessly, and only when several months passed had she gotten used to the highly active lifestyle. Issac had no idea what was going on, still yet to get thrown into the torrents of this fantastical place. The first thing he did when arriving at his island was build a house. Asphodel still couldn't believe he actually did it. She didn't know why she joined him either. She actually had other things to do. But she had spent these last few days before orientation building a cabin. Yet, despite the work being backbreaking, she found peace in it. When the house had finished to some extent, she had been left in a daze. It was a real home. She found herself loving it. Asphodel looked down at Issac's face, reaching over and running her fingers through his hair. Despite only knowing Issac for around a week, she felt oddly comfortable with him. Comfortable enough to do for him what she only did with her sister. She was surprised that he allowed himself to be vulnerable enough to actually fall asleep under her massage. This sealed the impression that he was truly innocent. Then again, he was a farmer boy prior to this, raised by loving and smart parents. It would be odd if he wasn't so innocent. She liked that part of him. A good man with smarts on par with hers, even surpassing her in certain areas. He was someone she could engage equally with while also having fun. For a long while, she gazed at his peaceful face. She knew he would be on edge as school started, and this could very well be his last day of relaxation. But if she knew anything now, it was that Issac wasn't an acquaintance she had previously thought to come and go. He wasn't someone that merely left a good impression on her. He was here to stay, and he was turning out to be a good friend. She was honestly amazed at how fate had brought them together in two vastly different places. She smiled softly, getting off his bed and leaving the room. Issac opened his eyes. His body felt like it had been sleeping on a cloud. His muscles felt relaxed, not tense as usual after a night of sleeping wrong. He smiled like an idiot when he thought of Asphodel and her late-night massage. When he finally got over his anxiousness, he was on cloud 9, enjoying her skillful hands to their fullest. He was honestly shocked by how good she was. That, or it was simply because she was doing it, that he enjoyed it so much. Then he suddenly remembered his promise. I need a big platter. I don't care if half the food doesn't get eaten. She's getting her fill. Issac jumped out of bed, almost rushing to clean himself up for the morning. As soon as he was ready, he jumped into the kitchen. Then he remembered that it was empty. Crap! Hastily, he pulled out his terminal. Nifty! Jack in! The cat heeded Issac call and jumped onto his shoulder. Its tail plugged into his neural interface and its eyes glowed. Issac's terminal rapidly scoured the net for the things he wanted, instantly placing an order for myriads of foods. And the technology of the Mantle didn't disappoint. Within a mere 5 minutes, a drone dropped off a large package with everything Issac ordered. He lugged the box into the house, opening it and spreading everything out. A dozen different foods, spices, and sauces were scattered across the unfinished countertops. Eggs, ham, bacon, cheese, milk, bread, butter, turkey, among several other exotic fruits and vegetables graced Issac's eyes with all kinds of colors. After a quick wash of his hands, he got to work. Pans and cooking tools were among the things he ordered, along with things like plates and bowls. Before long, packages were opened and fragrances filled the kitchen. When the flames burned, the aromas were multiplied, filling the house with the mouth-watering sense of good food. After about 10 minutes, Issac began to finish several dishes, covering them and setting them out on the table Nifty had handcrafted the day before. The table was large, yet half of it was quickly filled with plates of food. After bringing out the first round of dishes, Issac ran back to the kitchen and cooked a bit more, topping off a few other foods. When he turned back around to bring these out too, he jolted. Asphodel now sat at the table, smiling at him with half-closed eyes. Issac tilted his head. Good morning. Though he wanted to ask why she stayed the night, he just gave a wide smile. Technically, she helped build this house, so as far as he was concerned, she could stay over as much as she wanted. Not that he minded either way. Good morning. It smells great. I didn't think you'd remember. How cheap do you think promises are? In this world? You'd be surprised. She let out a long sigh. Still, she was happy as Issac brought out more plates, setting one in front of her along with a pair of utensils. He smiled at her smile. Go ahead. I've made more than you can possibly finish, so eat however much of anything here. I shall. Thank you, Chef Issac. She dug in without inhibition. Chapter 18, Classes. Wow, this is good. Why thank you. I don't think I've ever had a home-cooked meal like this. Never. Well, my household wasn't normal. Asphodel shrugged as she stuffed her face with bacon and eggs. She had been honestly surprised by how good the food was. While it didn't have the same high-class flavor or texture of her normal food, it actually tasted better. She never paid much attention to what she ate since basically everything could be nutritionally good for you given the technological level of the Mantle. That meant everything could taste like a 5-star meal despite being packaged like a gas station burrito. This was a home-cooked meal made with real food. The Mantle, being supplied by the megaliths, had every kind of meat and plant available on site. All the galactic trade was only for industrial purposes. None of it was food. That meant this world grew its own resources. The megaliths could build farms and plant genetically modified superfoods. They could also raise all the animals they wanted. Anything and everything could be found here, catering to all tastes of the couple billion people residing here. But cooking was too time-consuming and tedious. Everyone would much rather buy their food on the fly and simply eat it. Something like a home-cooked platter was rare, and Asphodel had never known what such food tasted like. She had even half expected Issac to just buy food, unpackage it, and hand it to her on a plate. Issac ate alongside her. There was more food than either of them could eat, so none of them held back and took big or small bites of whatever they wanted. As they were eating, though, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in. As Issac half expected it to be Anthony, he just yelled out. When the door opened, though, he saw someone who definitely wasn't Anthony. Barela? Asphodel was surprised, speaking with a mouthful of cheese. Her sister looked at her weirdly, walking in with slow steps. I can't say this is what I expected when I came over, but it's more welcome than the alternatives. Am I a child you have to supervise anyway? What's going on? Asphodel swallowed her food with a small glare. Issac brought over another chair, beckoning Barela to sit. Thank you. She nodded and took her spot. She was about to speak again when Issac also put a plate and utensils in front of her. She waved. No, it's all right. Oh, have you eaten? No. I came to find my sister who's been missing for 3 days. Oh. Go ahead and eat then. Believe me, we have more food than we know what to do with. Issac waved to the table as he sat down. Asphodel also kept eating, more than happy to ignore her sister using food. Barela took a glance at Asphodel before sighing. She thanked Issac before making herself a plate. Her first bite of bacon caused her eyebrows to raise, and after a few bites of a dish Issac called cheese muffins, she was no longer reserved. The table became silent as everyone continuously stuffed food into their mouths. Issac smiled. A quiet table always meant good food, and he was happy with his performance. Asphodel smiled when she saw his grin, stifled by the food he tried to chew simultaneously. She giggled a little, putting her hand over her mouth to prevent crumbs from falling out. Her laugh caused Issac to chuckle. Barela couldn't help but smile, looking between the two as if missing out on some sort of joke. She eventually shook her head, ignoring them. With 3 people and big appetites for good food, the table was actually cleaned off. Asphodel took the last cheese muffin, causing Issac to curse inwardly. He was too slow. So, what's the verdict? She asked, causing Issac to rub his chin. Barela thought Asphodel was asking about why she was here, so she opened her mouth to answer. But Issac beat her. The cheese muffins. Definitely number 1. I agree. The buttered toast was really good too. I know. You ate all but 2. Hey, you seemed awfully in love with those bacon strips. That's true. Those definitely take number 2. No. Number 2 is the omelets. Barela was silent as they began evaluating the food. She couldn't help but rank them too. While she tried to remain elegant at the table, the food was just too good. She had eaten only a bit less than the other 2. When they began getting off topic though, she clapped, catching their attention. Excuse me. First, the breakfast was amazing. Thank you, Chef Issac. Of course. But we all have urgent business to attend to. Her visage became serious. Orientation is in 2 hours. You've registered for classes? She focused on Asphodel, who shrugged with a disinterested huff. Obviously. And it looks like the fun times are over. She grumbled inwardly, closing her eyes as if feeling the burden of the future rest itself upon her. Issac perked up though, turning his head to Barela. Oh, we have to register for classes? That depends. She mused. What's your technician rating? Issac pulled out his card as if he hadn't memorized everything on it. I actually have 2. The first is 3- and the theoretical is 3. Oh. Barela's brow raised. Then again, he did occupy an island, so she wasn't that surprised. Opening her eyes, Asphodel suddenly stopped sulking and pointed at Issac with her utensil. You have a lot to catch up on, Issac. Your theoretical foundation is fantastic, but you lack the sheer technological knowledge most people here have. Honestly though, with your smarts you can just spend a bit of time researching and get up to speed quickly. You probably learn everything you lack while trying to build your mech, so I wouldn't say it's anything to be worried over. All right. He nodded. So what about classes? Asphodel leaned back into her seat, playing with her white hair. Only when you reach technician rating 3 can you begin to pick classes. Before then, everyone is placed into standardized and general classes. At rating 3, you begin to specialize. You pick classes based on your specialties or preferences. You can learn about anything from spaceship fracture drives to emission weapons of different types. I definitely excel the most in the field of quantum mechanics. Hardlight is also a specialty of mine. Issac mumbled as he pondered. Learning all the basic blueprints for the myriads of low-level tech below his theoretical knowledge was a secondary concern. Still, despite the card determining he had level 3 knowledge, he trusted Asphodel's judgment and knew he needed to spend some time on it. You can take some classes on quantum mechanics then. As for Hardlight, that's a very niche area, but I'm pretty sure there's a class for it. Asphodel hummed. But there are still a lot of other classes you need to consider, especially if you plan on building a good mech. You can learn how to build better emission weapons, power supplies, conversion cores. Here, I'm sending you a link. Register at this site after browsing their class list. Although you're registering late, it's not like it matters. Take anything at your rating. You can take as many as you want. You can drop and add them as you please throughout the year, too. The Mantle is very flexible and lets you experiment to find your specialty. Nifty. Isaac called, prompting a cat to strut over and jump onto his lap. A small hatch opened on its back and Isaac retrieved a pair of holographic glasses. After putting them on, the site for registration was automatically pulled up, Nifty having received and opened the link from Asphodel. The list scrolled as his mind beckoned. He quickly picked out everything he felt interested in, creating another list and pondering it. Quite literally everything had a class on it. Bioengineering, mega construction, ship logistics, AI development. Isaac could pick from any myriad of fields. It got him thinking about what exactly he wanted to do. Up until now, his biggest focus and project was building his pilot suit. He had spent many years studying with his mother, many years learning all sorts of scientific and mathematical concepts. Years of building his own gadgets, throwing together quantum computers, engineering all kinds of software. He knew so many things about nearly every field of science and dark tech. But he had yet to decide his specialty. That was like choosing your path in life. Although he didn't have to find his specialty right now, it was good to at least start searching. However, that brought him to another big question. Hey Ash. He looked beyond the displays in his glasses to the girl sitting across from him. As far as I know, knowledge of higher clearance levels are locked. You told me you need prestige to pay for certain knowledges. In that case, earning prestige should be my primary goal, and I doubt these classes just hand you classified knowledge for free. So what's the point of taking classes if they won't teach me anything new? A good question. She sat back in her chair. Classes probably aren't like what you know them to be. Classes can actually be thought of more as jobs. In the classes, you do certain projects and experiments in the field of that class. You may be asked to build fracture drives, refine blueprints for starships, study a tedious concept, and then apply that knowledge to a biology experiment. There are thousands of projects going on all the time, and they both do and don't teach you as much as you might think they do. So I'm guessing you earn prestige for all that work? Isaac caught on and Asphodel sighed. Yes. The projects can take anywhere from a couple months to a couple years, and it all earns you prestige. However, it also takes quite a bit longer to earn prestige through classes than it does for missions. It all depends on the risks you're willing to take. Plus, not all dark technicians are pilots, so the amount of missions open to them is smaller. This information had Isaac scratching his head. Suddenly, I'm not thinking the Mantle is so great. Oh, but it is. Barela chimed in. It doesn't seem like you know, so I'll lay it out clearly. The reason so many people across the galaxy fight to come to the Mantle is due to two things, money and technology. The Mantle funds virtually all projects, and nowhere else in the galaxy can you find the same level of tech that fills this planet. After all, this place is jointly operated by the three civilizations. There's practically unlimited money pumping through this place at all times. She's right. Asphodel bobbed her head. You can carry out personal projects in your classes, and so long as it contributes value in any way, the entire project is paid for. I've personally gone through hundreds of millions of credits worth of materials and tools for 2 of my projects, and both times they have only contributed a few small blueprints for weaponry. Basically, the Mantle gives you an unlimited budget for projects, allowing you to be creative and develop yourself. Seriously. Isaac found himself gawking. His parents had given him a few million credits for his mech, yet Asphodel spent dozens of times more for some projects. The Mantle, or the 3 civilizations, want better dark technicians and pilots. Money isn't an object to them, and only black iron has its uses and consumptions monitored since it's one of the scarcest materials in the galaxy. The competition they promote and unlimited money they give push for the most extreme development in all fields. Asphodel twirled her hair with a bit of conflict on her face. Anyway, she shook her head. Classes have you carry out projects for prestige and allow you to be exposed to actual construction and technological development. There's only so much you can learn from a book after all. So they're important, and you should take the ones you want to learn more about and gain experience with. And when you buy new knowledges with your prestige, you can carry out projects with them, pushing your knowledge further and further. I see. Isaac quickly understood. If it were elsewhere, you'd have to get sponsored or give your own money to carry out projects, experiment, or do anything with your knowledge. But here, everything was free, sponsored by the fattest wallet in the universe, the Mantle. If the 3 civilizations could spend tons of money to push their technological level higher, then they'd do it. Since this was the case, Isaac had a better idea of how to choose his classes. Each one would take time out of his week, and the projects he'd be doing in them would be individual to some extent. Therefore, the less he took, the more time he'd have to develop himself. Issac already knew that Anthony would be taking on missions all the time, being exclusively a mech pilot. And Issac would probably follow, not just for the prestige, but so he could help with his mech. Issac had agreed to be Anthony's technician, so he planned to do his job. And thankfully, as Issac browsed the classes, they clearly detailed what would be required of him along with the time commitment. Some were like factory jobs, while others had you working as an apprentice for another veteran in a field. They varied greatly, so Issac narrowed his focus. I'm taking classes for conversion cores, and dark theory is basic for all technicians. I'm also working on a personal project. Suddenly, Asphodel blurted out. Issac lifted his head and gazed at her before nodding. I suppose working with conversion cores would be good, as with learning more dark theory. I think I'll also learn about quantum tech as well. You should take 4 classes, so I recommend finding something for Hardlight as well. I don't know much about it, but the rumors I've heard say that it's a developing field. If it's your specialty, then it could be a good investment, as any innovations for it would be more valuable. Asphodel advised as Issac chose his classes. He was most proficient in the field of quantum mechanics, so he chose a class that taught all about various kinds of quantum technology and their manufacturing processes. And with his expertise in making Hardlight, he might be able to find greater applications for it in a class other than making small coins and such. With that, he easily registered only a few hours before orientation. Seeing as that business was finished, Barela stood from her seat. All right, sister, it's time to go. I don't want to. I don't care. You need to clean up and get ready, as does Chef Issac, so let's leave him be. Grabbing her sister's wrist, Barela began dragging her out of the house. Hey, I can walk myself. Then stop holding onto the table. Stop pulling me. Asphodel resisted her sister's arrest, dragging the table as she hung onto it. Issac just watched with a smile. When Barela finally stopped pulling, Asphodel straightened herself out and looked at Issac. I'll see you later, hopefully in those classes of ours. And don't hesitate to call me if you need help in your lab. Hee, all right? I still need to pick your brain about certain things. Keep walking. Barela yelled from outside the house, causing Asphodel's face to fall. Bye then. Bye. With a smile, she left the house, leaving Issac alone. Turning his head, he glanced at Nifty, who was sitting in its own chair. Hey cat, time to move my stuff in here. Help me out. Issac spoke while walking out. When he walked onto the porch outside the front door, he waved toward the flying car that was lifting away. Then he made his way over to where all his boxes and items were dumped on the island, the place where the original mansion was located, and uprooted. Let's just take everything at once. Give me my suit. Issac called, and the next moment he felt his suit approach behind him. Raising his arms, the mechanical sounds of his suit rang out as it opened and accepted Issac's body. Within a few moments, Issac was covered and jacked into the pilot's suit. All kinds of displays lit up in his vision, as well as status information on his body and suit. Feeling the power that came with the extension of his body, Issac approached the large pile of luggage. His hands sparked with bright blue electricity. Clapping his palms together and slowly pulling them apart created a flat object made of Hardlight. This object gradually grew as Issac placed it onto the ground. After a few seconds and some power, it turned into a large sled that could hold all of his items. After that, Issac stacked all his items onto the sled. It was only a few moments later that he connected a Hardlight chain to it and started dragging it to the house. Of course, there were many trees that got in the way of his large sled. But after Issac generated a long and razor-thin blade, he was able to easily slice through any and all trees in his way. The power he could display with his suit greatly surpassed his personal self. Before long, he was back at the house and moving in boxes. Of course, he didn't have the time to organize everything since orientation was only a couple hours away, so for the time being his house became a big mess of clothing and gadgets. Still, Issac found some nice clothes to wear and cleaned himself up. After some grooming and dressing, he was all ready for orientation. With another hour left, Issac figured he could do a bit more organizing beforehand. However, he was stopped by some ringing on his terminal. It was Anthony. Issac casually answered while moving a pile of clothes. Hey, when the hell were you going to tell me that you tested into the rankings? News travels fast. It's been days. The fact that I only found out now is slow. Anyway, I'm coming to your damn island. Beep. Anthony hung up right after, causing Issac to smile. Not even a minute later, a flying car parked itself right outside the cabin. Anthony came running in, dressed in nice clothes that befitted his status as the son of an admiral. You built this? He asked while walking in. It was obvious that this was a house still under construction. Issac nodded as the two clasped hands and gave a quick hug. Yay. I heard that you could order a mansion to be built on the islands for free, but I didn't know that and built a place instead. Well, it's impressive that you alone built this. It's nice. Anthony nodded while looking around. After a few seconds though, he leveled his narrowed gaze on Issac. So, tested straight into the rankings, huh? I guess so. Well, you are a smart technician. But I guess your power is amazing too. My thing said that my power is a force type. Electromagnetic manipulation. Issac spoke while waving his ID card. The card itself never showed any data unless Issac wanted it to, but unlocking it, he tossed it to Anthony. Anthony caught the card before glancing at everything. Some things caused his eyes to bulge. A force type. Well, I guess I'm not that surprised. Still, a yield of over 10,000? I was only able to get a yield of 25,000. Only. Issac tilted his head, confused as to why that was low when it was much greater than his own. His weird face caused Anthony to smirk at him. I'm a great mech pilot, but I have no value as a technician, so my yield might be great, but not enough to get me into the rankings by itself. You have not only an impressive yield, but you're also a level 3 dark technician. Those two things combined barely got you into the rankings. Anthony explained while throwing Issac back his card. Issac fed the card to Nifty before shrugging. I don't know how good anything is, especially the catastrophe rating. A catastrophe rating measures one ability to destroy things with their power. So even with the same yield, a person's rating can be varied. After all, the same amount of power applied in different ways can produce very different results. Yield is just a measurement of the sheer power capacity that you contain, not your ability to apply it. This means that from now on, you need to display your power in applied combat to earn a better catastrophe rating. And that will require a mech. Anthony smacked Issac's shoulder while walking toward the door. Issac followed him out with Nifty to board the flying car that was parked. Anthony spoke as Issac pondered and pet his cat. Don't worry about any of that right now though. Given a month or so you'll have your mech and will be able to develop yourself. I know prestige is important for technicians like you, so I already have missions planned for us. But even I have many preparations to do before anything like that, so we won't be doing anything but focusing on acclimating to this place for a while. The flying car took off as he spoke, taking them to the massive castle at the top of the world. And not only them. Issac could see dense clouds of flying cars and thousands of massive mechs flying toward the same place. It was an amazing sight. To think I would really end up here. Anthony sighed while watching his surroundings. The Mantle. The galaxy's most developed and competitive planet. This wasn't a place to take lightly, and even those who dreamt of coming here had no idea about the cutthroat and brutal pressure this place crushed its denizens with. Anthony glanced at Issac, who had dreamy eyes full of wonder. For a boy like him to go from such a relaxed life on a farming colony to this place. Anthony couldn't think of anything more jarring. He hoped Issac would be able to handle it all. Though, for him to test into the rankings, Issac was far more capable than Anthony had initially realized. Chapter 19, Orientation. Alright, the Mantle is technically one big place, but it's still heavily divided between the three civilizations. This is where most of the competition stems from. With all the competitions every year and even the battles going on between our militaries, there is always a lot of tension. Just keep that in mind when looking for your place. Like here. Anthony pointed Issac toward a certain area of the auditorium. This place, located within the 50-mile-tall castle, was itself a few square miles large, and it had no roof over it, allowing everyone to fly directly into it from above. There, Issac could see a huge stage and stadium seating, though many people opted to either sit within their mechs or park their flying cars in the air and watch from there. But without question, there were three distinct sections. The humans, the Atrix, the Xandran. These three races sat divided, the tension between them obvious. Though Issac immediately noticed that the Xandran seemed to sit opposed to both humanity and Atrix. On the contrary, Issac could actually see some intermingling between humans and Atrix. This division reflected the state of galactic relations between the three races. Also, Issac had picked up on what he figured were popular opinions from his parents and Anthony's father when they interacted with Asphodel. They, who were military, didn't regard the Atrix with hostility. On the other hand, the Xandran seemed to be sworn enemies with them. But the Mantle was a place for these three civilizations to not just compete, but interact with each other. It was one of the only places in the entire galaxy with neutrality sponsored and enforced by all three civilizations. Issac would no doubt come into contact with a Xandran at some point, and he felt a bit of excitement thinking about when it would happen. Anthony brought them down into the human area, parking in the air above and looking down upon the stadium. There were both a large and small amount of students here at the Mantle. Every year, 1,000 students came from each of the 3 civilizations. And over the course of 10 years, these people would comprise a generation until the next decade started. 30,000 was a massive number considering that the same amount didn't leave every year. There technically wasn't a time limit on your stay as this place was basically a huge over-glorified think tank. So every year, 30,000 new people would arrive and take up residence for years to come. Considering how many trillions of people there were throughout the galaxy, 30,000 people was an infinitely small amount. They were the utmost geniuses. But in this small place, 30,000 people vying for the top spots created massive amounts of pressure. Seeing all the people around him, Isaac was beginning to feel this pressure, especially since he had jumped straight into the top 100 of his generation. More people flooded into the area and music was played that echoed through the skies. It filled everyone's ears with a beautiful melody. The woman who sang down on the floor was surrounded by a stage that let out displays of lasers and lights. She was an Atrix. Nifty nudged Isaac, handing him his pair of holographic glasses. Putting them on, Isaac was able to see the identity of the singer. Apparently she was a galactic celebrity. She was renowned for her perfect voice, but of course, there were many like her throughout the galaxy. What made her especially amazing was her power. It was the ability to control not just sound, but all forms of oscillation. This allowed her to amplify her voice in complex ways, making it louder, deeper, or stronger. And in combat, by manipulating the frequency of her oscillatory powers, she could destroy materials and nullify other powers. Add that to her beauty, and it was no wonder she had a following numbering over 1 trillion. By singing to entire planets at a time with planetary concerts, she garnered massive fame. Wow, she's pretty famous. That's your reaction to seeing a galactic celebrity live? Anthony chuckled at Isaac's anticlimactic words. The performance went on for several minutes as everyone gathered. And finally, when the song came to a close, the girl waved. Welcome Echelons of the Mantle. My name is Travela and today, I'm here to kick off the start of a new year. Who? Isaac could hear cheers rage through the skies. Through his glasses, he could clearly see Travela as she smiled so brilliantly and excitedly. Thank you. From all corners of the galaxy have gathered the smartest technicians and the most powerful echelons. Every single one of you has something to bring, ambitions to fulfill, and no matter what, a bright future ahead of you. To come here means you now stand at the top of your civilization. Over the millennia before us, our ancestors rose from the primitive valleys and mountains of the cosmic specks of dust we call our home worlds. They fought against nature and they survived. Then they rose to conquer it. And when that wasn't enough, they took to the stars and they conquered the night sky that we use to merely fantasize. Now here we stand, the descendants of those legends who gave their lives for progress. We are the ones they hope to elevate with their life's work. And before us all lies the endless future. So from today forth, let us all face the tribulations before us with valiance. Let us succeed those hopes, those endless dreams, and bring forth the next prosperous era. Because if it is to be done, let it be done here. In the greatest center of progress the universe has ever seen. Take up the mantle of greatness. For millennia. For millennia. For millennia. Chants rang out that shook the moon. The passion behind every voice was so great, so resounding that Isaac got goosebumps across his body. For millennia. That was the motto of the Mantle. As the sole neutral institute between the 3 civilizations and the single greatest center of research and development, the founders placed all their hopes on its longevity. So long as it could stand the test of time, it would become the greatest beacon of unity and hope in the galaxy. And now, 13 generations have passed through, each separated by 10 years. That was 130 years that it had continued to stand tall. Its neutrality didn't fall even in the face of wars. Through all political disputes, through all tribulations that faced each civilization, it continued to stand as the foundation of progress and hope that things would become better than they were. Because if the Mantle fell, it would shatter all forms of unity throughout the galaxy. The cheers didn't stop for several minutes. In fact, they only got louder as the thousands of mechs flying through the air began launching fireworks and great displays of lasers. Feeling the excitement of her audience, Travela jumped with overflowing excitement. I officially announced the beginning of Mantle Year 137. Who? The cheers raised another octave. Isaac couldn't help himself as he was swept away by the atmosphere, letting out his own cry of excitement. All right, I'll come visit later today. We need to discuss your mech. Just let me know when you're out of classes. Sure. Isaac nodded as Anthony dropped him off. He had flown to another portion of the castle, the place that acted as the campus for the Mantle's students. It was formerly called the Progenium Futura, translating to progenitor of the future. Every classroom and development center was located or stemmed from this place and was what signified the core institution of the Mantle. Issac had orientation for each of his 4 classes. First, he had his class on dark theory. This was perhaps the most straightforward class. The classroom itself was a large room resembling an auditorium. Issac was one of the first in this place, and he took a random seat near the back of the stadium seating alongside Nifty, who sat on his lap. In front of his seat was a large table that had its own embedded computer within, the surface flickering before creating a hologram. Pleasantly surprised, he played around with it as more people walked in. And in a turn of events, Issac was tapped on the shoulder. The culprit took a seat next to him with a wide smile on her face. "Hey. Oh. So we're in the same class, huh? I know. What a coincidence." Asphodel giggled almost mischievously, making Issac think something was up. He narrowed his eyes. "What did you do?" "Nothing, nothing." "Well, at least now I get to pick your brain every morning." "Oh, and look at this." Suddenly, she brought up her terminal, tapping a few screens and swiping it. In his glasses, Issac saw an encrypted message. For this, Nifty already had a protocol. What appeared in his vision upon opening the message was a blueprint. It was empty, totally void of descriptive elements that might indicate what it was. But in Issac's mind, he became aware of all the in-depth information behind each component of the blueprint. This way, nobody would be able to decipher what it was he was looking at through his glasses alone. "Hey!" Asphodel suddenly called while he observed the blueprint. When he turned back to her, she tapped her temple with her finger. "Are you okay with indirect line?" "Sure." Nifty let her in. The cat's eyes flickered with his command, and suddenly Issac could feel another data stream open within his implant. It was mediated by Nifty, protected by all its hacking and cyber attack defenses. Once the line was stable and secure, Asphodel smiled, her voice echoing in his head. Hey. So, I worked with some of the components on our conversion core. They were primarily to rectify some issues when attempting to actually produce it. Primarily, I had trouble with your filter and our bridge for the infusion tech. You tried to produce it? In my lab, yes. I've got some personal production facilities. Nothing large-scale, but enough for conversion cores. Oh, cool. Issac raised his brows surprisedly. With her own production equipment, she could develop her own secret tech, such as the illegal conversion core that they had developed together. After coming here, Issac was beginning to understand how not okay it was to have done what he did with her, but he was more so surprised that she actually went through with it anyway. After all, it wasn't her first year at the Mantle, so she knew even better than he did. So not only did she trust him, but she had her own resources that could let her act on it without risk. This also meant that Issac could develop it if she let him use her equipment. Asphodel smiled. I plan to build too, but if we can continue to improve this, then I'll hold off. Or, we can standardize its design so we can simply swap components. Some parts can be standardized, but not all. After all, junctions bring their own risks that we would need to factor in. True. Issac nodded, and at that moment he heard a shout. Good morning, class. A human woman walked in, standing at the front of the auditorium. She was the professor. Issac and Asphodel stopped their conversation for a moment. Allow me to brief you on what will happen in this classroom for the next year. Unlike most of the other classes, Dark Theory was almost entirely hands-off. There were very few projects, and it was almost entirely just lecturing. This was also when Issac learned a few things about attaining advanced knowledge. Prestige was used to buy certain knowledges, and many of those knowledges were the blueprints for various techs. Some examples included conversion cores for tactical or strategic catastrophe echelons. Naturally, the more powerful the tech, the more prestige it took to unlock. On the other hand, theoretical knowledge could be approached in two different ways. One, you could buy more specific sets of knowledge for a price. For example, Issac's mother developed the avarice equations. These equations could be bought for a hefty sum of prestige. On the other hand, one could buy their way into a class that taught higher levels of dark theory. This naturally meant broader knowledge. So what people would do is spend the year accumulating enough persiki to buy certain classes for the next year. The class Issac was in now was a class that taught the introductory knowledge for dark theory at a level 3 classification. Anything more and he would need to buy it with prestige. But these classes also gave out their own prestige that could be put toward the next class. Though this alone couldn't buy the next class, so it required one to make contributions and earn more. Thankfully, Isaac could take both avenues of working missions while taking classes. This would give him enough prestige to continue growing. After that, the professor outlined her method of teaching. Hearing it, Isaac realized that he would have to work hard if he planned on taking missions during the year. The teachings weren't very accommodating to long-term absences, but it was nothing that couldn't be handled. And with that, orientation for dark theory was over. All right, come on. Asphodel pulled him out when class was over, the two walking out before everyone. Isaac spoke. My next class is for conversion cores. I know. And you have the same class? I do. What did you do? Nothing. She giggled as they jumped on a train that moved people within the progenium. Like that, the two rode to their next class, which was located within a large warehouse. The place was loaded with desks and production equipment. Suddenly, Asphodel spoke through their direct line. Everything you input into these machines is tracked and monitored by the Mantle. I suggest you don't allude to any tech you shouldn't know. In fact, don't put anything down that isn't specifically for or from what we're being taught. All right. Isaac smiled at the helpful advice. They really were partners in crime right now. Okay, class. Listen up. When everyone arrived, the Atrix professor went through his orientation. Unlike dark theory, there would be several large projects through the year. They would require everyone to learn the functions behind conversion cores, design them, and produce them. Basically, they would learn to build them from the ground up. This knowledge was essential if one wanted to work on mechs and be a technician, so Isaac looked forward to it. After all, he didn't have the broad knowledge that he should despite knowing a lot about the subject. After a couple hours, they were let go. This was where Asphodel and Isaac finally split. I got class for quantum mechanics. I got class for emission weapons. You have Hardlight after? Yes, then I'm done. Okay. I'll stop by afterward. Anthony will also be over. We're going to be talking about building my mech. Then I'll definitely be there. I'm probably more knowledgeable. Plus, I know some people who can hook you up. Is that right? Isaac grinned. I look forward to it. You should. See you. See you. With that, the two branched off. Chapter 20, Untrodden. Isaac's class on quantum mechanics was similar to the lecture format of his dark theory class. However, it also involved designing and building many types of experimental tools and hardware. Some tools were used to demonstrate quantum effects while others were small-scale quantum computers. Regardless, it would teach a lot about the applications of quantum effects. Isaac found himself engrossed as the professor went through all the topics. He loved the subject, so it was probably what he most looked forward to in the year. After that, he left for his Hardlight class. Asphodel's words from before had been stuck in his mind, those about Hardlight being a niche field. That got him curious as to just how niche it was, and after Nifty went digging, he found that niche seemed to just be a word for underdeveloped. And underdeveloped was a nice way of saying that something was useless. Because if it had a use, then it would be developed. At least, that's what normal logic dictated. But Isaac was sure that it wasn't useless. In fact, it was almost too useful. Before, Isaac had only used Hardlight for fun. There wasn't much need to use it otherwise on a farming colony. But now he could think of plenty of applications for it. Ammunition, armor, shielding, structural building. Anything that required materials similar to metal could utilize Hardlight. Because, although Hardlight didn't have any special chemical properties, it was still similar to metal in regards to its integrity. And in some cases, it could be better than metal. So why wasn't it developed more? Isaac could only imagine that nobody had managed to produce it correctly or wield it effectively. Before long, Isaac entered the classroom. Inside, he found two other people. And by the time class started, there were only 3 other people, one of which was the professor. He didn't think he'd ever see a classroom of merely 3 students in the Mantle. It seemed like nobody wanted to waste their time with a subject that provided no value. The professor, Azadran, didn't seem surprised that hardly anyone showed up. So, unlike the other professors, he was very casual about everything. Good evening, class. I'm sure you 3 are wondering why there are so little of you. So, I will lay out those reasons clearly. Why isn't Hardlight more prominent? Bringing up a holographic board, the professor scribbled down some words. His voice was deep, like a growl. It mainly comes down to its production. Creating Hardlight involves trapping photons in a field of Bose-Einstein condensates, thus entangling the photons to the atoms and making them act as matter does. These entangled photons can then be extracted only after being contained by an extremely powerful magnetic field. However, the product is unable to be utilized in any significant capacity, especially not on a macroscopic scale. Even in the best cases where Hardlight has been created on a macroscopic scale, it was unable to be utilized beyond the laboratory setting and displayed no easily manipulative properties. The result was useless, and the costs to maintain Hardlight were too high to give it any practical application. These two issues are what bars Hardlight from becoming the extraordinary material that it is, and many have attempted to rectify these shortcomings and failed, even here at the Mantle. Primarily because the investment is too much and there isn't much material to use as a reference. It's an untrodden path with high barriers, so this class involves almost nothing but blind experimentation and innovation. I suggest that those of you who don't wish to waste your time drop the class at your earliest convenience, as there isn't much to teach here other than endless problems with no solutions. When the professor's speech stopped, the students' faces fell. The other two students were realizing that this wouldn't be another field of research like all the others, and Issac had realized that Hardlight was even more underdeveloped than he thought. The professor sighed and sat behind a desk. Class is dismissed. Go home, do your research, and if you still intend to take the class, come back tomorrow. Issac sat there with surprise, as did the other two students. After several moments, they all gradually stood and walked out. Well, looks like one less class then. One student mumbled on his way out. Issac was sure that they would both drop it. But as he made his way home, he decided that he would try and make something of it. An undeveloped field was extremely daunting. After all, the galaxy had been colonized while technology had risen to the point of warping the laws of physics themselves. If even with all this technology nobody could figure out how to effectively utilize Hardlight, then who's to say Issac could? But at the same time, Issac knew that there was more to it than what met the eye. After all, his main power was Hardlight. He could create Hardlight objects at will with his hands, and he had none of the problems that the professor mentioned. So he knew it was possible. All he would have to do is study his own power and try to replicate it. If he could do that, then he could develop the technology and apply it to, well, everything. As he thought about it more, he realized this could be his big ticket. The chance to pioneer his own path and develop something useful, even if only half decent. Hell, even if only he could use it, it would be more than satisfactory. Issac arrived home while affirming those convictions. At the same time, he sent a message to Anthony and Asphodel. It wasn't much later that Asphodel landed on his island. She strolled into the house with a smile, seeing Issac lounging in the living room with his holographic glasses on. Hey. You know, when you said Hardlight was niche, I didn't think you meant non-existent as a field of study. What do you mean? I mean, there were only 2 other students in the Hardlight class. And tomorrow, I might be the only one. Seriously? I'd say it's unfortunate, but to only have 3 students for a class in the Mantle is rather impressive in its own right. She spoke while taking a seat next to him. Then she took out her terminal and tapped it a few times. Issac subsequently received a message, its contents containing all kinds of various brand names. The products of these brands ranged from emission weapons to mech chassis. There are a few big names in the Mantle. Some specialize in certain products while the biggest ones have everything. Human companies like the Nova Corporation, the Atrix Vasra Dynamics, the Xandron Omega Corp. Big names are reliable, so to get an idea of what you want, you should look toward them. Those are outside companies. And they operate in the Mantle? No. They operate from the megaliths. After all, this place has the highest density of spoiled rich kids wanting to buy weapons and tools. Being able to sell anything in the Mantle is extremely profitable. True. He scrolled through the list with a nod. Knock. Right then, a tap was heard on the door. The two looked over to see Anthony walking in, gazing around at the furnished but still bare house. Then he saw Issac and Asphodel sitting beside each other. He couldn't help the smirk. What's up, dude? Getting cozy. Until you got here? Issac jabbed back as Anthony took a seat on a chair. With a chuckle, Anthony suddenly threw a tablet onto a small table between them. It projected a large hologram the next moment, one that showed the image of a mech. Let's get down to business because you need to hurry and get your mech. What I have here is a design that you can start with. It's comprised of components that lean heavily toward your electromagnetic powers. This means railguns, magnetic shielding, and the ability to tap into its power supplies. Also, most of the components are modular, meaning they can be modified to a large extent. I thought you'd like that since you're a technician. Issac gazed at the image. It had a slew of details all over it, and upon observation, Nifty was able to search the net for just about every item and pull its precise specifications. What Issac couldn't do though was pull its blueprints. Blueprints were extremely valuable, so just about everything someone bought wouldn't be able to be modified unless they knew how the hardware worked in tandem with the software. That made modular tech both valuable and rare. Companies didn't want others to be able to modify their things since that would mean less money goes to them. So modular equipment was either sold as common components or made very expensive. Asphodel chimed in. You can get some modular equipment, but not a lot. For instance, you don't need anything modular for your emission weapons or auxiliary components right now. As for other things, I think modularity will be crucial. For instance, your pilot suit is personally designed by your own tech so it won't have the standard junctions most mech chassis have. Regardless, an in-depth dive into exactly what each product is giving you will be necessary. If that's the case, then putting this thing together will take a little while. Yes, and we also need to talk about your conversion core. That also means you'll need to decide if you want your mech to be auxiliary or primary. That means... Issac asked about the classifications he had never heard of. Asphodel explained succinctly. Auxiliary-type mechs are mechs that are built around the pilot suit. In these mechs, the pilot suit is the most important component. Primary-type mechs are mechs that have very little reliance or outright do away with a pilot suit. They both have advantages and disadvantages, and for the most part, it comes down to how much money you have and your preferences. She continued to lay out the details. Auxiliary-type mechs were good because many of the components could be interchanged. It was more adaptable because the pilot suit was the primary component and a universal constant in its construction. It also meant that, even without a mech suit, one would still have their pilot suit. There were some people, although few, that would have multiple mech suits built for different scenarios. And they could take their pilot suit to any one and operate them seamlessly. However, this method of doing things was expensive and took extensive technical knowledge. For one, you would need to build both a pilot and mech suit. And secondly, if one weren't careful, the pilot suit could become a limiter in power output if it couldn't be upgraded accordingly. At the same time, because it were in two pieces, the junction between the pilot and mech suit could become a weak point in its construction. In short, it took money and knowledge to go down the auxiliary path. On the other hand, primary-type mechs were singular units without the need for pilot suits. At first glance, the main disadvantage would be the lack of a pilot suit entirely, something that could be used even independently of a mech suit. But an advantage was seamless construction that would increase the mech's integrity and remove the worry about limiters. But with seamless construction came not so seamless change. Modifying these mechs wasn't nearly as easy, so they had less adaptability. If someone wanted multiple mech configurations, they would need multiple entirely separate mechs, which would cost enormous sums of money. So, both mech types had ups and downs. Issac already knew that integrating his specially made pilot suit would be a major pain in the ass with a standard mech chassis. He might need to create his own junctions and power delivery systems. But going without a mech suit entirely wasn't something Issac was prepared to do, at least not yet. If the time came and he started having issues, then he would make the necessary changes. But for now, he planned to keep his pilot suit as an integral part of his mech. Issac was silent for several minutes as he pondered. He even had both minds operating, his white hair present. So it was clear just how deeply he was contemplating, as if trying to solve all potential problems right this moment. Eventually, he felt a tap that made him snap out of it. He turned and saw Asphodel smiling. We don't need OT figure everything out today. First, we should pull the skeleton schematics for these products and start developing a model. Where's your computer? Do you have a lab yet? I suppose my room is my lab. Then let's go. The two stood, but as they walked, Issac looked back toward Anthony. He stood with raised hands. I think I'll take off. I hadn't realized she would be here, and she knows more than I do. Right? Sorry. No, that's all right. Just shoot it by me before making big purchases. Although I don't have the technical know-how, I do know practicality. With those words, Anthony left the house. Issac sighed before heading to his room where Asphodel was waiting with Nifty. She smiled wryly. I'm sorry too. Didn't mean to intrude. It's fine. Besides, we have our own things to talk about. Asphodel nodded, but she subsequently spoke through their direct line. Issac heard her voice in his head. We can do some more work on it, but not without proper security. Your house has no instruments to guard against spying. If you had gotten it constructed, it would have come with all manner of security systems, but... Yeah, I understand. We can still pick out the majority of your other components, though. So let's do that and we can discuss the core later. Works for me. Issac smiled while booting up his computers. After that, the two did a deep dive on thousands of various tools and weapons, piecing together Issac's mech bit by bit. And it all revolved around his pilot suit, so bringing up its schematics was a necessity. Luckily, although Isaac didn't build his pilot suit with a mech chassis in mind, he had still been ingenious with its connective capabilities. Asphodel was particularly surprised by one detail in particular, and that was how Nifty could integrate itself into the pilot suit. By shifting the components of its body, Nifty was capable of slotting itself along the pilot suit's spine, becoming an inconspicuous metal hump between the shoulder blades. After that, Nifty's tail would simply tap into the suit itself. Although the suit had its own computer systems that were even more powerful than Nifty's, it didn't have the complex AI that Nifty did. Thus, by combining the two, the suit could gain even more computing power and operate with the familiar AI that Isaac knew and loved. But not only that, Nifty's integration could also allow the pilot suit to connect to other devices. Nifty's tail was an incredibly complex device that could connect to any port or junction imaginable. That meant Isaac wouldn't have to worry about being able to connect to mech systems. So with that major problem solved, they just needed to find weapons and tools that Isaac wanted. Of course, he didn't exactly know what he wanted or needed. As of now, Isaac had a power yield that placed him in the lowest category of catastrophic ratings. On a galactic battlefield, disregarding his technical knowledge, he wouldn't be much better than a common foot soldier. This meant that his mech would be small. In fact, the things he would buy would merely look like add-ons to his pilot suit, not necessarily a mech. After all, he couldn't deliver significant force with his own power. According to his rating, he could kill at least several hundred common terrestrial soldiers with the entirety of his power. That might sound like a lot, but it was actually pitiful. So the weapons he looked at were things like small-scale railguns and 9-foot-tall mech skeletons with modular frameworks. Then there was armor and external power supplies. Since a mech was heavy and a person didn't have the energy to power it during all hours of operation, external power sources were necessary. This would drive the mech's functional systems like walking, flying, or other auxiliary tools like a HUD and sensors. But Isaac wasn't able to get just anything. Like knowledge, certain weapons and gadgets required a certain clearance level to acquire. So Isaac, who had a personal catastrophe rating, wouldn't be allowed to put a personal nuclear reactor into his mech even if he had the money. It was with all these things in mind that he gradually assembled his mech with Asphodel's assistance. But not everything could be decided on in a day. There were too many things to compare, and Isaac still needed to work with Asphodel on their conversion core. Not only that, you seriously need to have your house topped off. Just use the program and submit your schematics. Literally everything in regards to the structure is free. Only stuff like security and concealment tech costs money, but they do all that too so long as you pay. Alright, I'll use the damn program. But what if I want to make some secret rooms? Won't they have the schematics? Isaac questioned Asphodel as a car came to pick her up. Although he had really built his house, it was still incredibly bare. It had nothing a normal house would, and to put everything in himself would take time that he no longer had. Isaac barely agreed to use the program and get everything built for him despite enjoying the hands-on work. But another issue of his was the fact of secrecy. He didn't want others to acquire the layout of his home. But that was everyone's concern, especially for those in the top 100 rankings. Why would they allow someone to attain data on them? Don't worry about that. The ones that come are robots, not people, and you can personally wipe their data if you don't think that the standard data wipe procedures are enough. So none of the data will be left over. Of course, there are plenty of sneaky ways to get around that, so if you're really paranoid, then you can install the secret stuff yourself. Fine. I'll look it over tonight. Good night, and thanks for the help today. Sure. Tomorrow, come to my house so we can work. She left with those words, taking a car up the islands and to her own. Isaac watched her leave before settling in for the night.